Welcome to the April 10th, 2023 Council Appointed Officer Committee meeting. If the clerk can call the roll.
Chair Stone.
Here.
Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
We have a quorum of 3 present. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to public comments on anything that's not on the agenda.
No request to speak.
Thank you. Then we'll move to our first and only action item, discussion and recommendation to the City Council on next steps regarding appointment of the city auditor. Staff have any presentation?
Good afternoon. Yes, Council appointed officers committee. We do not have a presentation this afternoon. However, we are here obviously to assist the committee in facilitation of your discussion on next steps. Within your packet, you should have seen backup materials, including the contract with Baker Tilly, which does have provisions in there for identification of new city auditors. And ultimately, it will be staff will take council's direction as part of this item.
Great, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
No request to speak.
All right, then we'll bring it back for committee discussion.
So is the city auditor on to give any feedback?
So it looks like she's in the attendees. We just promoted her so to a panelist. So she should, yeah, looks like she's on though.
And do we have Kate Crowley as well, partner from Baker Tilly on?
I promoted all 3 of them. Yeah. So all 3 of them are in the meeting. They are just on the, okay, looks like they're just joining as panelists right now.
Great, thank you. So
they should be able to speak and engage.
thank you. All right, then we'll open it up for discussion and questions.
I actually don't have any questions or comments. I think that.
Well, good. I would like to hear from the auditor, just her synopsis of how she thinks things are going and any thoughts on directions that we would want to consider upon renewal.
Good evening, committee. Yes, in terms of how I think things are going very well. As you know, we had a little bit of a pause in months. We have picked up on reports that we have prepared to present, as well as starting new audits in order to complete the annual audit plan by the end of the fiscal year, and those are well underway. We've met quite a number of department heads and various levels of staff and have been working with them to establish meetings and also establish a reporting partnership in terms of working within the realm of the laws, regulations, and policies and procedures that were set up to execute the annual audit plan. And so I think we're working well, and we're definitely in a forward motion to move on and conduct another annual risk assessment, as well as establish a full-blown internal audit plan for the upcoming fiscal year.
And as far as the risk assessment, how do you appraise the breadth of risks that should be evaluated?
The process for evaluating those risks, now that we do have a baseline risk assessment in place, will be to take a look at all of the results of any and all audits that have been conducted over the past year, as well as to interview members of the council and also department heads to get a very good understanding as to what they believe are risks, either that they considered previously or new emerging situations that are happening within the city or within the areas of your responsibility. And we are also going to review documentation, reports, trending, and things of that nature that will give us a sense of programs that you have in place, long-range and short-term planning that management is planning to engage in, such that we have a holistic view of the risk universe, and then we will identify an audit plan based upon that. I have spoken with a few of the council members as well to talk about ways in which we will want to ensure that going forward, all the appropriate parties have input into that risk assessment, and that we can gain some ideas about where you believe specific effort should be placed so that we can prioritize risks and prioritize initiatives and be sure that we cover all the areas appropriately.
Yeah, I'd add one category, and maybe it was meant to be included, but that's risks that may already exist, but have been under-recognized. Not new risks and not changing risks necessarily, but simply under-recognized risks. And then as far as your interviewing and having discussions with individual council members, what's the schedule that you are intending to have over the course of a year? We previously had regular check-ins with council members on an individual basis, and those have gone by the wayside. And so I want to understand what's the intention there?
Well, I've actually had meetings now with at least 4 individuals, and we've talked about a recurring schedule. On the average, it's been a monthly recurring schedule that we're going to establish. I have 2 remaining persons to connect with in order to confirm the dates that they would like and perhaps the preferences for timing.
And then what frequency are you saying you're intending to have those meetings?
I am proposing monthly or biweekly. And if there's any other preferences beyond that to be more frequent or less frequent, then certainly we can schedule things accordingly.
Oh, that I think would be more than frequent enough. I haven't had one of those one-on-ones in the 6 months that you've been with us, so I look forward to that.
I'll be reaching out again to you to determine what dates you would like to have those meetings.
Thank you. Okay.
Could I just ask a question? So, Ms. McCoy, so you said there was a pause on the audits. Was that because we were transitioning?
That's correct.
Okay.
At the end of last summer, yes.
Okay. And so you re-picked it up approximately when?
I would say around October, November, just before the determination was made to select me as interim. We
Okay.
recalibrated the audits that were in progress. We also proceeded with presenting task orders to the council for upcoming audits, and we've been doing so since then.
Okay, thank you so much. I
You're welcome.
wanted to ask about compensation, and I'm not sure who is going to speak about that. Can we kind of review the staff report? It shows before fiscal year 21-22 was 750,000. And going forward, it looks like it's at 708, 750. So is there less tasks, or are we still on same tasks?
So I can at least handle part of that. So the numbers that you're referring to are the contract authorized maximum. And Baker Tilly does invoice the city on an hourly, or I'm not quite sure of the actual increment basis, based on the task orders that are issued by the council and approved by the council. So it's not a flat fee, it's based on services rendered. As part of the council's budget balancing actions, the former auditor recommended and the council adopted a reduction in the annual cost of the contract services. And at that time, they had identified that what it means is obviously either less travel or fewer quantities of audits on an annual basis. I'd have to go refresh my memory on the actual write-up of that. But that reduction that you see is a result of those actions that the council took as part of the pandemic balancing.
Yeah, and I recall last time we discussed it, definitely interest in reducing the amount of in-person visits to be able to save money, especially given the ease and comfort of Zoom. So, Ms. McCoy, I want to just appreciate the work that you have done. I think coming in and filling in for Mr. O'Rourke had to be no easy task. And I think you have really stepped into it really
Thank you.
well. I've been very comfortable working with you. Appreciate your offers of one-on-ones and can definitely agree my experience in your openness and willingness to really be able to be available whenever we need you. So I've found that to be really valuable. I guess my question for Ms. Crowley, and I appreciate you being on as well. This is not from a personal interest of me, because I'm interested in continuing to see Ms. McCoy continue in her position if she would like that, but just make sure we're kind of doing our due diligence and for the interest of council members who are not a part of the CAO committee. Can you speak to, I know we've discussed, can you speak to, I guess, from Baker Tilly's perspective, as far as, since this is an interim position, what would be kind of like the normal process here? Would Baker Tilly typically present other auditors who could fill that role? Are there others that would make sense for the city of Palo Alto who knows this area well? If you could just speak to that.
Yeah, happy to. Thanks for having me here. If you recall, well, I suppose you won't all recall, so I'll go back to last summer. Last summer, when the council chose Adrian as your interim city auditor, we had presented a number of resumes to the committee, and 3 were chosen to be interviewed. And at that time, that's when you chose Adrian. I came out there and met with you, Councilmember Stone, as well as Ed and Kylie this fall, see how things are going, discussed a few other resumes, and felt at that time that things were going really well and Adrian was stepping into the role. If the council had interest in looking at additional resumes, we certainly could provide those. I will tell you, though, that we do not have an internal auditor who knows Palo Alto well, because that would be able to fulfill this role because of some of the CalPERS regulations. We do have people in California who know your area, who know internal audit, but they're unavailable for this position. So at this point, given that Adrian's been in this role for the months that she certainly has the most understanding of your community, as well as coupled with her experience in internal audit.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that and wanted to just kind of have that on the record, because you and I did talk about that a few months ago. So appreciate for the clarity of other members. And then I guess for Ms. McCoy, would it be beneficial for you to be able to come to Palo Alto more frequently? I mean, is the budgetary constraints making that difficult, or do you feel like you now, with your amount of time in this position, have a level of comfort and understanding of the city's inner workings? And what do you need from us to be able to do your job better?
I do have a level of understanding, and I've certainly communicated with many individuals. I've also set up some recurring meetings with a department head as well, going forward, so that we can work a little more closely. But I would have to say that I do feel there should be some on-site presence throughout the course of the year, not only to just conduct audits, but also to meet with all of you in person and with management as well at some point in time throughout the conduct of the annual plan.
Great, thank you. And from the staff perspective then, is there anything that needs to be done in this contract to be able to make that happen?
I think if there were an interest in increasing physical presence and that had budget implications, then we'd want to factor that into your budget deliberations, as well as would likely require a contract amendment, relatively straightforward in that regard. And so we can follow up as you and the city auditor would like to proceed.
Great, thank you. And then just a process question, then I'll turn it over to Councilmember Burt. What's the action that the CAO is taking tonight on this?
Sure. So the CAO has choices. Ultimately, the CAO committee is making a recommendation to the council on the next steps for the city auditor appointment. So your action could be something to the effect of extend the interim appointment of current interim auditor McCoy. It could be recommend permanent appointment of it. It could be recommend reevaluation. But ultimately, you are recommending to council the next step because the interim placement of Ms. McCoy does end, I believe, in April.
Great, thank you. I'll be supporting a recommendation for a permanent placement. All right, Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, just to follow up on the discussion on the amount and of time spent in Palo Alto. Pardon me if I missed it, but is that specified in the contract, number of days per year or anything along those lines? So
That's not specified in the contract directly. Ms. McCoy, I believe in one of the task orders, there is some general assumption for travel that council has recently approved or might be under review by the council.
When we presented our recent task orders, we included a provision in the event that we would come on site to conduct certain audits, and that will be on a case-by-case basis.
And then I believe the general task order for audit services oversight had about 10 trips that was in that task order.
That's correct. There were some mentioned, yes.
So those were general travel that the council approved in the prior task order for 2023.
So when we're talking about how much on site we'd have, I'm struggling to get the point of reference is if we were going to increase it from one. Are we saying that there are baked into the contract up to 10 on-site visits?
If Kate or Ms. McCoy can respond to the council member, ultimately approved by the council and the committee. So if
that is my understanding, Council Burt,
And
that
then
there were provisions for trips. And so subsequently, with any new task orders, we included a provision for that while also understanding that it was expressed to us that the trips should be limited.
that the trip should be
Limited. The trip should be limited.
limited.
Yes.
And so out of those, if we have budgeted for up to 10 trips, those are for, do we anticipate how many days on site each of those would be? I'm trying to get a sense of that. Now, I'll just frame it this way. We've overall, I think, been pleased with the services that we've been receiving from Baker Tilly right up until now. But one of the downsides has been that we don't have on-site presence, and we knew going in that we wouldn't have a continual on-site presence. But I think it is an important discussion about how much on-site presence we should have, given that our auditors located remotely. So can I get a better understanding of what's budgeted and what is planned for in terms of on-site presence?
At this point, we have not planned for any on-site presence without further direction. I would say that on average, 1 week's time in the field is what is typically happening in hybrid as well as remote situations with internal audit services. But it would be entirely up to the council as to what you believe is reasonable.
Now, when you say 1 week's time, you mean per what period?
5 work days.
Per year?
For an audit.
What?
Per task order?
Per task order, per audit.
I see. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And an audit on average is approximately 12 weeks, somewhere in that time frame.
Okay. And then how much on-site presence have we had the last 6 months or 3 months?
We have not been on site based on the last directive that we received upon the interim position being filled with myself.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions? I guess the only thing I'll add to that. I know policy and services last year with several task orders that came before us, there was explicit direction of reducing some of the trips that seemed to go on for a little, seemed to be a bit excessive to the committee then. So maybe there's been a bit of a overcorrection, and see if we could find a balance to make sure that you're able to be on site, but not more than necessary. And I'm sure you don't mind not having to fly across the country as often, but we also have some good pizza out here, just not as good as Chicago.
Okay.
Councilmember Koo.
We'll be the judge of that.
So Adrian, I think we talked about this before, but, with our previous former in-house auditor, there was also a lot of interaction with the general public, with a lot of the residents. And I kind of want to make sure that is, how will that be handled? Just so that I think the general public has an idea of what they can expect from the city's auditor.
Well, I'm certainly agreeable to having a dedicated email for the purposes of those inquiries coming in. Certainly, I can take phone calls as well. And I think we also spoke about whether you may want to have a particular council member designated as the person who will essentially field those inquiries to me. So I'm totally open to whatever process you would like to have.
Okay, that's good to know. Ms. Nazay?
Oh, I was just identifying that in the contract project manager is actually the policy and services chair. So staff helps do the administration. So things like invoice paying or moving things forward for scheduling, but ultimately the policy and services chair signs off on invoices, signs off on those kinds of coordination activities.
And so that would also include inquiries from the public of the auditor.
Yes, and the city does continue to maintain the city.auditor at cityofpaloalto.org, which the Baker Tilly team does have access to.
So whatever changes or whatever council ends up as the formal communication route, it would be updated in the website for the auditor's website. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion, or we can move to motions? Councilmember Koo? Oh, sorry, Mayor Koo.
That's okay. So I'll move that we approve this contract, recommend approval to the city council, this contract, this appointment and this contract, and to make Ms. McCoy's position permanent.
Sure, so city clerk, I think it should be Councilmember to recommend the city council appoint Adrian McCoy, the permanent auditor. Perfect.
I'll second. You want to speak to your motion?
Not necessary. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCoy.
Thank you.
And I've spoken as well, so I don't need to. Councilmember Burke.
Well, I'm going to support the motion really largely on the basis of the recommendation of my colleagues, because I just don't have adequate firsthand basis to make a judgment. And I know that Vice Mayor Stone had worked extensively with Ms. McCoy when she came on last year, and had spoken well of all those engagements. And so that's the basis for my support. I wish I had a stronger firsthand basis for what I think is a very important decision.
Great, thank you. And if the clerk can call the roll.
Mayor Koo,
Yes?
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Chair Stone,
Yes.
the motion carries 3-0.
Chair, I have a follow-up question related to that action you just took. Is whether it should be seen as an action item or a consent item on the full council. I think technically it may not need to be an action item. So one for you to consider how this would engage your colleagues.
Yeah, any thoughts on that, Councilmember Burton?
Yes, even though the last council was able to be actively engaged in the selection of Ms. McCoy as the interim auditor, it is an important CAO appointment, and we have 3 council members who are new, and so I think it would be appropriate for this to be an action item.
Agree.
I agree as well.
Very good. We'll agendize accordingly.
Perfect. Thank you. And that is everything on our agenda. Perfect. So if you are here for the double header, don't expect us to get done with the council meeting in under 30 minutes, but that was nice. So any future agenda items?
Staff does not have any outstanding referrals. Thank you.
Any thoughts from Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, just thinking about kind of the work plan of the committee for the year. This is a standing committee that meets infrequently and with a much more limited scope than our other standing committees. But we don't have a work plan for the committee, even kind of one that is the annual repeated items or really not having much of a discussion on what are other things that we have, I presume, what's the frequency that we review and approve renewal of the consultant who serves the council for CAO work?
There has not been a regular schedule to that. So certainly open for discussion. The typical evaluation for the council appointed officers would occur in the June timeframe, or begin in that June timeframe.
But I'm talking about how do we renew the contract for the consultant?
Right, understood. It's basically been handled, quite frankly, as long as I've been city manager, by the same consultant. And so at this point, if the council would want to change to a different consultant, it would be somewhat challenging for us to get that accomplished in this cycle.
Well, that's not exactly my question. So it's really first is what's the process annually? And
We don't have a process.
okay. And just in my tenure, we've had 3 different consultants, 2 of them with the same firm. And I just didn't know whether it is somehow done on an automatic basis without any discussion or how that occurs. I will add that I recall in the past that we actually did renew agreements. We had an annual agreement with the consultant in the past. And so I'm not sure.
I believe that would be required again this year. We'll double check, but I believe it will be.
Okay. Well, I think that's something that the committee should look at, even if we think it's perfunctory. It should be part of the process. And then the other thing is that we not only don't have a work plan, we look at our council procedures and protocols, we really don't have any guidance for the committee that I recall. And we just recently had a closed session mid-year update with 2 of our CAOs that wasn't convened by this committee. And really had as a subject matter, not so much of a focus on the mid-year update of the CAOs, but more on how the council would proceed on its work plan as it affected the performance of the CAOs. And so I think that we should be looking at how the reviews, whether they're annual or mid-year reviews with the CAOs, are agendized and how the scope is determined. And I think it's the purview of this committee to do that and where appropriate, make recommendations to the council or within the authorized scope that the council provides, act within that scope. But we haven't defined that. So we don't have any clarity on what latitude the committee has versus the council as a whole. And then how we can have meetings that are the responsibility of this committee to convene without the knowledge or consent of the committee. So I think these are things that we should tie up. I don't know what would be the determinations on those, but I think we historically had certain understandings, and those seem to be maybe because they're not codified. So I would recommend that we have a discussion at an upcoming CAO committee meeting and then see if this committee wants to make recommendations to the council on defining those parameters at all.
So Councilmember Burt, I think tonight on your agenda as a full council, you have the committee work plans before you. So that might be an opportunity to have the beginnings of this discussion with the full council. Because of course this is a committee of the council. So you're quite right that this committee doesn't have a description in the municipal code. As long as I've been here, 12 years, it's been an informal committee that has certain traditional tasks, but maybe, you know, it's as you say, the boundaries are not fully settled. So that would be something that could be done either through the procedures and protocols or actually put into the municipal code. It's a bit more flexible if it's in the procedures and protocols, but really it's 6 of one, half dozen of another, and the council can define that as it wishes. I would just put one plug out for myself as a CAO, speaking personally, that when it comes to performance input, I like to get a lot of that, and I like to speak with each of you individually, but when it comes to the annual wrap up, I need you all to come together as a group. It's really critical to us because you may have some differences and diversity in the emphasis or even in direction, and that we can't be successful when council members, we're getting a slightly different direction from different council members. So we do need the full council to come together on that performance feedback piece. Thank you.
Yeah, it was in part seeing tonight's agenda on the standing committee work plans that further kind of affirmed to me that we're treating this committee like it's outside of the standing committees, and it's not, as you say, in the municipal code, but it is a standing committee. So so as the items agendized tonight, you believe it's broad enough to cover standing committees that aren't specifically mentioned?
The title is fairly broad. I think that you could start this conversation. Obviously, there's no supporting material that's been prepared, but I think it would work to raise the topic and begin a conversation.
Okay, and maybe we can just raise the concept and see if the council wants to refer it back to the committee for their own recommendations back to the council.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Would it be necessary to have an overview of what this committee is at our later meeting? And would you be prepared to do that?
Well,
That's part of the problem.
yes. People may have slightly different answers to that question of what this committee is. We do know that this committee historically has played an important role when there is a vacancy in a CAO position. The committee has been a place where some of the administrative work is done on setting up a search, getting perhaps a consultant in place, maybe doing some screening. Of course, full decisions are made by the full council as they need to be. But that's been one area where I think the CAO committee has been critically needed. In my experience, substantive performance feedback, that the committee hasn't done that. That's been before the full council, I think for the reasons that I stated. But then there may be other issues that are worth discussing.
Thank you.
And maybe just tonight, assuming Councilmember Burt, you've probably chaired this and probably have the most time on the CAO committee in the past as well. Maybe tonight when you bring up that suggestion, you could give a quick summary of the committee in your eyes.
As best I can.
Perfect. Okay, sounds good. Hearing no other discussion, then
Are we ready? Let me know. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to call to order this special City Council meeting of April 10th, 2023, and it's been called to order in recognition of National Arab American Heritage Month. Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Mayor Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Lowing, Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, 7 present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we have special orders of the day. The first one is a proclamation honoring Public Safety Telecommunicators Week of April 9th to the 15th, 2023. Councilmember Lowing, will you do us the honors?
Yes, thank you very much. This is National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, the 9th to the 15th. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time requiring police, fire, or emergency medical services. And whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of law enforcement, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the City of Palo Alto Communications Center. And whereas public safety dispatchers are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services, and whereas public safety dispatchers are the single vital link for our law enforcement and fire personnel by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety dispatchers of the City of Palo Alto Communications Center have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year, now Mayor Lydia Ku of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby proclaims and calls upon all the citizens of Palo Alto to observe the week of April 9 to 15, 23 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and join in honoring the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and our citizens safe.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing. Would Chief Binder like to speak?
Good evening, Council. Andrew Binder, Police Chief. Thank you, Councilmember Lowing, for that reading. Mayor, Vice Mayor, good to be here. I just wanted to take a moment after reading that proclamation to let you and this community know how grateful and proud I am of the difference that our dispatchers make in our community. You know, so often I get opportunities to share at community meetings how we're so much more than just the front-facing officers in our community who are responding to our 911. There's so much more that goes on inside the building, and our dispatchers are exemplary of that. And they do so much behind the scenes to help us achieve our mission, to help us serve this community, and to help us bring that excellence in that level of service. And I can stand here before you today and tell you that we couldn't do and provide the police services that we do without our dispatchers. And I really love that the proclamation talks about our dispatchers being that first and most critical contact for our residents, because they truly are. And, you know, when that critical call comes in, the first voice that they hear on the other line is that call taker or that dispatch, that calm, that professional voice who's steadied to handle anything at any time. And it's so easy to take for granted our dispatchers and the multitasking that they do. If you've never been down in our dispatch centers, lots of screens, lots of stuff going on. And while all the stuff is happening internally, they're also engaging with our fire, our police, and they're handling a critical incident on the other end. And much like our fire and our police, they don't get the opportunity to take a timeout. when they're in it. And I just admire their courageous resilience, their professionalism, and I'm grateful for you as a council for the proclamation tonight and for all the support for the police department and our dispatch. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Would Chief Blackshire like to speak to the proclamation?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Gio Blackshire from the Fire Department here in Palo Alto. I just would like to add on to what Chief Bender talked about is the appreciation for our emergency dispatchers. In September of 2020, the Governor Newsom signed a bill and that stated that our dispatchers are first responders and they are no longer recognized as clerical workers or administrators. They are first responders. So when that title is used, I hope that everyone thinks about firefighters, police officers, EMTs, paramedics, and emergency dispatchers. They are the first voice that they hear when someone calls 911, but there's so much more than that voice. They play so many different roles than just a call taker and a dispatcher. When that caller needs direction on how to produce CPR, they are the ones that advise that call taker how to do CPR. They're medical advisors. They're therapists. Every time that someone calls and they're hysterical and then they need someone to calm that chaos and talk them down. They're also that friend that someone needs when they don't have a friend and they need someone to talk to when they need help. They play so many different roles in just taking that call. And I think it's profoundly important that we acknowledge their role and us being able to provide this exceptional service to the city and the community. And without the dispatchers, we wouldn't know where to go. We patrol, and while we're training and while we're waiting for that call, that's where we get the call from. So we would be lost without our dispatchers. So this day and this proclamation is so important, and I really appreciate you taking the time to give them the thanks that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Blackshire. Madam Director Nicole Frazier, would you like to speak to the proclamation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to take this opportunity to appreciate the council's reading of the proclamation for our dispatchers. As Chief Blackshire and Chief Bender have mentioned, a lot of change has gone into the reclassification of our dispatchers. A lot of people don't understand that, they speak to people at their worst. Oftentimes they are experiencing some sort of tragedy or emergent situation. And a lot of times they are overwhelmed by the process. And our dispatchers are the first ones that get the call. They speak with them. They're able to kind of calm them down, get the dispatchers or the first responders there on time. And oftentimes they don't get the resolution of the call. So for them, it's a little bit more difficult because they don't get to interact with the public except for that phone call. So if that person's having an issue, they don't get to see the resolution of it. So for them, it's a little bit difficult. They still are kind of left with the call, so to speak. And so in order to show our appreciation, this is one of the things that has been done nationwide is to do the proclamation to honor our dispatchers. Just to give you a brief overview, in 2022, we had 142,000 calls into our dispatch center. Of those 142,000 calls, we were able to successfully answer 113,000 within the first 10 seconds of the call. As you know, time is of the essence in any sort of emergency. And the fact that our dispatchers can operate short-staffed, undermanned, at such a high level of excellence really speaks to their professionalism. And so I thank you for reading the proclamation and want to just thank all the dispatchers for the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public who would like to speak?
No request to speak, Madam.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. Anybody on council would like to say anything? Well, I just want to say thank you so much for all the services that the dispatchers do, the communicators, like both chief as well as Madam Director said, they have to deal with quite a bit from therapists and being sympathetic, being empathizing, as well as to help direct where the police is going to go, where the fire, as well as EMT, paramedics. So please extend my gratitude for their service to the city of Palo Alto and also all the other cities that we serve. And with that, would you like to come up? Oh, ma'am.
Could I just say one thing, please?
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Yes, this is a council member, Lithcott-Hames.
Yes, I have my hand raised, but it can be hard to see. I'm in Minnesota tonight, delighted to be here virtually, and I want to join my colleagues in commending our public safety dispatchers. I actually had an up close and personal encounter with them last week, unbeknownst to them. Sergeant David Lee was taking me on my very first ride along, and he gave me a tour of the building, which included a tour of the dispatch arena with all the screens, and the hub of activity was really evident. But it wasn't until about 9 p.m. that night in the dark when I was with Sergeant David Lee and a motorist had accidentally turned onto the train tracks at Alma and Churchill instead of onto Alma. And I listened to those dispatchers in the most calm and collected manner indicate what was happening. I watched a team disperse and deploy and stop the trains and help the motorists, and nobody lost their cool. And it was the most profound experience as I sat there frightened in the passenger seat, wondering what's going to happen. It was clear that professionals were on it and crisis was averted. It was profoundly moving. And I feel honored that I got to listen in as that problem was being so skillfully solved. So essential workers indeed. Good for you. We honor you and we're grateful. Absolutely grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. And if I may, I'd like to invite the chiefs and director and whoever else is with the telecommunicators office to please come up here, receive your proclamation, and take a picture with council. Thank you.
You want to brace me for this? No. Oh, there you go.
All righty, we'll move on to our second special order. The city this year is taking time out to celebrate Palo Alto Day, which is April 9th. And we're celebrating tonight by recognizing some of the people who set in motion foundational aspects of our town that we benefit from to this day. It is a rich history that we have, and many have contributed so much to making this place which we have chosen to call home. While we honor some of those who came early, we would be remiss in not also calling to mind the land where we are and those whose heritage we must not forget. The indigenous people who were here long before us and who cared for the land, who tended the creeks and hillside with a gentle touch. Sadly, we don't know the names of individual Ohlone to be able to call upon their memories. And therefore, let us be mindful of the legacy we owe to the Ohlone and others. And we'll start with Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So the resolution that I'm reading is about Timothy Hopkins. Whereas Timothy Hopkins could be designated as the father of Palo Alto, at the request of Leland Stanford, who was busy building his U7 and laid out the new town, which he originally called University Park. It was renamed Palo Alto in 1892, using books From his Menlo Park Estates library, he chose the original street names, most with a literary connection, although Alma was named for a family friend. At the request of the Stanfords, he wrote a deed restriction on all town lots prohibiting the sale or manufacture of alcohol. He donated parcels to all church groups who demonstrated sufficient funds to build a church building. Eventually, he sold his properties to a group of real estate investors. Years later, he discovered that he still owned the property of Palo Alto Avenue between the middle of San Francisco Creek and Palo Alto Avenue. In 1907, he and his wife donated this strip of land to the town of Palo Alto for a park.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm reading a proclamation about Sarah Wallace. Whereas Sarah Wallace was a Mayfield pioneer and champion of women's rights. Originally an Ohio native, she came to California in 1844 as a member of the first wagon train to cross the Sierra Nevada. Arriving at Sutter's Fort, the illiterate young woman spent that first winter learning to read by watching another woman teaching her young daughter to read. In 1856, she took ownership of Mayfield Farm and built a house, often called the Wedding Cake House, where she and her husband entertained the likes of President Ulysses S. Grant, as well as women's rights activists, Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Although she is best known for her work for women's rights, she championed various causes, including bringing the railroad station to Mayfield. Wallace started the first women's club in Mayfield and spoke up at public meetings. She lobbied the legislature in Sacramento for women's rights issues, including bills allowing property rights for women, access to state colleges for women, and allowing women to practice law. Wallace was the founder of the Mayfield Women's Suffrage Organization, of which she was the first president. In 1870, she presided over the first ever meeting of all 9 women's suffrage societies in California, which took place in San Francisco. She later became the first president of the California State Women's Suffrage Education Association.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right. So Arthur Bridgman Clark. Whereas Arthur Bridgman Clark came to California in 1892 to teach at Stanford, he was the first chair of the Art and Architecture Department. Clark and his wife, Grace, lived in College Terrace neighborhood in Mayfield. When Mayfield finally incorporated in 1903, Clark was chosen as the first mayor. His family later moved to a home he designed on the Stanford campus. He designed a number of residences and other buildings in Palo Alto and on the Stanford campus. He was the architect of record for the Hoover House at 623 Miranda on the Stanford campus. Lou Henry Hoover designed the house, but Clark supervised the construction, assisted by his eldest son, Burge. His children, including Burge Clark, Palo Alto's most notable architect, and Dr. Esther Clark, a pediatrician and one of the founders of the Palo Alto Medical Clinic. Arthur B. Clark continued to teach at Stanford until he retired in 1931. He died in 1948.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm reading a tribute to Juana Briones. Whereas Juana Briones was born near present-day Santa Cruz in 1802 as a Spanish citizen. In her young and middle adult years living in Yerba Buena, present-day San Francisco, she was a Mexican citizen. And in her later years, she lived American citizen until her death in 1889. Because of her interests and close contact with California indigenous people in Santa Cruz and San Francisco, she became knowledgeable about native herbal remedies. She's well known for her kindness and skills in healing sick sailors as well as local residents. She was also an entrepreneur. From her family's small farm near the Presidio, she tended the animals and supplied milk, herbs, and vegetables to the visiting sailors and local soldiers living in the Presidio. In 1844, after separating from her abusive husband and with money she had saved from her business activities, she purchased a 4,400-acre rancho in what would become northern Santa Clara County. By the time she had reached her 80s and lived in Mayfield, she was wealthy and able to see her grandchildren go to public schools and get an education, something not accessible to her. Despite efforts to save her rammed earth home at Rancho La Purísima, which was the oldest structure in Palo Alto, until it was demolished in 2011. Those efforts were not successful except for a portion of a wall which has been preserved to be displayed in the Palo Alto Museum. Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. I have the pleasure of reading this proclamation for John Fletcher Bixby, having just walked up on Bixby Park yesterday afternoon in our gorgeous weather. Whereas John F. Bixby was appointed Palo Alto's city engineer in 1906 after graduating from Pali and Stanford, where he studied under Professor C.D. Marks. Bixby served as the city's civil engineer until 1941. In addition to his regular duties as city engineer, such as helping develop the city's utilities and overseeing the development of Embarcadero and University Avenue underpasses, Bixby took a special interest in the Baylands. In 1930, he developed a plan for developing the Baylands, which included municipal ownership of much of the undeveloped area. The municipal dump was already operating, but Bixby envisioned a great deal more. Palo Alto Airport moved out to the Baylands in 1934 from his former home on the Stanford campus. But Bixby was a boating enthusiast, and along with other local boaters, developed the idea of a yacht harbor. City-owned dredge operated in the sloughs, deepening the channels and creating fill for other purposes. The Sea Scout building, designed by Burge Clark and sponsored by Lucy Stern, and now home to environmental volunteers, was dedicated in 1941 and operated alongside a yachting clubhouse and marina where good-sized powerboats could be berthed. Lucy Stern also funded the construction of a public swimming pool out there, but the cold water and cool temperatures were not appealing to human swimmers. However, the ducks loved it. The golf course was built in the 50s, the baseball, softball field in the 60s. As we know, parts of the Baylands now carry his name in recognition of his efforts, Bixby Park. His lumber yard burned down in a fire in 1914, and he suffered significant financial losses. He never gave up. Late in life, he remarked that he had lost 2 fortunes in Palo Alto, and there was no finer place to make and lose one's fortune. Obviously, a clear sense of humor. He died in 1956, somewhat unknown by the residents of the community that he loved.
Thank you. Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I have the honor of reading a proclamation honoring Anna P. Shockey. Whereas Anna P. Shockey and her family were among the first to settle in the new town of Palo Alto, and as a recently widowed mother of 3, Shockey was especially interested in the future education of her children. When Shockey determined that there were enough children in the new town to qualify for its own school, she led the drive to petition the county to form a new school district, freeing the and whereas a 2-room school was built by town volunteers at 529 Bryant Street, the current site of the building known as the Telephone Company Building, and opened in 1893. A marker on the building memorializes this as the site of the town's first elementary school. The school was used for a few years before a proper school was built on Channing Avenue, across from where Channing House is. And whereas Anna P. Shockey next focused her attention on the need for a high school. Using funds from a family trust, she built a house on Forest Avenue that was used as a temporary high school until a new high school was built where Channing House is now and across Channing Avenue from the grammar school. When a new high school was built at El Camino and Embarcadero in 1918, we're familiar with that site, the grammar school moved from their old building to the newer old high school building across the street. The site later briefly became a junior high school before it was replaced by Channing House. And whereas Anna P. Jockey's careful observations of early Palo Alto were compiled into the first published history of Palo Alto when the local newspaper published her Pioneer History of the Town of Palo Alto in 1897. Now, therefore, our mayor, Lydia Koo, on behalf of the entire city council, does hereby recognize Anna P. Jockey, a notable individual who contributed to the founding of Palo Alto.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes, thank you. I have the honor of reading a statement for John F. Parkinson. Whereas John F. Parkinson came to California in 1888 for his health, and by 1892 was living in Palo Alto. He owned a lumberyard and hardware store, had an interest in the Bank of Palo Alto, and supported the well-being of the new town in any way he could. He was Palo Alto's first postmaster when the post office operated out of his lumberyard office. And in 1904, the new Carnegie Library opened in Palo Alto. Only after Parkinson traveled to New York and convinced the Carnegie Foundation that Palo Alto was deserving of a Carnegie Library, although the town was not quite big enough to qualify for full funding. Parkinson was the mayor of Palo Alto at the time of the 1906 earthquake. He led local efforts to gather and send relief supplies to the people of San Francisco. In November 1906, Parkinson streetcar line opened on University Avenue, eventually extending onto the Stanford campus southward on Waverly Street and briefly into San Mateo County.
Thank you, Councilmember. And now we have a couple of proclamations to be read and received by recipients, a family member or representative. We'll start with Vice Mayor Stone for Professor Charles Benjamin Wing. And I believe we have Judy and Stephen here to receive. They're the great-granddaughter and great-grandson of Professor Wing.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas Charles Benjamin Wing was called to Stanford University in 1892, the university's second year, to expand the coursework in structural engineering in the civil engineering department. And whereas Dr. Wing brought teaching experience from Cornell University and the University of Wisconsin to Stanford and supported Stanford's integration of science and technical students into the broader university curriculum. And whereas his academic background included general education in public and private schools, a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, Cornell in 1886, an advanced study at Cornell, bolstered by solid field experience in bridge and hydraulic engineering. And whereas with deep family roots in New England and New York, Dr. Wing settled in University Park, soon renamed Palo Alto, in 1893 with his wife, Anna Paddock Wing, and a growing family in a newly built house at 345 Lincoln Avenue, designed by A.B. Clark. And whereas he Bank House and organizing a small cooperative water system maintained by neighboring professors Marx, Engel, and Thoburn. When elsewhere in town, water was supplied by a mix of wells, windmills, and horse-drawn tanks, delivering water to individual homes and merchants. And whereas Charles Benjamin Wing and another civil engineer, C.D. Marks, were well placed to foresee the benefits of significant cost savings yielded by municipal control of utilities. They offered insight and practical skills to the growing community, including support for financing water and sewer systems and the addition of electricity and gas to municipal ownership. And whereas Dr. Wing served 25 years as a trustee, now referred to as a council member, and was mayor from 1901 to 1909. And whereas his interest in radio engineering and Palo Alto-based Federal Telegraph Company led him to design radio masts for the company's stations in San Francisco and later in Shanghai. And whereas Dr. Wing was a committed conservationist, deeply involved in protecting coastal redwoods from the loggers saw in the Santa Cruz Mountains. He was a major force in preserving Big Basin as the first California state park, later helping develop a state park plan and serving as chief of the Parks Division of California's Department of Natural Resources. And whereas Dr. Wing designed the new Stanford Stadium, which stood from 1921 to 2005, with its memorable berms cradling the structure and intended to withstand earthquakes. He then succeeded C.D. Marks as head of the Civil Engineering Department in 1923. Now, therefore, Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby recognize Charles Benjamin Wing as a notable individual who contributed to the founding of Palo Alto.
Thank you. Would the Belcher family like to say anything?
I'm very impressed with Professor Wing's history. I might point out that his great-great-grandson is here, right there. And I'd like to introduce Judy. Did you have something to say? Did you have something to say? Yeah, and my sister.
Older brother. Good evening, Mayor Cow and council members. Thank you so much on behalf of the family for recognizing Professor Wing in the history of Palo Alto. Just as an aside, I'd just like to thank Barty, whose grandfather was Professor Marks. Professor Marks and Professor Wing built houses across the street from each other. Professor Wing was 345 Lincoln and Professor Marks was across the street, and they were friends and colleagues and did a lot for Palo Alto, but they did even more. They went up into the Sierras and on Forest Service and explored all over the Sierras very, very early on, and eventually built cabins up there next to each other. So we're still neighbors. I'm still a neighbor of Barty's in Fallen Leaf. So I just wanted to mention that and thank her for contacting us, because otherwise we wouldn't have known about this. So thank you.
Well, thank you for all the contributions. We're going to read a second proclamation, and that is for Professor Charles David Marks, and Councilmember Vinker will do the honors.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And we had a little preview about Professor Marks, but it's my honor to read the proclamation. Whereas Charles David Marks was called to Stanford University in 1891 to join the initial faculty assembled by President David Starr Jordan to establish the program in civil engineering. And whereas Dr. Marks brought teaching experience from Cornell University and the University of Wisconsin to Stanford, as well as appreciation for the still novel principle that students in technical fields, such as science and engineering, be integrated into the broader university curriculum. And whereas he was born in Toledo, Ohio, to parents who emigrated from Germany after the failed revolution of 1848, and prepared for academic appointments through a general and technical secondary education in Karlsruhe, Germany, Dr. Marks acquired a civil engineering degree from Cornell in 1878 and also benefited from advanced study at the Karlsruhe Polytechnic and several years of practical field work on railroads, bridges, rivers, and water and sewer systems. And whereas Marks settled in University Park, soon renamed Palo Alto in 1893, with his wife, Harriet Grotklaas Marks, and their young family in a newly built house at 357 Kingsley Avenue, designed by A.B. Clark. And whereas the family's water was piped from a backyard tank house and well belonging to Professor Charles B. Wing and maintained cooperatively by Dr. Wing and neighboring professors, Thoburn and Angel, when elsewhere in town, water was supplied by a mix of wells, windmills, and horse-drawn tanks delivering water to individual homes and merchants. And whereas Dr. Marks and Dr. Wing, another civil engineer, were well placed to foresee the benefits of significant cost savings yielded by municipal control of utilities. They offered insight and practical skills to the growing community, including support for financing water and sewer systems and the addition of electricity and gas to municipal ownership. And whereas Dr. Marks's Stanford duties, coinciding with 30 years of service to Palo Alto as a trustee, now referred to as a council member, and member of the Board of Public Works, extended beyond teaching and departmental affairs to local, regional, and national contributions. And whereas after the 1906 earthquake, Marks led a commission of 3 engineers, himself, Wing, and Durand, charged with evaluating Stanford's earthquake damage and planning the reconstruction necessary to reopen the university. And whereas Stanford faculty interest in the early days of radio electronics in Palo Alto anticipated today's Silicon Valley, with connections between faculty and students in academic research and startups financed by venture capitalists. Dr. Marks's interest was also personal through his son, Roland, a young engineer who set up a spark station in the family barn and erected an antenna used in experimental continuous wave voice transmissions. Now, therefore, Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby recognize Charles David Marks as a notable individual who contributed to the founding of Palo Alto.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. And I know that we have Barbara Wallace, who is a family member of Professor Marks. Would you like to say a few words to the proclamation?
Yes, I'm Barbara Wallace, known as Barty. I'm a collateral descendant of David Marks. His younger brother, Guido Marks, was my grandfather, and also in the engineering world, but a mechanical engineer. I just looked around at you people here, spending a lot of time and a lot of effort on the welfare of Palo Alto and the citizens of Palo Alto, residents and people who come in and leave because of work. And I just think they'd all be kind of astonished, you know, at the size and the idea that we still have municipal utilities. It wasn't always easy. I think they were really motivated less by kind of a social welfare philosophy than the actual cost savings that they were very careful to calculate. And I'm delighted to have a chance to know that some of these early people are going truly to be remembered, and that the Palo Alto Museum, when it opens, will have a place for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would be remiss not to thank the History Museum, Palo Alto History Museum, for providing the information for tonight's presentations. For the first such and this 2023 Palo Alto Day event. History is about learning and inspiring, and it is very inspiring. I mean, to learn about all of this tonight. So thank you. These are just a few of the early entrepreneurs and leaders whom we can model in order to create a better Palo Alto. And making this information accessible to all of us this evening is important if we are to learn about how we might best go forward. I look forward to the museum starting construction soon and working together on many projects to come, including more celebrations of the persons and events that have had long-lasting and positive impacts on this place we call home, Palo Alto. Thank you to the museum for your contribution this evening in helping us know more about our town of Palo Alto. And would you like the family members come up onto the dais and take a picture with us, council members, while you receive your proclamation? Okay, thank you, Palo Alto Museum, and thank you for being here, family members. We'll move on to our next item, which is the study session. Report and discussion on community engagement activities planned to implement the city work plans for calendar year 2023. And so if I might just say something, so we'll have the staff presentation, and to any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand if you're attending virtually or submit a speaker card to the clerk. We will stop taking speaker cards at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I will turn the microphone over to our Chief Communications Officer, Megan Horrigan-Taylor, to report for staff.
Good morning, Council. Megan Horgan-Taylor, Chief Communications Officer. Great to be here this evening. Wanted to take a moment this evening to talk a little bit about activities planned for calendar year 2023 related to community engagement. And wanted to note, last March, we presented an annual look ahead. So this is becoming an annual process, if you will, at least for here this year. And wanted to note that as council approved your priorities in January, the information that is before you tonight incorporates your overall focus around community priorities. It also takes into account department activities planned as well from a community engagement standpoint. And so tonight we are looking for input from you around community engagement for the rest of the year. And I'll go through just a couple of slides to orient you around that. If you could go to slide 2. Thank you. Tonight, just overall purpose of our study session this evening is to gain input from you in a number of different ways, partly to gain alignment around the activities outlined as part of the staff report, and also hear from you on a few of the areas that we've outlined in the staff report for additional input needed. I did want to note that as part of our staff report in front of you, we provided attachment A. Attachment A provides some key activities achievements from 2022 that sought to really helped provide a number of different successes. One of those is informing council decision-making. So that's topic-based community engagement that we undertook last year. Further, of course, your council priorities for that year, 2022, and enhance community engagement and input received, really to build community and city relationships, relationship building, and build community connections. Some of those notable achievements that are listed as attachment A that I just wanted to highlight on this slide relate to, of course, the reimagined and retooled neighborhood town hall process. We've now have 2 of those town halls under our belt and looking forward to the 3rd in June. We also in late fall completed the Palo Alto Community Survey. Those results were brought to you earlier this year as well. And a few other things to note. Last year, we renewed the focus from the police department and fire department and other departments in hosting the annual National Night Out event that took place right here outside of the police station, but also in a number of different community neighborhoods. Also, we officially opened the Rinconada Park and JMZ and the solar system exhibit, and relaunched a number of community events, annual community events that were on pause through the pandemic. Next slide. Thank you. For 2023, there are several goals that we have put forth through the staff report that I wanted to highlight this evening. The scope has significantly expanded from last year, and so I did want to note that. The community engagement plan really seeks a number of different things. Support the implementation of the city's work plans, of course. Build community and community awareness through listening and responding to feedback. enhance civic participation overall, and receive stakeholder input to inform city council and city decision-making. I also wanted to note that as part of our engagement scope of work, our engagement approaches follow the International Association for Public Participation. It's a framework that we've used for several years, and it really tries to align the type of input and feedback needed for the specific project. So for example, it may be that we're looking to inform the community. So we may want to do some frequently asked questions to answer community concerns or community questions we've received, provide or create some fact sheets, and other opportunities like community information sessions around complex topics that the council is undertaking. One of those that we do annually is around the budget process. Both sharing information with the public about the services that may be funded through the upcoming budget, and also answer questions through that process. Next slide. I did want to note that as part of the work that we've presented to you, really the focus areas and the work fall into 3 areas: topic-based community engagement, open-ended engagement, by the community. And so examples within those 3 areas include things like, from a topic-based standpoint, the bike and pedestrian plan development, long-term use of Coverly, the SCAF plan that will be before you later this year. An example of policy issues and topics that are tied to department work include things like adoption of the housing element, parklets discussion, downtown housing master plan, the tree ordinance, and fiber to the home. Open-ended engagement, of course, as I noted earlier, one key focus area is the neighborhood town hall process. And we did just complete the 2nd there and are planning our 3rd. The budget town hall process and listening session. And other examples would be city service feedback, Palo Alto 311, and new customer relationship management tools that we're implementing this year. Related to following up and closing the loop, of course, we have one-on-one discussions almost every day with residents to address their concerns or answer their questions. We also, of course, manage email and respond in that fashion, but did want to note specifically that we have specific digital and printed newsletters. The printed newsletter is new. So the first one that we've mailed out to each resident's home was in the fall. We're planning those quarterly. And of course, the website and social media are other opportunities. Next slide. I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to talk a little bit about our online focus. And so here on the screen are just a number of ways that we are trying to connect the city to the community with different online resources. They range from email newsletters to, of course, agendas and minutes and tracking the council's conversations, to the city manager's comments and other city updates through our Palo Alto Connect medium.com blog space. And of course, listed here are all ways to connect with us online through social media. Next slide. So tonight we are really seeking input from you on our overall framework that we've provided to you both in the staff report and here tonight. And a few key areas that you may want to focus some of your time on this evening include the new neighborhood town hall process and planning effort. We did hear from many of you about just overall engagement and the importance of community hosted events as part of that process. So hearing from you about that overall effort would be helpful. And then we did also wanted to put out for consideration and discussion the cadence of our Palo Alto community survey currently is slated to occur annually. And in advance, it was a little bit more on a every other year cadence. So wanted to gain some thoughts around that as well, if there are any thoughts related to that. With that, those are my closing comments and open for questions.
So let's go for a round of questions from council members before we go out to the public. Anybody have questions? I don't see any questions, so let's go out to the public. Oh, I'm so sorry, madam. Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
No problem. Usually I'm boisterous when I'm there in person. It's hard to be boisterous on Zoom. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Horgan Taylor and her whole team for pulling together this terrific report. And two things came up for me. Three, gratitude, number one. Number two, we are fortunate to have among us in this room, on this Zoom, in our community, some incredibly deeply engaged residents and business owners. We know that. We are a highly engaged community. And yet, many people who are blissfully ignorant about what's happening in this city at various levels. I noted in your report, you said there were 800,000 users of the website, which can't be, I think that was a typo. I think we meant 800,000 hits in a certain time frame. I am interested in knowing how many unique users do we have in any given time frame when it comes to the website? And more importantly, what can we imagine doing to try to engage the rest who are never hitting the website, who, but for this wonderful new quarterly newsletter and the bills they get, are not hearing from the city regularly? They don't even know what they're missing. I think there's a whole slew of people who are busy paying attention to other things and not paying enough attention to Palo Alto. So I'm curious about how you're planning to reach and engage them. The second point I want to make is the Santa Clara County Civil Grand Jury report back in December 2021, comparing our efforts on affordable housing to the city of Mountain View, had a lot of findings, and it wasn't always favorable about Palo Alto. And one of the things I noted was they said Palo Alto City Council members do not play a strong enough leadership role in personally engaging in community education and discussion to aid in resident acceptance of the need to build affordable housing. These town halls are terrific. We've gotten 2 under our belts. I think those are an exciting opportunity for us to demonstrate that leadership that the civil grand jury was suggesting we were falling short on. So I just want to put out there, as we craft those agendas for what is going to be talked about, I know it's a mix of listening and talking, responding and sharing. We have been given some marching orders by the civil grand jury about being out there in the community and talking about stuff more. And I think this is a lovely venue to consider situating some of these tougher conversations. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. That was, thank you for your comments. We were going for questions, but I see there's no other questions.
I'm sorry.
Right?
Well, I did have a
No
question about the
worries.
number of unique users. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, Council Member. I see Council Member Vinker has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Koo. Just a couple of quick questions, I think. So first of all, thank you, Director Horgan Taylor. This is a lot of work and a lot of different facets, a lot of means to try to engage people. So much appreciated. One question, and I know it'll come up in a later action item, but it feels like there's some overlap. So my question is there? And if so, where is there? With some of the other things that I think of as community engagement, and namely I'm thinking of like the Coverly planning process, the comprehensive area plans, those kinds of things seem like feedback and engagement and solicitation of public comment. Are those just separate and apart from this plan, or what's the relationship?
Thank you for the question. They are definitely intertwined. So the Coverly overall effort is listed as one of the items that are in the staff report. The work that we listed out really is what we can accomplish and what's slated for the calendar year. So you may not see things, but you may know that those are coming soon. They may fall into 2024 as an example. But definitely we work on a regular basis with each of the departments to help support them with big initiatives like you've noted.
Thank you. And my second question relates to the town halls. I ran into some friends at church on Sunday who said, hey, I was at the neighborhood town hall down at Mitchell Park. And I said, yeah, no, it was a good one. They said, well, we didn't see you there. And so one of my questions is, how do we go about figuring out which council members host which ones? And I know there's a few upcoming this year. So just how does that process work?
Great question. Thank you. When we envisioned and worked with then Mayor Burt and then Vice Mayor Koo, working with the PAN leadership, we created an overall framework as part of that in terms of how to gain volunteer assignments, if you will, from the council members. At that time, we had talked about 2 council members to host with the neighborhoods of those neighborhood groupings as we go. Outside of that, we've sort of tried to work through that structure by asking for volunteers and assignments from the council. And so we're still working through that process. Would love any feedback that the council has around how you've felt that process has been working or not, or could use some improvement. So definitely appreciate that.
Let me, if I could just expand on that a bit. At this point, just as a status check, all of the council members, the previously returning council members have now co-hosted a town hall. So it's really, I believe, now our new council members, Vinker, Lowing, and Lithcott Hames that have not yet co-hosted one of the town halls. One of the topics of discussion, perhaps you might want to jump into this evening, is whether it's 2 co-hosts or 3 co-hosts. I know there was some question and some debate over that in the last town hall meeting.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on the previous comments. So I think the town halls are great, and the last one there was a lot of attendees, but I think it's important that we rotate council members. So if someone did, let's say, a town hall right before, they shouldn't be doing the next one. We want to kind of spread the love around. So I think that's really important so that the community gets a chance to get to know everyone versus just a few council members. Thank you.
Okay, again,
Mayor Koo,
we're kind of going
If you
through,
wouldn't mind, I did want to make sure to respond back to Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
oh, sure.
Sorry, can you hear me okay? Did want to mention, she asked specifically about the website traffic, and so did want to answer you specifically. We do have over 800,000 unique visitors to the website annually. And so from a monthly standpoint, I need to check in terms of what that kind of equates to. Of course, when there's storm emergencies and other emergency situations, the amount of traffic does increase, and we have seen an increase since New Year's Eve related to the storm events that have occurred. We do track both unique visitors to the website and clicks to each page. We have a sense for example, the highest pages that typically on a monthly basis our residents and visitors go to learn about information. And so we do evolve the website accordingly based on those reports that we receive.
Thank you for that. I think it reveals my naivete that people well outside of Palo Alto would be hitting our website. It's great to hear. My question remains, and perhaps not answerable today, can we figure out how many of our actual residents, I'm interested in how many of our residents are choosing to hear from us by coming to the website, coming to Nextdoor, coming to social media, or receiving push versus receiving push items, push notifications from us. And I'd like to ultimately for us to dial up the number who know about the website and the social media and the various other ways in which they can learn about the city. It's that missing group that I think is less informed than we would want them to be, that I'd like us to be curious about reaching. Thank you.
I definitely appreciate that. And one reason why we were very interested in the printed newsletter, for example, is we know that the information will get to every single household. We do have information listed there that does try to track that information like you've asked.
Thanks much.
All right, let's go to the general public for public comments, please. Madam Clerk, Mr. Clerk. Let's keep it at 2 minutes, please.
Our first speaker is Mark Shaw online, followed by Rebecca Ward.
Thank you. In drilling into the work plan, the city's plan to address aircraft concentration and emission, noise and emission problem over us is, quote, engage the SFO roundtable on SFO GBAS project. First, if anyone believes the SFO roundtable is going to engage voluntarily with Palo Alto on anything, I'd be happy to send you a summary from a public record request to San Mateo County, which operates the roundtable, documenting how Palo Alto's request to join the roundtable last year was handled. Second, I followed the SFO GBAS program since the initial live trials at SFO in 2015, and have spoken repeatedly to this body since 2016, saying the city needs to pay attention to SFO's GBAS program, not because it is going to change traffic over us much, it won't, but because GBAS is an SFO, not FAA program, which potentially gave us a bit of leverage with the airport, and that we should use this bit of leverage to push for one key thing, to gain a meaningful seat at the table. SFO did reach out to Palo Alto and GBAS, and the city's made a number of large data requests, but we have not pushed for a meaningful ongoing forum to work with SFO and the FAA. Instead, the city plan seems to be to accept working with the roundtable in the way we do today, as an outsider. 2-minute public speaking slots, which are often only one for all agenda items and none for their frequent non-public ad hoc meetings on critical issues. I don't see how this is a work plan or strategy. I think it feels like we are punting. The city's strategy and work plan should be simple and clear. Palo Alto deserves equal and meaningful representation with SFO and the FAA on aircraft noise and emissions issues. And a work plan should be built around supporting this goal, which is achievable, and not around settling for the outrageous way the city is treated by the airport and roundtable on these matters today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Ward, followed by Liz Gardner.
Good evening, council members. On page 5 of the staff report associated with the topic community health and safety, as the previous speaker mentioned, the bullet point for airplane noise is engage the SFO roundtable and SFO's GBAS system. That's not a strategy to address airplane concentration over our city. It is at best a very limited tactic. The community has pleaded with the city and council to take substantive actions for 7 years. The FAA has repeatedly told us there will be no impact to their proposed changes. But let me just read a couple of examples from the responses that they've given us, because quite frankly, they've not been forthright. In 2014, in response to comments from the city, they said it's contrary to FAA policy to shift aircraft noise over one community from another. Our analysis indicates the proposed action would not result in significant noise impacts or reportable noise increases. Well, I just want to point out to everybody that in 2014, before they implemented NextGen, we had 580 noise complaints for the entire year from our community. That went to 680,000 in the following year post NextGen implementation. And these types of misrepresentations about what's happening or what's going to happen have happened with the Class B change, with the Pirate Oceanics. The FAA has repeatedly told us there'll be no impact to their proposed actions, but with each change they make, data clearly shows it does impact us. It's really important that the city take substantive action and come up with a plan and a strategy to address the concentration of airplane noise. The city and our residents deserve better. Thank you.
Okay, before we go to the next speaker, I just want to clear that this is a study session on report and discussion on community engagement activities that's planned to implement the city's work plans for calendar year 2023. So it's about community engagement on city council priorities. That's going to come up later in the evening. It's item number 11. So again, it's on discussion on community engagements. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by Jennifer Anderson.
Before you start the clock, I was hoping to get an additional minute, Madam Mayor.
No. Ms. Gardner, we've stated 2 minutes for everyone. Please, let's keep it at 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, can you reset the clock, please? Can you reset the clock? Hello? Thank you. Okay, thank you for providing this level of engagement tonight. I wanted to speak to the quality of life and the connection to belonging to community, building and growing an inclusive residential community. Yet here we are. We have nearly 50% renters, and the ilk of these renters are residing in multi-family housing and are really viewed as third-class residents in this town. I wanted to bring forth a personal matter, which is really troubling to me. Currently, my family is trapped in substandard rental housing. My child is approved for out-of-network psych help, and my teen does not have any additional space, a third space in our small 700 square foot apartment to Zoom in with a psychologist. We do have a community room, but that is off limits. I did want to speak to youth and psychology in our town. Many of our therapists do not take Medi-Cal or other outside insurers. So he's been deemed to get psychology from as far away as Roseville, California. And this is just unacceptable that nobody or psychologists in Palo Alto are not accepting other forms of insurance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Landesman, followed by Aram James.
Good evening, Council. I understand community engagement can be used for so many things like education, promotion, but the packet says that it is tied to how it'll advance priorities. So I think it needs to be really clear how community engagement will advance priorities. Last year's council can look back to visibly putting up safety as a 2022 priority and showing this support with several actions. I'm happy that my neighborhood and the community wrote to council to ask for adequate resources for this priority. This is the meaning of empowerment. Council's eventual actions were strongly supported by the community. If safety had languished in a list of 300 departmental items and gotten no real attention, what value would that 2022 priority have been? Please add some filters to understand allocation of resources so that when you're doing community engagement with this all-encompassing list of everything like the work plan, so that it, to find a way to show what you're really prioritizing. And this really matters because that's how you get to see when you gave something a special push, when and how council and the community took an issue to another level. I think the previous comments about airplane noise were really important because I think it was speaking to the fact that community engagement about airplane noise is clearly missing because the city has something on a bullet point that doesn't reflect at all the reality of the issue. So it kind of defeats the purpose and it's a priority from 2022 and 2023. So it's all very tied. I look forward to seeing how community engagement will be done for airplane noise this year. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron James, followed by Anil Barbara.
Mayor Koo, you don't really set a good standard when we're dealing with civil engagement and all of a sudden you just cut our time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. You know, how are you going to civilly engage folks and think that you're credible when people prepare for 3-minute talks? You all get to talk endlessly. You know, I've timed some of our city council members. They can't even stick to the 5 minutes in repeated talk. So, you know, you're making a show of this, and then you're showing, you know, that you really don't care about civil engagement. I want to thank Greg Tanaka. Hey, Greg, you know, I can't do the new computer stuff. You used to have somebody that would call me because I've wanted to talk, but I don't know how. I'm technically kind of limited. So I would like to come to more of your Sunday meetings. They are great community outreach. Julie Lithcott-Hames sends out an extraordinary blog. I think I've had 3 or 4 of them so far. I read them in detail. It's community outreach. It's civil engagement at its best. And Councilmember Venker has started to do the same. And I appreciate all of that. In terms of process, you know, I have no idea why things get set on the agenda. And I just know that citizens like myself seem shut out. Why these agendas happen without input from people like myself, who I understand are disfavored, but I still have a constitutional right to participate in city government. So I'd like to know what that's at. And I do remember having a conversation. I hope you remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney Stump, but there are some provisions that would allow us to expand the parameters of the Brown Act. So we would be able to actually have an opportunity to engage council members and not just speak. And then, unless we're a favored citizen where you see somebody all of a sudden, you know, responding to somebody, you know, which is out of order, of course, unless we apply that to all the citizens. So it's the process. And I hope somebody's going to go to the Ventura neighborhood with one of the town hall meetings. That's it for now.
Our next speaker is Anil Barbar, followed by Jennifer L.
Thank you, Mayor Koo and Council. Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association. On your work plan is one of the items is continued outreach on the rental registry. I want to thank the staff so far for their outreach to the California Apartment Association and engagement on this issue. You know, as we have mentioned time and time again, we are deeply concerned about the implementation of rent registry. We feel it's unnecessary, expensive, and burdensome because much of the data you're looking for exists already. It's very expensive to implement, as it was the reason why the state has decided to reject a bill to implement a statewide registry on 3 different occasions. And it's cumbersome to implement. If you look at other cities who have considered it, particularly the audit that the city auditor in San Jose did, they recommended going against it. But as you do go forward on outreach on the rental registry, you know, you do have a existing rent registry in the city of Palo Alto. I would encourage staff to take those emails from that registry and really do a better job in reaching out to the many owners in the city that are registered in that registry. This proposal, and so we encourage further outreach, and so that you can understand the pitfalls that you will face in implementing this, if you do decide to implement it, and the cost of the city. You know, the cost that it's going to be borne on out of a rent registry could be better spent, for example, providing direct rental aid to tenants instead of creating another cumbersome city bureaucratic process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer L., followed by Alex Dersh.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Liu. I'm a Palo Alto resident for over 20 years. I saw this the topic about the rental registry. I oppose the rental registry. Rental registry is not necessary. Currently, we have a complaint-based system which has been working well. According to the reports, there are not many complaints, but the concern is that tenants are not well informed regarding how to make a complaint. I think any issues can be easily addressed by advertising and reaching out to tenants by website, by social media, as mentioned earlier. Currently, there are over 800,000 unique visitors visiting the city's website. With such high traffic rates, tenants should be well informed already. Rent registry is a very expensive approach. Who should pay for this? By the city's budget, the city is already extremely tight on the budget and is not a wise use of taxpayers' money. Should it be paid by the housing providers? Nowadays, it's very expensive to maintain properties with the material and labor costs skyrocketing. With the actual cost, housing providers have no choice but to pass the expenses to tenants, making housing even less affordable. The San Jose Housing Department used to have 2.5 staff members a few years ago. Since they implementing the rent registry, now they are 10 times as big. Is Palo Alto ready for the 10x cost? Dear council members, please help housing providers to save cost and give them incentive to provide more affordable housing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Dersh, followed by Katie Causey.
Hello. Hi, good evening. Thank you, staff and council and the other commenters. My name is Alex Dersh. I grew up in Palo Alto, and almost the whole time I was there, my family rented. And I'm just wanting to share, when it comes to community engagement, to get feedback on the city's work plan, I thought the staff did a really great job at the recent feedback session about a rental registry. But that feedback session really emphasized how critical it is to ensure that the city does substantial outreach to our renting neighbors. Renters are almost half of the population here, but are underrepresented in public comment and public engagement. And that's especially the case for renters at the lowest income levels. I heard about this item from the Palo Alto Renters Association, which does a really great job of ensuring renters have their voice heard by local government. And I encourage the city and council members to touch base with them to better understand what our renters are facing. For example, evictions are almost always seniors, single parents, and members of marginalized communities, and very often long-term residents engage with their community. They need their voices heard by you. In order to successfully implement the city's work plan and successfully represent all of your constituents, extensive engagement with your renting neighbors is imperative. And also, rental registry itself would be a good way to get feedback in the form of data that will be critical for your policymaking. Thank you all again, and have a great rest of your evening.
Our next speaker is Katie Causey, followed by Kriti Basadine.
Haven't met before. My name is Katie Causey. I am a renter born and raised in Palo Alto. I've worked as a staff member for the Palo Alto Renters Association, PARA, and I currently sit on PARA's board. I'm speaking tonight to encourage council to continue to invest in renter feedback when engaging with the community. This is a really difficult task. It is something PARA is constantly working on. But as we all know, it's really easy to get public feedback from wealthy retired homeowners who have a lot of free time, and it's a lot harder to get feedback from, say, a tenant who's working multiple jobs who just doesn't have that time. As one example, PARA has found that in order to get accurate feedback from our most vulnerable community members, we have to give them multiple flexible opportunities for feedback and offer a stipend or gift card. And we need to make sure the city is really investing in reaching out to those members of our community who are really struggling so their voices are heard, talking with the nonprofits they rely on so the city learns how to best support them. Thank you so much all. And if we haven't met yet, feel free to drop me a line so we can talk about what our renters are experiencing.
Our next speaker is Kariti Bassadine, and just so the council is aware, members of the public, there are additional requests to speak, but they missed the cutoff.
Good evening. I'd like to say hello to the mayor. I had the pleasure of meeting her a few days ago at another meeting. My name is Kirti Bessendan, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm actually a current artist in residence with the City of Palo Alto Public Arts Program. The King Artist Residency is intended for community engagement to bring greater awareness and stimulate conversations around the topics of equity and inclusion in Palo Alto. My project will focus on diverse communities residing and or working in Palo Alto and experiencing socioeconomics or housing instability. Some of the partnerships that are formed to formulate this work is PARA, Moon Mountain View, the housing authorities, and various other partnerships to try and bring forward the voices of some of the amazing, the large population of the renters here, as well as the RV dwellers and groups that are facing housing instability. I will be gathering information, stories that will inform my final artwork that will be displayed at the King Plaza. The project goal is to spark conversations about all these issues that we've been talking about: renters registry, affordable housing. It's about inclusion and sense of belonging. My focus will be addressing housing insecurity, especially the almost 50% renters that reside in Palo Alto. I'd like to bring forward the voices that are often not heard or feel that they're set aside. And through workshops and art workshops, as well as listening to stories, it will help inform the kind of public art program, art piece that I will be formulating to bring all these voices together. It's a really important residency. It's a Martin Luther King residency, and I'm looking to get in touch with the landlords and California associations like Anil Barber to hear their perspectives. Thank you.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. If there's comments or further questions, please state it now. Okay, I'll go ahead and ask a question until I see more lights. So I was wondering, could you give some more picture to town halls and how what the topics being discussed and how that is formulated?
Thank you for the question. We've worked with Palo Alto neighborhood leaders in creating a structure where each town hall, we have a grouping of neighborhoods that are participating. This last grouping those specific neighborhood association leaders all met together with the city staff and met with the council members that were hosting and talked about their overall interest in certain topics, gaining an understanding about housing, for example, or in this case, Cubberley, and a rail update and crime update. And we also talked a little bit about other city items that we would be interested in sharing. And it was a dialogue each time to talk about what we think we can fit in a meeting. and ensure that it's not 4 hours long or anything like of that nature. But it is a dialogue back and forth. And it really is an opportunity for the neighbors to come forward and poll their neighbors and ask about items that they care about. And that's part of the discussion. So moving forward, for example, we are working with Ventura neighborhood and some surrounding neighborhoods for the next town hall. We haven't had that planning meeting, but that's really the opportunity, is to structure that dialogue, discuss ways that we can share updates on areas specific, issues specific to the neighborhoods in that area.
In fact, if I might, Mayor, just to add a couple of points there, that not only the topics are done in collaboration between our city team as well as the neighborhoods, but even the date, the location, and the time of the meetings are done in consultation and really in partnership with the neighborhood leaders. So I think worth noting that we've created, thank you to Megan, really implemented this framework that has all aspects being done in partnership.
Thank you for that. And after the meeting, after the town hall, do you return to the neighborhoods to get feedback on whether there was too many neighborhoods involved, or, you know, their feedback on how the meeting went and what could be done differently if needed to be?
Thank you for that question. Yes, so this past meeting, I did meet with one neighborhood leader who had talked with some of her colleagues about kind of the things that they thought worked well, didn't work well. And my hope is to talk about those different opportunities with the next planning group.
Thank you. And so I was just wondering, how much of our topics do we involve the neighborhood associations themselves? So say, for example, Midtown or Barron Park. So with each of the association, do we try to present at their monthly meetings, et cetera?
Great question. As their meetings occur, and they're interested in hearing about a topic. So for instance, Midtown Neighborhood Association was interested in hearing about the city's storm response and resources available to the neighborhood, the residents in the neighborhood. And myself, Ken Duker, and Brad presented information to their association at their association meeting. So that does happen organically throughout the year. That's one example, but that does happen frequently.
So that would be more of the neighborhood associations reaching out to city. So for consideration, perhaps on certain topics with the outreach, that would be another place to reach out to for them to disseminate the information.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I guess first question, is there any threat to the rental registry in this item? I mean, I see on item 12, I think it is tonight, that it's included on the policy and services work plan, but we've heard several comments from the public on it.
There is no threat, no suggestion that we slow down that work.
Okay, good. Glad to hear. So then I won't waste time defending that, because it's a really critical, foundational kind of next step for this council. So glad to hear that. Thank you. Through the International Association of Public Participation structure for that was discussed in the report, are we able to measure which groups that the city is not effectively being able to communicate with?
That's a great question. Not necessarily through that framework, but through the work that we do, we're able to have a sense for who the engagement, depending on the type of engagement, how we're engaging with those that provide input. And we do have a general sense of different segments of the community that may be missing, and try other opportunities like small focus group conversations, folks just like to receive and provide input in different ways. And so part of the opportunity with that framework is to really tailor what we're seeking of by different audience groups.
Okay, so good to hear we're able to kind of pivot real time when it seems like we're not getting through. I do think a couple of groups such as renters is one. I mean, as a renter myself, I often found kind of fewer opportunities to maybe to get involved or just feeling as kind of as included or at receiving maybe, well, tough to know because I've never not been a renter. So what it's like on the other side, but maybe something like the rent registry or other issues coming forward, we can find a way to be able to do that. I think Palo Alto Renters Association always has really good ideas and ties to that community, maybe increasing the partnership there. And, you know, one thing, and maybe this could be a referral to the Human Relations Commission. I remember when I served on the HRC, one of the initiatives that was picked up then, and don't know if that was ever continued through to completion, but a discussion around community engagement for particular demographics in the community. I think at the time we were looking at recent immigrants and finding ways to make sure that they were feeling included in kind of Palo Alto, both at government level, but also just making those connections. So maybe that's something that we can consider moving forward. How do we incorporate various boards and commissions into this as well, not just at the council level? My next question is on the budget process for the Get to Know Your Neighbor grants. I know those have been returned. Can, you know, maybe for both existing members and for the public as well, can you just discuss kind of how much money is available for that, and just kind of briefly, what is the process for that?
All right, I'll get started, and Ms. Oregon Taylor may expand by finding the right website or I think we have a news item on our home page, but that is a grant to neighborhood associations or individual residents. The latter being if they are organizing a block party, they could apply for up to $500 to cover expenses associated with the block party, or for neighborhood associations with larger events up to $1,000. And I believe we've got sufficient funds, we expect. Love to be proven wrong, that we have sufficient funds to cover the applications that we're expecting to receive at least through the end of the fiscal year. And again, typically there is something of a surge or a push around National Night Out, which is in August. So whether it's at the beginning of the summer, the end of the summer, or all year round, that is a program that can provide financial support for neighborhood meetings, neighborhood events.
And I had just a quick follow-up then. I spoke with somebody after the last town hall, which was another good plug for these town halls, gives us an opportunity to then be able to stick around and have some more one-on-ones with the residents, who mentioned being very appreciative of that funding, but made a good point about the kind of 500, but the 1,000 total cap. And I guess for their neighborhood association, finding it kind of unnecessarily burdensome to have to apply for two grants kind of through the city process, and wondering if there's kind of flexibility in how we handle that.
I would acknowledge that there are strings that come attached typically with the city funds, certain things that we won't fund, like alcohol, and I believe there might even be a limit on meat, just simply because of the dollars that can be allocated for uses like that. So there is some back and forth that our community services department leads with the neighborhood as to how best to stretch the dollars as far as it can go.
I did want to mention there is a dedicated website to apply. And so it's cityofpaloalto.org/knowyourneighbors grant.
Great, thank you. And Madam Mayor, I see I'm out of time. Do you want to just wrap up a couple of additional points, or are we planning on coming back around for another round?
Sure, wrap it up.
Okay,
Thank you.
Sounds good. Just real briefly, I'd like to see us do a little more on the kind of community building side, and maybe community building events that are going to bring together community and give a sense of place and belonging. I think that's so critical Now, I think that's one thing that so many people missed during the pandemic. I think the city should be able to provide more of that. I'm always struck by a lot of other communities I feel do more on that, and I'd like to see us be able to address that. It's just a great opportunity. I mean, we have Mayfet, we've got the chili cook-off, which I hope comes back this year, but like I think there's more opportunities for that. And then finally, just quick feedback on the town hall. I thought it was wonderful. I thought the level of engagement, both pre, during, and post, has been great. I thought it was a good partnership, and I only heard good things from community members afterwards when I stuck around and talked, and definitely a call for more of those moving forward. My quick thought on the 2 or 3 council members, I think it's a trade-off that should be discussed with the neighborhoods in these pre-meetings. 3 is great. You can hear from more, but also, and I think this was the warning that I gave when we were having these pre-meetings for the last one, it also means, since we don't want these meetings going on beyond 2 hours, it also means less opportunity for public engagement and public questions when we have 3 council members answering questions as opposed to 2. So I think it should be left to each individual town hall to have that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Councilmember Burt. I saw that, yeah. So Councilmember Burt, I saw your light go on first.
Okay. So first, following up on a couple of points Vice Mayor made, and this actually also goes to this question of that Councilmember Lithcott-Hames raised about how do we reach people who aren't part of our regular engagement group. And special city events are often those occasions where we really reach a different group of people. And those include our summer concerts. We know about certainly our Art and Wine Festival and our Mayfet Parade. But for instance, at the festival after the Mayfet Parade, we have community organizations and city staff that are out there, community services or utilities. And it's really one of the few ways that the community, kind of a random sampling of the community, gets an opportunity to engage with city staff and these critical community partners that are a big part of our community. So I'd really encourage us to look at the summer concerts as an occasion to do more of that engagement and familiarize people, for instance, with the neighborhood block party grant program, because there's just a lot of folks who do know about it and many who do not. I also wanted to follow up on the Vice Mayor's point about how we really bring in people who have immigrated to our community and make them feel very much a part of civic life. And when I first came on the council, a personal focus, in particular, outreach to our very large ethnic Chinese immigrant community. And it took a number of deliberate efforts, but really made progress in those regards. Now, we now have some very strong local nonprofits that are potential partners for us to work with. And so a lot of these events, we have the town halls where we're engaging with neighborhood groups, and we have specific city-sponsored events, but there are a whole bunch of other really important nonprofits, community partners in our community that I think are under-tapped opportunities to really have substantive engagements with and partnering, just like they're similar to what we do in town halls. I'm not talking about a town hall through them, but using them for other functions, whether it's ping pong events or various things that can reach different groups and bring them in to regular involvement. As far as the number of council members of the town halls, I think that when we discussed this last year, really we were open to 2 or 3. I think there was some pushback on concern that 3 would get too close to a Brown Act number. 4's over the line and 3 isn't. So I agree that it should be up to the neighborhood groups to decide on that. And then the other thing is that in a lot of these occasions, the community really is often looking for understanding and really concrete responses to a lot of their questions. So to the extent that whether it's our staff or ourselves, when we have questions, to really try to answer them as clearly and concretely as possible, I think is really important. And that goes to my last point, which is that the other thing that the community, I believe, is really looking for is when there are really important issues that they're concerned about, that they get timely and concrete information from the city. We've recently had a couple of these, whether it was on the huge spike in utility costs that we had, or the budget surplus that we had. And I know that it involves a process often to tee these things up and get responses before the council. But I do believe that we have to get better at having substantive, timely communications on important issues, and have to figure out how to not let our process hold us back from really getting out there to the community. When something important is happening, they want to know what our response is, and they want to know it sooner rather than later. And I know that's not easy, but I think that needs to be high on our priorities. Thanks.
Councilmember Lowing.
Okay, I will be additive to my colleagues, but I first of all want to be additive to what Councilmember Burt just said, because we have an opportunity to stop misinformation. And I think that's really important for our residents, for our own actions up here, certainly for the press. And in the context of that surplus that was very misunderstood in a number of ways in the community, perhaps a town hall at Mitchell Park for anybody to come would have been a way to just have an open conversation and be just Q&A. So I just completely concur with what Councilmember Burt is saying about looking for opportunities like that. Hosts 2 and 3, I agree with what's already been said. I think the community can pick that one out. I do have a question that I thought of as you were talking about those surveys. How do you create annual content for the surveys? Because we talked about that last time when it came up. If we just do the same thing, we kind of already know that, schools and trees are going to come out high. So is there a better, more productive way to get new information, interaction with the community just to make up the survey, or how do you do that to begin with?
Thank you for the question. I think you're asking about the Palo Alto Community Survey.
Annual one.
The annual survey. That is we try to attempt to use the benchmark questions so that we're benchmarked against other communities and other cities that are involved in that process.
Yep.
And then, of course, we do have the opportunities to add other questions. There is that balance between making sure that the survey isn't too long, so that folks don't take the survey. But we, on an annual basis, or whenever the process warrants, we do talk through other issues that the community is facing. So for example, in this last survey, there were some kind of leftover questions around sustainability that didn't really match with kind of what we're seeing in the community. And so we tweaked those questions to include information about heat pump water heaters and other things that we're trying to engage the community around to gain more information from the community about those efforts that we haven't started to launch yet, but we're planning on launching. So that's just one example.
Okay. One area that's a narrow area, but a crucially important one is when we are reaching out to certain neighborhoods where there's going to be some project there. either a house going up next door, and we have that law of within 600 feet, you have to notify them. It's kind of a chronic problem of making sure we do enough breadth there, maybe more than one mailing, because always on the planning commission for 6 years, I never heard of this until yesterday. And it also underscores the fact that you want to go out to the neighborhood groups. I really, salute that as being an emphasis here. I wrote that down early in my first read, and then I came upon, you already got that in there, because those groups are going to have better access than we are as a city, because of just by virtue of the kind of the special interest, whether that's ethnic or geographical or whatever, and they want to be cooperative. So we just have to be very thorough about these projects that are going up in construction and so on. The other thing is the block parties are even better when fire people show up and cops show up, and also when people like the city manager shows up, but you don't bring a fire engine with you, so they get a lot of interest around that, and the kids go nuts about it, and it's just so much fun. But more seriously, on the city people, went to the Ventura summer event. There were a lot of people from the city there, and I thought that was terrific. I mean, Peter Jensen was there showing off the possibility of what that park might look like, which was fantastic for the folks to get at that. Kristen O'Kane was there for, as the director, and not trying to put you all into 7-day-a-week city appearances. Mr. Shikata was at the Rinconada opening. I just think that's a really good face that we put on when we're showing that all people are involved in this and all are interested in it. Also concur that we have opportunities at things like the outside music, which is a great community thing, to proactively go after folks, whether it's getting their names to get on the mailing list or telling them about other opportunities. And I know we've done that to some extent at those meetings. So I think this is generally on the right track. I would also concur that we have to go after, as Councilmember Lithicott-Haim said, and others, folks that are not as likely to be responsive. So we found that with renters in the survey and talked about it, and I know that we're aware of it, and so you'll jump on that. Thanks.
Councilmember Lithicott-Haim.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of points. I think I want to agree with Vice Mayor Stone and Councilmember Burt on how critical it is that we engage a number engaging in the various things we think of as pretty standard Palo Alto events. And I want to just caution us from or against relying on the neighborhood association network as being a wonderful catch-all. It is a fantastic resource, incredibly organized, loyal, dedicated, great stuff emerges from there. But I think, for example, we have the sense that renters aren't necessarily well represented in events done by neighborhood associations, and maybe that varies depending on the neighborhood. But I think it's important for us to recognize that as we get to be increasingly diverse, we may need to, while valuing neighborhood associations and PAN, figure out, how are we going to reach the folks who aren't necessarily engaging through the neighborhood associations? And for that reason, I'm a little nervous about the neighborhood association liaison folks being the ones to decide whether we're 2 of us are co-hosting a town hall or 3 of us. I think as a matter of obligation, fairness, and learning, we should rotate this. It's a lot of work and we ought to share it. I kind of feel that nobody should do it until everyone's done it once, if at all possible. To be put on the spot is hard and you get better at it over time. And I think we all need both to take on the responsibility, but also to have the opportunity for that growth as leaders of being put on the spot when a bunch of people are in an auditorium or a community room. So I know I'm in the minority here, but I just want to say it. I'm in favor of 2 co-hosts just for the sake of efficiency, and that we rotate till we get through the 7, and then we put together a new roster. And I think it might be great to do a town hall specifically for renters. to depart from the neighborhood methodology for a moment and say, you know what, there's 46% of y'all are renters, and, Palo Alto Renters Association is a place we could turn for how to reach renters and try to engage that community deliberately through an organization that we know they regard as well serving them. Thanks very much.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I'll just pick up on the town hall topic since we were just there. I do think that the neighbors in the neighborhood should be the ones that help drive the topics that'll be discussed at that meeting. And I think perhaps that can be part of driving who shows up. If they care about arts, get one of us who's liaison with the Arts Commission. If they care about rail, get someone on the rail committee. That could be one of the factors. I do like the concept of having people who haven't done it, but I also like the concept of perhaps pairing that with someone who has. So I think it's all about balance, but I do think rotating through in a fairly timely way is a good idea. And finally, I think one way that normalizes it all is at the beginning of the town hall, if we sort of explain that to residents, that this is a rotating thing. The reason you see 2 or 3 of us up front is because it is sort of they're taking this opportunity to host. Others have in the past, others will in the future, just so they know there's not disinterest by any given council member in any given neighborhood. So I think just explaining all of that would be helpful. And with respect to reaching residents generally, I remember when I was general counsel at the soccer league, what we were always trying to figure out is how to attract the people who weren't there. And that is exactly what we're trying to do here. That's the hardest. We can look at the demographics and things of the people we are reaching, but it's those we aren't. And I like a lot of the things I've heard. I liked Council Members Burt's suggestion of taking advantage of the current special events. And I am thinking that, well, actually, let me just ask a question. So about the annual survey, we've been hearing a lot about renters, and you may have mentioned this, and I apologize if you have. Do we know roughly what proportion of the respondents are renters to the annual survey? Just wondering if it's anywhere close to the 43 or whatever percent, like if it were 20, versus 40 or 60 versus 40.
I don't have that offhand, but we can definitely follow up.
Because that would be interesting. Commensurate with the proportion of renters in our city, perhaps we can think how we put that survey out. I know Councilmember Tanaka has talked about point of sale type stuff. That may be hard because it's a lot, but perhaps somewhere in between. So it's not just annual or just, because it is pretty long. I did it and it was great, but it took a commitment to doing it. So there might be ways to break that down a little bit without making it necessarily harder for you. So those are some thoughts I have. I also liked Councilmember Burt's comment about community partners. And I think I would be remiss if I didn't offer on behalf of one that this council has already approved partnering with, which is Sibling Cities USA. We are doing 3 town halls this year on specific topics. I would be more than happy to advertise this and to get people sent to city websites and such. So, and I'm sure many others in our situation would do the same. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I did want to mention that I'd be remiss if we didn't also share that on a daily basis, we do share information with a number of groups that have their own community networks, churches, nonprofits that have connections with unique areas of our population and diverse groups. So we do that regularly, but I definitely appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. So as I mentioned many times, I think going from once a year or twice a year surveys to a more regular, as my council member said here, like point of sales or doing a net promoter score, which is very typical in the private industry. You get much more timely data, much more actionable data, and you reach a lot more people that way. So strongly encourage us to adopt best practices that people have done in the private sector. Just one question, very easy for people to do. I support the comments made earlier about a rotation for the town halls. I think that's important. And yeah, we shouldn't have the same person do it every single time. That doesn't make sense. And then before being on council, I was actually president of my neighborhood association. So I was part of PAN, great organization that tries to get all the different neighborhoods together. But it definitely represents more ownership than renters. And so I think, while we should definitely consider PAN, I think we also need to think about other mechanisms besides that. And then in regards to the rental registry, I understand the idea behind the rental registry is trying to help with the housing or understanding the housing situation. But I think that there are several reasons why it's probably not the best idea. So one of them is burdensome for the landlords. I've talked to some landlords, and some of the large ones especially would have to actually hire staff to do this. And this extra expense is going to raise rental prices. And this is something we don't want. We need lower housing prices, not higher housing prices. There's also privacy concerns. So, the rental registry can make sensitive rent data accessible to competitors, and put these small landlords at a disadvantage in a highly competitive market. And rents are falling in our city. And the third thing is lack of clear objectives. So, right now as it is, landlords have the incentive to keep tenants and collect rent, right? That's why they're doing this.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Mhm.
can we address that when we get to the priorities and
Okay,
also
sure.
the
I'll
work
do that.
plan? Thank you so much for your help on this. Councilmember Burt? No? Oh, it's, I see a light here. It must be your knee again. Thank you. So I'd just like to say, I don't think that there was any indication that we only outreach to neighborhood associations. I think it is inclusive of them as well to help disseminate some of the information that we have. For example, some of the topic-based community engagement, a lot of that involves the entire community. So using neighborhood associations as one of the other means of getting the information or engagement is going to be very helpful, right? The other thing is on the city website under residents, I was wondering of more dissemination, especially where the volunteer opportunities are. If I know that the Palo Alto neighborhoods have actually a very robust, welcoming site on their website, as well as volunteer opportunities for newcomers, as well as for anyone who would like to volunteer. The other thing I don't see in this page is volunteers for the emergency services volunteers. So if we can add that here as well. And I know that Palo Alto neighborhoods is under neighborhoods, but it can also be under community partners and education. Open-ended engagement listening sessions. And I also wanted to mention that I don't think there was any indication to say that we don't rotate. I think it's very, very important that council members have the experience of these town hall opportunities, even listening sessions, etc. So I don't think there was any indication not to rotate. I concur with many comments made by my colleagues. And again, thank you very much for bringing this forward to us. And we continue engaging. Okay, so this concludes the study session. Thank you so much. And we move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager.
We have no changes for this evening.
Very good. Then now we go to public comments not on the agenda. And thank you. We'll keep it at 2 minutes. Can you please hold? Yes, she's going to announce the speaker. Thank you so much, sir.
Our first speaker is Nilofer Hawk.
I'm sorry, before our speaker begins, could we confirm, is it 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
2
2?
2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the first slide.
Good evening. I'm from the Palo Alto Arts Center Foundation. My name is Nilofer Haq. I'm a board member of the foundation, and professionally, I'm a CPA who just recently retired from a Palo Alto accounting firm of Frank Rimmerman, and I was a tax director there. And I'm very excited that I can now focus on my volunteer work with the foundation. April is the Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, and so we would really like to we'd like to hope that everybody will join us in celebrating this. At the Palo Alto Arts Center Foundation, to go to slide 2. At the Palo Alto Arts Center Foundation, we believe that arts are essential to a thriving, economically vibrant, and diverse community. The foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit that expands the reach and impact of the Palo Alto Arts Center through our fundraising and advocacy efforts. We're a group of active community volunteers, and we are committed to providing arts in our community. Slide 3, please. Today, I'd like to highlight how the Palo Alto Arts Center contributes to the economic recovery in Palo Alto, one of the City Council's priorities for 2023. This is an image of the Holiday Studio Sale. This is an event that is supported each year through the foundation. Next slide. Rental facility rental program and our class programs for the kids, teens, and adults. We have generated approximately $800,000 in gross revenue thus far this fiscal year. Next slide. Most of our classes and camps are fully enrolled with significant wait lists. The majority of summer camps in the Arts Center this summer sold out in less than 10 minutes of registration. Next slide. We also do community events like the Great Glass Pumpkin Patch, and the next slide, and the ACGA Class and Glass Festival in Palo Alto, which draws tens of thousands of people to Palo Alto every year. Let's go for another one. So now our call to action is to encourage you all.
So sorry, you are over your time.
I'm sorry. Okay, we just the last thing is, our call to action is to encourage you all to save the date for the 2023 ACGA Clay and Glass Festival in Palo Alto at the Arts Center on July 15th and 16th. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alex Eulenberg.
Okay. Mayor Ku, members of the council, Manager Shikata, I come to you with a plain and simple request this Passover week. Let my people go. Who am I? Who's my people? I'm Alex. I speak for the unvaccinated community in Palo Alto area. On Friday, April 7th, around 10 p.m., I, with a group of dancing friends, went to Cubberley Auditorium, Cubberley Ballroom, where they were having some dances. And on the calendar, it says vaccinated only. I wanted to check if that was indeed the case. So we went in there and look at the signs on the door. It says vaccinated dancers only. I have a slide for that. You can take your time. Yeah, vaccinated dancers only. And this is the Cubberley Community Center in context, the Cubberley Pavilion. I went in just to make sure that there wasn't a mistake here. The host, Judy, confirmed that if we're not fully vaccinated, we, and I quote, shouldn't be here. Because I said I would not sign the thing that said I'm fully vaccinated. We then presented her with a printout of the Unruh Civil Rights Act fact sheet. I handed you all a copy. It's available on the internet from the Department of Fair Employment and Housing of California. And I pointed out to Judy that it was a violation of California law to turn away people from a public accommodation, such as Cubberley Ballroom's Friday night dance, on the basis of medical condition. That's listed specifically in the Unruh Act. And she agreed. She also agreed that vaccination status is covered by the Unruh Act, as I showed her in this fact sheet. Judy then claimed that she was following city policy in turning away people on the basis of their vaccination status. Now, I know this couldn't be true because unlike some other cities, your children's theater never had a requirement for children saying that they had to be vaccinated. As far as I know, unlike some other cities in the area.
So sorry, you are over your time.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I have some friends and they will continue.
Ma'am, we're gonna, just sign up. We have our next person, please call the
Our
next
next
person in line.
speaker is Risha Solo Yuar.
Mayor Coop. Hi, everybody. We've been homeowners in Santa Clara County. We live in Mountain View actually for almost 25 years. We have 2 children. We've been coming to wonderful festivals and enjoying all the arts programs that Palo Alto has to offer, and Cubberley Community Center in particular. Our children have taken classes. We have been going to dances. So now that dancing is back, so many people, places accept everybody. And this is really a very rare and strange situation. And it's particularly sad because this is a city-owned ballroom, and it's the largest hardwood floor ballroom in California. So it's a really special asset. So we would just like to influence the people somehow, especially since they agreed that, the Unruh Act lists medical condition, and that says protections are not necessarily restricted to these characteristics. The act is meant to cover all arbitrary and intentional discrimination by a business establishment on the basis of personal characteristics similar to those listed above. So we do not want people to discriminate on the basis of any medical procedure done in the past. For example, I would be sincerely opposed if anyone discriminated on the basis of having had an abortion or having had a hormonal treatment. There are all sorts of medical procedures that people might have. And I'm personally completely opposed to discrimination on any of those bases. So I enjoy many places where I can go dancing, but I would really like to return to Cubberley Ballroom. And also I have a 15-year-old son who's interested in dancing. He goes to Cubberley for other things. And I feel very sad that he has to see these signs that he's excluded, even though the CDC and CDPH never recommended excluding the unvaccinated, and they never said that the vaccine prevents transmission. It has other purposes, but they never said it prevents transmission. So I hope you can help with this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol B.
Brouillet. And I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I also emailed you all regarding this, and I want to continue with what Alex had to say, that this is outrageous. Please put a stop to this ugly practice immediately. If there's to be any public dance event at the Cubberley Pavilion, it must be accessible to all, regardless of medical condition, just as it must be accessible to all, regardless of race, color, creed, national origin, origin, sexuality, gender identity, political affiliation, marital status, veteran status, source of income, or in fact, any personal characteristic that has nothing to do with one's ability to participate safely in the event. You must let the organizers of this event know that turning away people on the basis of their not having received an elective medical treatment is not city policy, and that in fact, it is a violation of it, since it is city policy to comply with all civil rights legislation applying to any activity occurring on city property. And I'll add too that my husband and I are not vaccinated, that we took classes in that ballroom, that we enjoy dancing, and that we have been shunned because of our lack of vaccination. He can't go to work. He has to work at home. I have to play mom and feed him every day because they won't let him go to work. I think it's an outrageous policy. We have been under assault for the last 3 years with the whole pandemic nonsense, which has included a violation of our civil rights almost at every level, as well as censorship of the critical information about how harmful they even changed the word vaccine. It used to mean something else, and they changed it in order to sell it to the public as a safe and effective vaccine. When in truth, those injections were actually bioweapons because they didn't prevent illness, they didn't prevent transmission, and they actually injured and harmed many people, and it was censored. And
you are over your time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't see the time.
Speaker is Patrick Killalea, followed by Zlatko.
Hi, I've lived in the area for 25 years, just over the border in Menlo Park, and I've used Cumberley Community Center many times. I'm grateful it's there. I'm going to read a statement by someone who couldn't be here because I agree with her and she couldn't make it. Sherry Zaslavsky wrote, let's see, as a longtime ballroom dancer who has danced for many years at Palo Alto's Cumberley facility, I'm writing to inform you that I've been denied admission for over a year because I refuse to show proof of vaccination. I believe this violates my rights and my medical privacy under HIPAA. I also believe it is blatant discrimination to insist on registering people for the purposes of the outmoded and ineffective contact tracing and requiring proof of vaccination a full 3.5 years after COVID appeared on the scene. COVID is no longer a novel virus, and we are no longer in the midst of a pandemic. Plus, we now know that this vaccine does not stop transmission. Governor Newsom ended California's protracted state of emergency on February 28th of this year. Yet the Friday night dance coordinators continue to demand proof of COVID vaccination from everyone who wishes to enter the building, and which is under Palo Alto's purview. Surely this violates citizens' rights. It seems the people in charge of this dance program may be in violation of both state and federal positions regarding COVID measures. Although President Biden has extended the ending of the federal emergency declarations until May 11th, that pertains primarily to Medicaid and the likes to facilitate a smooth transition. And I don't think I'll be able to read it all, but I'm grateful for your time. And I'd just like to point out, I started this because my wife's coworker, Danielle Carmichael, died shortly after getting the vaccine. And that, I don't like being thought of as an anti-vaxxer, but that really spooked us. I'm pretty sure it's not safe.
Our next speaker is Zlatko, followed by Tessa McFarland.
Hello, my name is Zlatko. I'm a resident of San Jose, Santa Clara County. I would like to speak about the policies of Tuxedo Junction Dance Studio, colloquially known as Cumberley Pavilion Ballroom Dancing, that rents a facility from the city. Me and my wife have been regulars at Cumberley Ballroom for many years since 2009. The studio reopened in late 2021 with very restrictive policies. After the state of California and Santa Clara County ended the state of emergency last Friday, we attempted to visit a general dancing party at this place, but weren't allowed. In order to participate, we were required to sign a form that we were vaccinated against COVID and provide our personal contact information. The studio's Facebook event page says that they collect this information for contact tracing. The California Constitution guarantees the right for privacy. A dance studio does not need our medical status and personal information in order for us to dance. Judy, the volunteer manager, said that the requirement was a city policy, while their Facebook page previously said that it was a CDC guideline. Now, this statement has been removed, but the policy is still here. And to my knowledge, there is no such city policy for renters of city facilities. So which one is it? Please contact the organizers and explain to them that discrimination and violation of privacy by the city renters is not okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tessa McFarland, followed by Aram James.
Good evening. I just wanted to speak out and thank you all for keeping an open mind about whether it is good use of city funds and city time to establish a rental registry. If the goal is to advise renters of their rights, then there are far better ways to use the funds, including directly helping those most in need of housing. If the goal is to collect data, there is already US Census and other data and other ways to collect such data.
Ms. McFarland, we're going to be visiting this topic at a later time on item number 11. If you'd like to, this is on items, this comment period is for items not on the agenda. So
Okay,
please.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
No worries.
Thank you.
Please come back later. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by our final speaker, Liz Gardner.
Well, hey, Carol Brule. I've known Carol for many years. She's run for Congress several times. She had a listening project out at Lytton Plaza for many, many years. And it wasn't too many months ago, I'm fully vaccinated, that she brought a book for me to read. I've not read very much of it, but I can tell you it's extremely well written, well documented. It's the real Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the global war on democracy and public health by somebody that's going to be running for president, it appears, and that's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So I wouldn't mess with Carol. she's unstoppable. You know, whether it's questioning the government around 9/11. I mean, she's opened my mind up to many, many things. So my hat's off to you, Carol, for, you know, your continued activism in this community. I wasn't really going to talk about the vaccination issue, but, you know, Carol, I couldn't miss the opportunity, but I wanted to talk a little bit about policing. And do you think we can police our way out of crime the way we're approaching it with license plate readers? And now there's a bill in the state assembly that I brought to your attention on facial recognition, variety of things. But here's a little secret that most people don't know. You can check this statistic out yourself. We got about 2 million plus people in prison, but guess how many we release every year? Yeah, that's right. 600,000 plus. They're not rehabilitated. They don't get housing when they get out. Maybe they get $100. I mean, we got to put a lot of money that we put into the prison and police industrial complex into making sure folks have resources, that they have education, they have housing and medical care when they get out of jail. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Liz Gardner.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. Liz Gardner, Mayfield Place. I did want to speak to how is the city of Palo Alto's website posting this vaccination rule, also with masking. A couple of examples is I was at Stanford Hospital like a week ago, and they did not, and I came with my children, they did not ask for proof of vaccination. In fact, they actually asked me what the patient was in for when I was in the lobby area. I was very taken aback by that. I thought that was a violation of HIPAA right there. You know, it could have been anything, gynecological or, you know, gender transformation or something like that. I thought that was incredibly weird. And I just also wanted to say that in San Francisco, less than a year ago, I was pulled aside in a thrift store for having my mask down below my nose. You know, I'm an elder or a senior, and, you know, I was having a hard time breathing, as well as at the War Memorial Opera House, which was incredibly stuffy. And it was their first performance, and we were to be fully vaccinated and masked, yet we could be in the restaurant downstairs without being masked. It was a very odd situation. So I just wanted to let you guys know that being a senior is worrisome. You know, I also have some disabilities where I, you know, cannot understand people with masks on. I am fully vaccinated, but I have family members that are not. So what I choose to do is be masked around those family members. So, you know, I really hope that the city is embracing and putting out their PR on what
You
their
are over your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll close public comments and move to consent calendar items. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, one moment. Our first speaker is Herb Barak, followed by Aram James.
Mayor Koo, I submitted two cards, two agenda items. So am I supposed to speak on both of them? And
Yes,
they're 2 minutes each for each
Yes,
agenda
please.
item?
2 minutes each.
Each. All right, the first was on item 7 on the shuttle contract and revenue agreement with Stanford. Stanford already has a Marguerite shuttle research park line that goes to the research park on a fixed line with specified stops. And this says nothing in this report about the connection between those two. I think it's a mistake to replace that or supplement it. That's Stanford's responsibility. And so before signing a revenue agreement with Stanford, it should say that Stanford, during the term of the agreement, will continue that research line shuttle with at least the same frequency and with at least the same size shuttles. The second thing is that a typical commuter from Palo Alto to the research park will be getting a cut rate, which I think maybe is half the price, and making multiple trips a day, going to and from work and maybe going to and from California Avenue for lunch. So I think the actual rate per ride that's the research park, Stanford will be getting will be much lower than anyone else will be paying. And so I don't think we're getting a good deal on that with Stanford. And in regard to the research park line, if the intent is to replace that or supplement it, Stanford already knows how many people ride it, how many rides there are. And you can figure out from that what the correct price is. So in its current form, I don't think you have enough information for the revenue agreement with Stanford. So that's for item number 7. On you can start the time again for item number 8. Thank you. The proposal, as I find from the newspaper, is that there will be a separate item coming for the installation of the restrooms. But in regard to any kind of environmental review, including for categorical exemption, you need to see everything at the same time. So I would not do this unless you have both of those contracts, both for the construction and for the site improvement made. In terms of what the public sees on this agenda item, you should have the site map in a reasonable level of detail, similar to the one used in the park improvement ordinance for Ramos Park. But you shouldn't have to go back and looking through the city's website to find it. It should be here, not just now, but when this goes in an agenda or packet 11 days before a meeting. In regard to the Rinconado one, I checked and it seems to be that park improvement ordinance never had a second reading, although most of what was approved by and supposed to be approved by the ordinance has been implemented, except for this restroom. And it never appeared to be any attachment that showed where anything was. You might have to go through the website to find similar to the scale for the one from Ramos. And in addition, since it's a large park, that would be like an inset that you'd show the entire park and a point on the map where that represents. But in current version as is now, I don't think it's appropriate to approve. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by Liz Gardner.
Okay, I'd like to speak on 5, 7, and 8. I'll go backwards. So for a lot of years, when I lived in Barron Park and I walked in Bow Park, it was really difficult with my son. It was really difficult to go over there, and there wasn't a bathroom. And I, for a very long time, wished that Bow Park had a bathroom with the caveat that it be consistent with that rural area. I wouldn't want for a second to interfere with the look, but as a senior, sometimes I ended up having to drive back to my house, leave my son to continue to walk to use the restroom. I mean, really bad environmental stuff. So let's put a bathroom also in Bowl Park. I would be also concerned that when they say modular units at the two parks in question, Rinconada and Ramos Park, what does that mean? I'm sure if I'd done the same level of homework as Herb Borak always does, he's a Palo Alto fixture and, you know, a treasure to the city of Palo Alto. My hat's off to him. He's always got the details. So in any event, I hope that they are bathrooms that are consistent to the environment and don't just drop some kind of a modular unit that doesn't look like it fits the environment. Okay, I'm finished with item number 8, and I'd like to go to item number 7. Again, Herb Borak covered that item in much more detail than I would have. I simply would like to have had a report, and maybe you guys did that, on how effective Link has been thus far. I know it was March, so it's been a short period of time that they've been around, but and Herb raises some really good questions. Our Stanford people going to the research park going to get a better deal than the seniors for their $744,000 to expand the Link program to Stanford. They got some hella sharp mathematicians over there, and hopefully that Herb is wrong on that, and that they're going to be paying at least as much as a senior would here in Palo Alto to use that service. Okay, that's it for item number 7. I'd like to go to item number 5 now, and I spoke a little bit about it before. The Human Relations Commission, you went after Stephen Lee because he was politically way left of most of the people on the HRC. He didn't follow the politics of the bulk of the city council members. He was willing to speak out on issues that other people have been groomed by the city attorney and city manager, no disrespect intended, but not to speak out on controversial issues, and he did. So the first thing is I would invite Stephen Lee to come back to the Human Relations Commission. And as I said the last time I spoke on this, I've always noticed that there's a lack of diversity on there. I'd like to see somebody, as an example, they're always talking about, supporting the state of Israel. I'd like to have somebody on that HRC that can speak to the Palestinians side of the issue, so that it's not always, a conversation there that we need to get the mayor to write a letter about anti-Semitism. I don't like anti-Semitism. I'm a Jew. My grandfather and father were Jews, and they suffered some of the indignities of anti-Semitism, but that's not the point. There's not on our HRC a willingness to take on extraordinary controversial issues and have somebody on the other side of that. Louis Brandeis, the first Jew on the Supreme Court, said, when the answer to bad speech or something you don't agree with is not censorship, but more speech, more speech. Let the other folks say it. Don't claim as soon as somebody speaks out about the state of Israel, the terrorist state of Israel, that, oh my God, that's anti-Semitism. That's just an effort to just block conversation on such a critical issue. So please, a diverse group of 7 and invite Stephen Lee back. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by Lynn Chiapella, our final speaker.
Hi, I wanted to speak on 3 consent items. So do I get 2 minutes each? I'm just trying to keep organized here.
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to speak on 5, 7, and 8, 5 being 1, about their Human Relations Commission and expanding that. I think it's absolutely necessary. I do think, as you were speaking earlier about Cubberley and the vaccinations and masking and the citywide, civil rights, also with license plate recognition. I think it's extremely important. I also think that there's something to be said about the upcoming Palo Alto History Museum. I really feel like there's been a lot, 70 years, in fact, or more, 100 years of housing discrimination. And I think that expanding the commission would invite a lot more discussion and movement forward to really come to terms with our historical discrimination and redlining in that area, and that perhaps the history of Palo Alto, including the museum, might be included in that discussion. I would like to move on to item 7, which is the Palo Alto link. My son works right on the border of Menlo Park and Palo Alto. We reside in Palo Alto, and it's extremely expensive for him. He works at a restaurant late at night. He's a teenager. And especially with the rise of crime, that it would be great for him, and we're low income, for him to be able to get Palo Alto Link to and from work at the border of Menlo Park, since Stanford is on that border, so that he can ensure some safety getting to and from work. That would be ideal. I'm not sure what the plan is. I did not read the packet, but Palo Alto Link would be an amazing resource for low-income people getting to and from work within a certain local region of jobs and housing. For item number 8, as far as the restrooms, again, this relates to my family and children. Johnson Park is one of the most beautiful parks in Palo Alto, I think, because it is in the center of a neighborhood, and it has 4 sides to it. It has this amazing concrete slide that we enjoyed when my children were young. It also has a community park, and it has one of the very few public basketball courts. It's also located right on the border of East Palo Alto, and it would be incredible to have bathrooms there. It serves that neighborhood and beyond, and it has been a source of frustration, especially for families with small children or those playing basketball or, watering their community garden to have some kind of water source. I'm not sure why the public park does not have public bathrooms, but I would encourage the city to look at that. And it serves a multiple level of and connect our residents. So that's about it. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Lynn Chiapella.
I have a question on number 8 is the trigger for this. When you approve these new restrooms, I was trying to figure out where is it that tells us the budget for maintenance of these new restrooms. I've seen so many projects approved on the consent calendar, and yet I can't find out what does it cost to maintain those each year as you add new projects, whether it's the Charleston corridor recently completed with all the new trees, or whether it's the Ross Road bike lane, or whether it's the new restrooms. And I have tried to figure out, how do you budget for all your new approved consent calendar items? So I would be interested to know where that would be located in the budget specifically. And I really do think you need to have some kind of, even if it's only a single restroom. I noticed at Eleanor Park, people with young children are really befuddled, so they poop and they pee in the bushes. When you have young children, I don't think there's anything you can do about that. And nature does call. So I would hope that you would certainly consider a restroom of some kind. And I think there are lots of locations where it would not bother neighbors and would be mostly out of sight. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. I'd like to move that we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Vinker seconds, and I see there is a comment from Councilmember Tanaka.
No, Nate.
Councilmember Tanaka has registered a no on number 8. Will you take the votes, Madam or Mr. Krulak?
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka, yes. Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Livcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Snow.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 7-0 for items 1 through 7 and 9, and 6-1 for item 8.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no vote on number 8?
Yeah, thank you. So on 8, I'm not necessarily opposed to having bathrooms, but what I'm opposed to was
Just
that.
a moment. I don't know if there's a feedback coming through.
Should I keep going?
Yeah, we just want to hear you clearly, and
Okay.
so go ahead.
So, my main issues with this is, first, it wasn't a competitive bidding process. This project was started in 2017, so it's been many years, like 6 years. But staff said it wasn't time to get a competitive bid. But if 6 years is not enough time, I don't know what is. The second thing is, if some of you read the article on this in the paper, it talked about how 86 people, at least in an online survey, were for this project and 80 were against. So definitely for something that's kind of controversial like this, maybe it should have been on an action item. Third thing is on the legal side, in the contract, usually a notice to proceed is defined in the contract, but it's absent. It's used everywhere, but it's never defined what the notice to proceed is in the contract. The second issue on the contract is that It's saying that there's gonna be additional services, but it's not defined. So it's a bit of a blank check. And then last issue is the one that the speaker just mentioned, which is the sitemap. The sitemap. So that's another issue with this. And for those reasons, I can't support. Thank you.
Thank you. And so let's go on a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back to city manager comments and action items. So we'll come back at 7:49. Thank you. Let's get back to council as everybody trickles back in. We have a forum now, quorum. City manager comments, right?
All right. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let's see. I appreciate City Clerk assisting with some slides. Before we get into the slides here, though, I did want to touch on a couple of things. Just a couple of cleanup items off of your consent calendar to note that on number 7, and this is the agreement with Stanford University regarding Palo Alto Link, and just to ensure there is no confusion, there has been no suggestion that Stanford would reduce their Marguerite service. And so this is an entirely different service that will, also notable that staff is very confident that Stanford is picking up the entire incremental cost of the additional services, and in fact, perhaps a bit more. Again, not backing off the Marguerite, such that this new on-demand service will provide very valuable information to the city as well in terms of travel within point to point within the city of Palo Alto. So we did want to make sure that was clear. And then as it relates to the restroom procurement, would note that that was a competitive procurement. It was an efficient procurement, as we occasionally are able to find by piggybacking on a procurement done by another agency. And also would note and appreciate the member of the public flagging the ordinance that apparently did not have a second reading. So that will be coming back to the city council for correction of that really clerical error. So with that, I did also, before getting to the slides, want to hit on one note of community concern. Just recognize that here in Palo Alto, we are very fortunate that we have an extremely safe community. But that said, acknowledge that yesterday we were made aware of an incident, a report of a sexual assault in the California Avenue underpass area. And as such, would simply want to note that our police department is following up on that. There is a sketch of the person of interest that has been distributed through social media, as well as available directly from the police department. As such, are inviting members of the community to contact the police department should they have any information they believe might be relevant to that investigation. So with that, let's proceed to the slides we have. Was noted earlier related to the city's finances that we did issue an article recently circumstances, including responding to a number of community questions, such as relates to our surplus at the end of fiscal year 2022, as well as utilities bills and extraordinary costs associated there. So that information, that article is available on our homepage under our news items. Next slide, please. Then looking forward to Earth Month, as we've been talking about throughout April, just to flag a few items coming up over the next week. And this Saturday, that includes an event at the Mitchell Park Community Center, really led by our library department, including a variety of activities focused on teens and younger, related to sustainability, and at the Junior Museum and Zoo on Tuesday of next week, related to butterflies and how they relate to and are affected by our environment. Next slide, please. And also to flag this weekend on Sunday, an event being put together, organized by our Palo Alto Youth Council. This is Sunday afternoon from 2 to 4 p.m. related to mental health, really a mental health community fair, and open to members of the public, but really focused on teens, where there will be panel speakers as well as organizations available to discuss and simply engage on issues of interest to our community. Next slide, please. And also want to note there were a number of speakers this evening as it relates to our housing programs. And I'd like to share that we have put together recently a one-stop source for information about the city's various housing programs and projects. There have been requests from members of the public for a single location that they can go to get information about what the city is doing related to housing needs. And so please check this out, cityofpaloalto.org/housing, and look forward to feedback on that information provided and as a resource in a number of ways in various programs that the city is conducting. Next slide, please. Then finally, just to give you a quick update on upcoming agendas, next week we will have all things utilities. So it will start with a study session that covers all of the utility plans for the upcoming fiscal year. Again, clearly in draft at this point, but nonetheless an opportunity for community members to hear and the council members to discuss the overall picture of our utilities, and then followed by a number of actions, a number of actual approvals for specific utilities. Not all on that evening, but enough to get started and providing that opportunity to have both overall discussion as well as some specific actions for your consideration. Then the following, in 2 weeks, on the 24th, you'll have the remainder of your commission candidate interviews, a study session with the Safe Routes to School program, and then we hope to bring back for your final approval the council procedures and protocols now that all of the feedback and direction from prior council meetings have been put together. Then as we move into May, so May begins really the public-facing budget season with your first presentation and a study session on the budget, the proposed budget, that will then be followed by a series of finance committee meetings to discuss the budget in detail. But again, May 1st will be the first overall discussion and presentation of the budget, proposed budget. We're also planning your update on the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG program, as well as public hearing on a proposed development project. And then the following week, also an anticipated date where the council and the planning commission will be meeting in joint session to review proposed revisions. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. We'll move on to action items. Our first action item is approval of the electric utility construction services contract with VIP. I'm sorry. Oh, Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you. Am I allowed to make a comment or ask a question in response to the city manager's report?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, City Manager Shikata. Always appreciate your updates. I did take a look at the housing link that you put in the report. I thought it was great that you said, hey, we know that housing is on folks' minds and we want to let them know what we're up to. And, you know, I visited the website, which is so beautiful. We do such a good job with our city websites. And yet I found myself thinking, if I was looking for example, affordable housing, and I click on the affordable housing box under so citypaloalto.org/housing, we get a lot of information about what we're doing, what's new, priorities and resources. Affordable housing is a click-through box, and it lists a whole bunch of resources. And yet what I constantly hear is all of these places have waiting lists. It's really hard to get in. Obviously, every situation is going to be different, but from a user experience perspective, I wonder if in the next iteration, when the website comes around for an update again, I realize it is hardly the only thing y'all got going on for sure. But in the next update, I think it would be great to imagine this literally from the perspective of somebody who is desperately seeking affordable housing, with language that opens with, we have a dire need for affordable housing in the San Francisco Bay Area, and Palo Alto is no exception. You know, here are some resources, or something that is a little bit more attuned to what people are actually feeling when they're searching for help. That's one comment. The second is similar. When I clicked through to ADUs, which I find is, one exciting but small way to kind of help with our housing problem, I found that was similarly not necessarily attuned to the person who wants to investigate. Can I build an ADU? How do I build an ADU? And so forth. There's a lot of detail in here. There's some schematics that I find it hard to read. And, I'm getting pretty good at reading city stuff by now, but I just think through the lens of user experience, if there's a way to say, hey, if somebody really wants to build an ADU, how can we make it as simple as possible by providing kind of this doormat here, this welcome mat on a website that will really point them in the right direction. So those are just some comments about, content update revisions to the web when there's time and opportunity to do so. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think also I just want to provide a reminder that city manager comments, we try to keep it, any comments that we might have, to keep it very brief, and our questions. And some of this, we might want to take it directly to the city manager offline of what council is from the council meeting. So thank you for those inputs, but let's make sure that we have it concise next time so that we can move on to other action items.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing maybe I'm not looking at the right screen. I did not realize I was over. I apologize.
No, you aren't over. It's just that we want to keep some of the comments short, specific to what city manager said. But then if there's feedback for him, then you do it directly to him and offline. Thank you. Action item number 10 is approval of the electric utility construction services contract with VIP Powerline Corporation for a total not to exceed amount of 20 million over 5 years. Again, we have a staff report. If anybody would like to make public comments, raise your hand if you're virtual. And if you're here, please submit your speaker cards. After the presentation, we will close public comment time. Thank you.
Utilities to report for staff. I would note that this is an item that went to the Finance Committee and was actually recommended for approval unanimously. At that Finance Committee, there was some discussion on desire to have the full council have this as an action item. And as such, it's before you now.
Yes, Council Member Burke.
Yeah, just before beginning, just following up on the city manager's comment, we thought simply because of the size of the contract, we should bring it to the council, not because there was dispute on the Finance Committee. Thanks.
Thank you.
Will we be taking public comment first?
Do you have a staff presentation? Yes, can we do the staff presentation first and then we'll go to public comments? Thank you.
Great, thanks. Good evening, Mayor Koo, council members, Dean Batchelor, Director of Utilities. As the mayor described it first, Utilities is seeking approval for this electric construction service contract with VIP tonight in the amount of $20 million. Currently, the electric line construction division has insignificant resources to meet the daily operational demands, completing the routine work, and also taking care of new connects. In response to also with emergencies and unplanned outages, as you noted, we were very fortunate with the contractor that we have on board today that was able to help us in the emergency situations starting back in, I guess, New Year's Eve. So this is kind of a new contract, and we put this out to bid. This is due to the high vacancies and the inability to retain and high quality electric turning line workers in the high demand in the labor market. Today, we only have 3 linemen and 1 lead, and we actually have 3 apprentices that are entering their second year of their 4-year contract or a 4-year apprenticeship. So there are no guarantees that the apprentices will actually stay with us, unfortunately. And we've had this last time, we've had a couple of apprentices turn out for us and they left. They've left to go to Southern California and also to PG&E. This contract was put out as a project for an IFB. It's a process that's clearly written and defined that it's awarded to the lowest bidder. We had 3 response bidders that averaged between $4.2 and $4.6 million. The construction, it's on a template which permits the city to terminate without cause for convenience or providing them with a written notice at any given time. Also, we can, if we find ourselves into a situation where this $4 million annually is starting to run a little high, then we can reduce the scope of work with this by contacting the contractor and letting them know. Also, too, is that this work is that is provided by the contractor is continually monitored and evaluated by staff. And all the work under this contract in fiscal years will be subject to satisfactory performance, by well as the contract appropriation requiring funds for the respective fiscal years as we move forward with this. The funding that will come from this is there's $2 million that will come out of the operational side. $800,000 is in savings of those line positions. And then $2 million coming out of our CIP, 500,000 coming out of our pole replacement, and then another 500,000 coming out of new connects, and then $1 million of basically infrastructure upgrades from the capital side, which makes up the $4 million that we're talking about tonight. So the recommendation is that we're asking the finance committee and staff recommend that the council approve and authorize the city manager to execute line in the amount of 20 million over 5 years with the annual not to exceed 4 million for electric construction services, provided essential ongoing operational work, including construction, maintenance, system improvements on the electric distribution system to various locations throughout the city. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to public comments first, and then we'll come back to council.
All right, our first speaker is Aaron James.
My apologies. I wanted to speak to the next item on priorities for the city council. Sorry about that.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner.
I'm sorry, can I speak to the city manager's report?
We're past that right now, and we don't usually have public comments for city manager reports. Thank you. So no public comments. Okay, bring it back to council and we can do questions, comments, and even a motion. Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks to the Finance Committee for bringing it back. I concur. It's a big number and we should give it some visibility. I also think it's pretty solid. But I have a couple of questions about the trade-offs between outsourced contractors and our hiring. But first I just wanted to ask a question about, we went out to 1,339 folks and we only got 3 bids. Can you comment on that?
So when these bids go, they're generated by contractors that could be a responsive bidder. And a lot of these are smaller contractors that have electrical backgrounds, but they really don't meet the distribution high voltage contract that what we were actually looking for in this IFB. So the majority of them don't. And then as you saw that there was 7 at the pre-bid meeting, and there were 5 there that I sat in on that sounded that they were able to do this type of work. The other 2, I didn't think they were the fully qualified, but only 3 put in their bids.
Okay, so, and then going to this, my next theme here about, it seems like this particular outsource company does have a lot of competent employees kind of getting ready to work. So a question is, how come they could get these folks and we've had a hard time? Is it geography or comp or?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think that, these lease line folks that usually work with the contractors, their compensation is a little higher in most cases than what we would be able to pay from the city standpoint. Also, too, is that some of these individuals also like the challenge of different systems to be working on. It's a challenge. Some of them will even go out of state for a little bit and then come back. And this company is out of state, but they do have an office here in San Leandro. And we talked heavily about this, that, in case of these emergency situations, that they're going to have enough crew members to be able to support us. And they said that basically they could do that. And in the contract, there's a 2-hour window provision that they need to be here on site.
Yeah, I saw that. That's great. Yeah, anecdotally, they were working in my neighborhood last summer, and I'd stopped and talked to the guy and incorrectly presumed he was a city employee. And I said, well, then why aren't you? I want to hire you. I can't introduce you to Dean Bachelor. He said, well, I kind of like the variety of moving around and stuff. And he lived far away from here. So my one sample size fits what you're saying.
Yes.
How do the FTE costs, maybe it's just bailed in, but do we know how the FTE costs for one of their employees compares to us on both fully loaded? So much trouble hiring. And if we can get qualified people that are ready in 2 hours, then maybe that's sort of the overall solution to the problem. We should like this approach going forward.
I couldn't tell you today sitting here what their full comp is. I can tell you that their hourly wage is usually anywhere from 10 to 20% more than what our hourly wage is, just on from wage to wage, but I can't tell you what their
Yeah, so benefits and
right.
Retirement and so on. We don't
yes.
have that number. Okay. And can you just give us a couple of words about the apprentice program and why we're losing them? I heard a little bit about this on the UAC, but I think it'd be helpful for all of us to understand.
So the apprenticeship is that it's a 4-year apprenticeship. We look for candidates that have electrical background that before we bring them on. And we have, like I said, we have three apprentices. They're just entering their 2nd year of the program of 4. And we can find apprentices. There's no question. Well, there's no question. If we wanted to fill all the rest of our positions, we'll get apprentices in the 1st year. But the problem is you got to train those individuals and you have to have enough people. Well, we only have 3 linemen and 1 lead. So it's very difficult for us to maintain this. And what ends up happening is that, we took some chances. We've gone through, there is a lineman's college that's located in Oroville, California, that basically puts students through a 15-week overall understanding. They learn how to climb, they get their Class A driver's license, they understand how to hook up services to our homes. And then what ends up happening is that we thought, okay, this is going to be a great move for us. So there's career days. We go there and we talk, we bring them in, and we have lost 4 out of the 5 that we hired from there. And the reason for that is a lot of these folks come from out of state. They don't stay, they see this opportunity to become a line person, but they want to go back home. And so they'll come to us for 4 years, get their journeyman's card, and now they're being a full-fledged lineman that they can take that across the United States.
Okay. Lastly, I'm really pleased with your suspension clause and your termination clause in the contracts, whoever's doing the contracts. I was originally concerned about going to 5 years right away as opposed to 3, but you basically have this where it's a forecast. It's not a commitment with lots of flexibility. So even without cause, so I salute all of you that put this together. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I just want to follow up on the discussion that was just occurring on this real workforce capacity constraint that we have. And as Dean noted, we can get apprentices, but they're often from the ones in the pipeline are natives from outside the area. And then we either lose them to PG&E or others. This is something that I've been concerned about for the last couple of years as we've been looking at our electrification program, and this need will be compounded. And these positions are remarkably well paying, even though we're paying below the market. The apprentice programs, Dean, correct me if I got it wrong. It's like starting at 110,000 a year, going to 140 as an apprentice. Journeyman is 150 to 180, and we're moving up in those compensations. And these are hourly positions, so these workers typically qualify for a lot of overtime. Journeymen make over $200,000 a year, and yet we can't seem to hire and retain. And I think one of the real areas that we need to focus on, and I've been working with Assemblymember Berman's staff on this, is to recruit locally. We have all kinds of young folks who are coming out of our neighboring schools, whether they're high schools or certain community college programs, and they have no idea that they can step into a program like this. It's not right for everybody. You have to have, physical capabilities. Even arborists are among candidates because they're doing that kind of physical work. But I think we really need to do a pivot in recruiting locally, because these are people who want to be able to stay in their communities with their families where they've grown up and have great careers, incredibly high paying blue collar careers right here. And so I think we really need to have a serious pivoting on how we approach bringing people into this program. There are an awful lot of extremely capable baristas who are making a fraction of this and have no idea that these opportunities are there. So I just want to use this opportunity to make that pitch.
Thank you. And it's Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, just saw your hand.
No worries. I just put it up. Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I just want to second what Councilmember Burt said and just put a Palo Alto spin on it. Not enough of our kids right here at Pali and Gun and Kahila and Castellea appreciate that a blue collar career is a respectable, rewarding career with a lot of benefits and a high quality of life. And so we've got to do a better job of narrating to kids right here at home that this is one path out of Palo Alto and a rewarding future awaits should they choose to take it. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. I also support, even though this may be normally a consent item that it's brought forth, it is a big dollar item. So thank you for that. I wanted to ask staff, and I asked it in my question I sent to you guys earlier, but I didn't quite understand the answer. So how much work is done internally versus outsourced?
So right now, it's about 80-20. So about 20% of the work is actually completed by our in-house crews, and 80% would be going to the contractor at this point. And then as we grow within, then we'll be taking back some, but right now it's 20-80.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to try to answer short because I'm on a clock here. Okay, and then you mentioned that to my colleague who asked you earlier about the wage differences, and you said that that the safety is a lot less. And is it possible for you to share the evidence of that, of how much less the city pays? Because I know with the pensions, we almost effectively double the salary. And so I'd be really interested to hear or see the data that you collected that shows that that the city pays a lot less, especially when you factor in pensions.
So as I mentioned, Councilmember Taka, I can look to see if I can come up with the full comp But right now, I don't have
Okay,
the full
okay,
comp. We
okay,
were
so-
just looking at wages only.
Okay. So you actually have the wages of their workers?
We have some. Yes, we
Okay.
do. For some, I can send to you.
Yeah, please. Okay. But I liked what Councilmember Lowing was saying, which is maybe this is the model in terms of outsourcing, because sometimes we have tough times getting people in-house. And so, if this is something that works, maybe we should do more of it. So I applaud staff for looking in this direction. The other thing is, and let me share my screen here. Can staff let me share the screen? Can you stop sharing? Okay, I think you guys see my screen now. Let me see if I could go. Providers, there's VIP Powerline, there's I'm not sure I pronounced it, Ferraria and Hotline. And what was interesting in the contract, it was that there was no minimums that you have to purchase. And it also looks like there's no exclusion where you have to, let's say do the foreman or do the line person, you have to do all of these. It looks like you can actually mix and match. And the reason why I found that interesting is because if you look at the rates between the different items. So for instance, on the foreman crew leader, that's like, for Hotline 260 versus Ferrera's 227. Or like you go down here and you look at like a line truck for Ferrera, the middle one, the yellow one, is $60 versus $96 for a power line. And I think, maybe sometimes if it's a crew going out, you can't necessarily mix and match the crew, but per job, it looks like from the contract that there's nothing that limits us from engaging with more than one provider. And given the rates, and that some rates, so basically I'll give you the key here, but basically the ones kind of in this bold highlight orange thing is the more expensive per unit, and the one that's kind of in the white highlight is a cheaper per unit. It made me think of why not, rather than give all the business to one company, why don't we mix and match? Why not take advantage of the fact that the prices, are in some cases radically different between different providers. And given that there's no contractual limit, at least the contract that was presented to us in the staff report that limits this, why not engage with more than one company, and also provides us backup. So in case if one company is not available, we have the ability to go to another company. And it is a $20 million contract, so it's not a small contract that we're slicing into smaller pieces. It's actually a very large contract. And so if we, I was just kind of curious to understand why not try to take advantage of the price discrepancies, the rates between the same. I assume these are for the same unit, right? Because this is like estimated quantity. It looks like this all the same kind of unit quantity, same kind of apples to apples comparison. Like, let's say, for instance, this overtime truck driver, ground person is 162 for power line. So that's probably a good deal for us, right? Versus, let's say the line truck is $96 right below it, and versus $60 for Ferrera. So for me, it just seemed in terms of cost, but also flexibility and just resiliency of having multiple providers. Why not engage with multiple providers so that we have some backup and we have some ability to negotiate on the pricing? So I don't know if staff can respond to this, but thank you first of all for providing those rates, because a lot of times it's not provided.
Well, let me answer generally, and then Director Batchelor might want to be more specific. I think an important, really fundamental principle here is noting that when we're contracting for work, we contract for the product. We do not have the ability to direct the means to the point of specific either classifications that the contractor will use. A really important distinction there, because to get involved at the level of specifying the types of personnel that they would use to deliver the projects that we assign to them would actually trigger some labor issues with respect to the level of control that the city exerts over the contractor. So I think it's really important to understand that there's a different nature of oversight that we have with a contractor than we would with our own staff. And as a follow-on to that, also recognize that overseeing a contractor does involve a significant level of effort from our utilities staff. And so as such, it does provide an important level of reliability and consistency for our utilities department staff to be able to establish a relationship with the contractor that enables them to provide the oversight that's required for the quality control that we would expect. And the last note I think worth pointing out here is that we're not suggesting an entire contracting model. Ideally, we would have more of our work done, what we might call the bread and butter work, done by in-house staff, because it avoids our being at the potential risk of some contract dispute or some issue with a contractor that we would not have with our own staff. And it's really for that reason that, you know, this contract is to a certain extent out of necessity. And while I would expect that we would always be able to maintain some level of balance, that I wouldn't want to suggest that we believe it's in the best interest of the city to go to an entirely contracted model. So with that, let me ask Director Batchelor if I've missed anything.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Shikata. I think that also, Council Member Tanaka, I think it would be very difficult if we had two different contractors that were going to be doing the same type of work. And, you know, like you look at this, this line truck capacity is setting and removing poles, $45, $75, $102. You know, I think the thing is that we would have difficulties trying to break that work up from each contracting firm that we would be working with. And I think that we would lose some credibility with the other contractors that might not be as flexible of working on this. I think that the synergies that we've got here is that we got one contractor. We want to build a relationship with this individual. That's why we're asking for a 5-year contract, where in the past, when we had Hotline, we only asked for a 3-year contract. So I think it's very important that we do this. And as the report talks about, we've always had, probably for the last 25 years, even when we were somewhat fully staffed, that we always had a contractor on call for, in case of the extreme emergencies, that would be able to call in and help out the crews if necessary.
Mayor, I'm over time, but I have a follow-on question. Okay, so yeah, so actually, so I wasn't clear. I wasn't advocating that we try to you know, put, let's say, a line person with one company with, let's say, overtime person with another. That's not what I'm saying. But when we have a job to be done, we have, let's say, 2 people that we could go to, maybe Powerline and Ferreira, however you say the name. And we ask them, hey, you know, can you guys do it? And then maybe they're busy, or one of them is busy. And you could look at in terms of cost and schedule, and it gives you an option so that if it's super urgent, maybe we pay more, right? But if it's not urgent and one of them is cheaper, why not just go with the cheaper one? So, and you know, even if it's let's say we split up $10 million each, it's still a sizable contract for these size companies. So I guess I understand your point about building a relationship, but it's not like we're splitting a $100,000 contract. We're splitting a $20 million contract, which is a substantial contract for these size companies.
I think the last thing I could mention to you is that, you know, when we put this out, we actually put all the line items in there. And when they bid this job, they actually bid for how many bodies will actually be doing this work on a day-to-day basis. I think what will happen is that if I use a different company each day for a different job, they're not going to stick around, because they know that what are they going to do with that crew now? The crew was supposed to come in and work for Palo Alto, but I gave it to for contractor B to do the work because they're a little cheaper on this type of work. And now I need them back to do another job on another side, and now I'm going to give it to contractor A. So I think the thing is, it's very difficult to jug that back and forth. Plus, I think also the contractors would not prefer something like that. And I don't think we would be able to hold a full crew of contractors because one of them is going to walk.
Well, right now, the contract allows us to do that the way it's written. It allows us to, for instance, scale up our internal force or, for instance, scale up a third party. So there's nothing in the contract that prevents it. And so, in fact, it contemplates that very action. So if there was some sort of minimum bid or minimum usage, I would understand that, but that's not in the contract. So it seems like these people are well aware that the work is scaled up or scaled down. So I understand what you're saying, but that's not reflected in the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I don't see any other lights, so I'd like to move staff's Finance Committee and staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowy. I don't have too much to say, except that I want to thank Finance Committee for bringing it to council so that we are included in this discussion over this larger amount that is necessary in order to continue the work that utility does for, especially for electric. Councilmember Lowy.
Nothing further to add.
Okay. Madam Clerk, Mr. Clerk, will you take the, Council Member, I'm sorry, if you would just give me a minute, Council Member Tanaka.
Yeah, actually, sorry, I trying to look at the motion here. I was wondering whether we could also add to the motion that we consider engaging in, because I think the next cheapest was actually Ferreira as a backup contractor.
What contractor?
Ferreira, the middle one, the F-E-R-R-E-I-R-A. It's a hard to say and hard to pronounce. As a backup contractor.
You're gonna have to make this a substitute or unfriendly.
Okay, unfriendly then.
Yeah. So basically it was.
So I'm not saying not approve this one. In fact, I think we could prove it as is, but basically also consider the second place as a backup contractor. Because the contract that's written allows us to go up to 20 million. They could go all the way, also go all the way down to zero. So it's fine the way it is. But I think it'd be prudent for us financially to have another contractor.
Okay, let's get a second first before you comment on it. Do we have a second? Okay, I don't see a second.
Okay, thank
Calling
you.
once, twice, 3 times. Okay. So we'll go back to the main motion, please. You can call the votes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lifcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Lowy,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. We'll move on. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're going to go to action item number 11, which is the consideration of additional 2023 council priority objectives. Can I just ask how long is the presentation? Just so that I know how much time to give the public in order to submit their cards.
No more than 10 minutes, maybe less.
All right, so again, to the members of the public, if you would like to speak to this item, please submit your cards or raise your hands before we finish on the staff presentation. After staff presentation is made, we will no longer take comments, public comment cards. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Council. Kylie Nose, Assistant City Manager, here to present what is really a revisit of something the council has seen already and is ultimately the combined resolution, or rather product, of a number of staff of your executive leadership team that have helped pull this together. So next slide, please. Just as a quick refresher, as the council knows, we started discussing your 2023 priorities at your retreat back in January, and staff followed up in February with identification of priority objectives. That is in your attachment A of this council packet item. As part of that, staff identified the objectives that would be completed or started in 2023 in alignment with the 4 priorities of the council. At that time, council asked staff to come back and continue to consider priorities, and added some additional areas for consideration, which is table 1 in the staff report. So you can see the ones that are lettered are the ones you've already approved. The ones that are numbered would be ones that would be new, that you have identified at a prior meeting. Next slide, please. So you probably can't see that picture, but it's really there just to illustrate a list of the priorities that priority objectives, I should say, that you've already approved. There are 61 objectives, 21 of them are not resourced. And thus far this year, the first quarter, the projects are on track. So if you want to see the full list, that's in your attachment A, and I believe we did a zoomed in version as well for those that might find the
We call it the placemat version.
Yes.
Poster board.
To try and help with the visuals since the font gets so tiny. So on the next slide is essentially what you are really considering tonight, which are those new items. So on table 1 in your staff report are the 17 new objectives that the council had included in their prior motion. 16 of these items are not resourced, and 9 of them would not be able to start until 2024 or later. Ultimately, as you can see, staff has a full plate, and there are many objectives ahead of us. And ultimately, if the council did choose to add all 17 of these, you would now have 37 unresourced objectives for this calendar year. So with that, I will actually turn this over to the city manager, Shikata, to go through kind of some of the inherent issues as well as next steps.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This is where I get to call attention to a few of the elephants in the room. So let me jump into that. First off, I would hope obvious, but perhaps not necessarily so, that the placemat version, all of the objectives that we have in front of you and that you'll have for discussion this evening are still simply a fraction of the work that's done by this organization. As some may recall, you over time have seen an analogy with an iceberg, where the council sees the portion of the iceberg that's above the waterline, and that below the waterline is the work by a majority of your city workforce. So want to point that out to not give the impression that the list in front of you represents the totality of the work that's being done by city or through city resources, or even that it represents a majority of the work or the totality of the work being done by your executive team. As a reality, there is the running of the organization, the managing of a 1,000-person organization, the fiscal issues that need to be handled on a day-to-day basis. And then, of course, there are the daily emergencies that require attention from various quarters of the organization. Second, it's to note that there is an inherent tension between our ability to complete the list, or at least to bring forward to you for completion the objectives that are shown on the list, and the desire to try to get more done. And I think it's important in our team, as you may have noticed, you have a large portion of the city's department heads watching and ready to jump in to your discussion this evening if necessary in order to elaborate on the work that's being done and to engage as needed in any discussion of trade-offs and or the ability to take on new initiatives. And then finally, would note that the descriptions that are provided on the list of priority objectives are really just one-liners or headlines at best, and are simply a very brief statement to describe the work, the topic of the work ahead, rather than to get into any details on scope or specifics of what it will take to deliver on these objectives. So given that, I would certainly counsel the council to try to acknowledge that fact and not dive too deeply into what's in the list as opposed to the totality of the list. And at the end of the day, this is all about your expectations, setting expectations, and our ability to deliver on those expectations. So we would hope that tonight we will be able to finish, at least as it might be called, a snapshot in time, the goals and objectives for the priorities for this calendar year to advance the priorities that the council has adopted. Next slide, please. Oh, and that little graphic on the side that was described as our city as at work is actually a document that was produced a few years ago, but does reflect our attempt to roll up all of the programs and services that are provided by the city. And again, if interested to discuss the things below the waterline. Then, so based on tonight's discussion, would note that, again, we hope to finalize this list for the time being. Would note that as the budget process will be unfolding within the next month, that it will provide an opportunity to resource those priorities that are, as Assistant City Manager pointed out, unresourced. And I suspect, and I can say with some confidence, that there will be more items on the list than resources to advance those items when you see your proposed budget within the next few weeks. But nonetheless, there will be opportunities to discuss which of those should be prioritized for funding. And then we will proceed with implementation accordingly. And then the last bullet here is noting that we would expect to provide an update on a progress report on all of the priorities that you identify and bring that back to council in August. Next slide, please. So just as a point of reference, you obviously can take this discussion where you'd like, but should you want to approve the list that has been presented, they reflect here approval of the additional priority objectives on table number 1. This is packet page 203 in your agenda packet this evening. And if you agree with the schedule, the estimated completion timeframes that are reflected in that table, this proposed motion identifies those objectives that would be approved, incorporated into our priority objectives for the calendar year, and then we would report on progress at the next opportunity. So that completes our staff update, and turn it back to you, Mayor Koo.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment and then come back to council, and we'll have 2 rounds or for council discussion.
Excuse me, Mayor Koo. Remember that you have a disclosure to make on this item.
Oh, thank you for the reminder. So my husband, John St. Clair, is actually a board member with the La Comida Board of Directors. Thank you. He receives no pay.
Our first speaker is Maura Ullman, followed by Aaron James.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members and city staff. My name is Maura Ullman. I am a resident of Palo Alto and a mother of a teenage child who was born here in Palo Alto and has only known Palo Alto as home. I'm also a volunteer on the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation that raises funds for the Recreation Department here in Palo Alto and the Executive Director of Youth Community Service. I'm here today, tonight, to express my support for some of the objectives and priorities, and thank you for raising those up again. Specifically, I wanted to speak about the HISRAP funding, about funding for youth mental health and for youth voice in climate discussions. For HISRAP, I wanted to first of all thank the HRC, especially Chair Smith and the commissioners, because their task was huge. And as you know, there was a request for about $1.5 million, and the budget was about $622,000. Last time around, and HISRAP is a 2-year process, so the budget is kind of set, and then for 2 years, it's the same amount. And for the last time around, it was around $750K, and the city council had allocated $200,000 more, and which brought it to $750K that was distributed to the nonprofits the last time around, and this time it's $622K. So perhaps it was because of COVID that additional money had been added to the budget. But I just wanted to underline that many of us nonprofits are still playing a critical role in the recovery from COVID, and we're still hurting in many ways and trying to recover ourselves from the impact of COVID. So
I'm
COVID
sorry,
is-
you are over time.
Oh, I'm over time. Sorry, I thought it was, I apologize.
No worries. Our next speaker is Aaron James, followed by Jennifer Landesman.
Okay, so I think that most of you probably read the weekly article for April 7th, Why Life Moves Herald, the homeless solution isn't working. Boy, do we need to revisit that. We've got about a $13 million project. I know the representatives, when they were trying to sell the program to the city of Palo Alto, they were very responsive. Some of those same representatives didn't want to respond to the press. Boy, do we have something to do there. Now, so that's got to be one priority. I think it's $13 or $14 million we're talking about spending on that project, Homekey monies. I want to talk also, I'm curious why the city manager didn't discuss the fact that the Racial Identity Profiling Act, the next data is coming out in May. And I would say that when that information is released, we need to have that as an action item. We know the elephant in the room is that we still have Zach Perone, who the Palo Alto Post said is now going to get a 13% raise, $290,000, and that doesn't include all of the benefits. And we still have an all-white command staff. Zach Perone has not been disciplined for his behavior using the N-word on another officer. And then we've got the Black Lives Matter officers that have sued the city. What's the status of that? I mean, the elephant in the room is this is a department that is doing exactly what it's done over the years, acting out of the worst kind of racist model of policing. And we are just looking the other way. Their budget is, the biggest in the city or police department. So it's got to be a priority to look at the racist nature of this department and review that RIPA data really carefully that when it comes out, and ask yourself about Zach Perone, why is he still here, and maybe would become our next assistant police chief. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Landesman, followed by Liz Gardner.
Hi, Council. So however you will be handling priorities, they will be seen by your actions, right? As you keep adding priorities to your list, I suggest that you please rank the 2022 priorities with unfinished business at an early place on the public agenda, at least to get a staff report before summer. And instead of staff setting the objectives for the issue, you should take time to do it. When a staff report or something in writing is not produced by the FAA, it's either because they don't know what to write, they want to hide something, or they cannot be bothered. Surely staff can produce a quality document and you can treat this as a priority. You have lamented repeatedly tonight about not attracting new people to show up. I wouldn't discount the amount of people who are supporting some of these voices. Airplane noise has the largest petition for a city issue, 3,780 signatures, half opting to receive emails. And nearly 1,000 people open our newsletters 10 to 12 times per year. And this has been going on for 7 years now. We have supporters in over 23 neighborhoods. 600 new people signed our petition when the council took a different action that we recommended. So even when you don't do something, we get supporters. And new signatures were gathered last week. And we don't do anything to necessarily, actively solicit. So don't dilute priorities, which impact so many residents. And please take action soon that show you are treating airplane noise as a priority. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by Katie Rueth.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council tonight. I do want to put out there as a priority that you reinstate the 3-minute public comment period for engagement. I want to talk to you about quality of life, connection to belonging to community, and building and growing inclusive residents of Palo Alto. I did want to prioritize the history of Palo Alto, the ilk residing in multifamily housing, the Lawrence Tract, which was a part of the Peninsula Housing Association in post-World War II, 1947, was built by my children's great-grandmother, which was 21 units of inclusive housing, single-family housing on Lawrence Court behind the Friends Quaker Church. This was inclusive to African Americans, single mothers, and Japanese returning from camps. I want this history to be out there. I have an association with somebody doing their dissertation who grew up on the Lawrence Tract. He's out of the University of Oregon, and this history is critical to Palo Alto. If there's going to be a history museum, why not put this history forth? The redlining has got to stop here in Palo Alto. We have got to move forward with inclusive, equitable, affordable, quality housing for all here. I really appreciate your hearing us out tonight. This is a priority. There is solid history for inclusive housing here. Please let it be known.
I'm sorry, but you are over your time. Our next speaker is Katie Rueth, followed by Casey Hederly.
Hi, good evening, Council. I know it's late, so I will try to keep this short. I just want to say thank you so much for adding youth to your list of priorities. And I just want to emphasize a couple of things as you all start to develop your intentions to involve youth in government and in our community. I want to start off by saying that we must be prioritizing equity. And by that, I mean an effort to include all, not just those who will already have access to opportunities to engage with the city. I know that there are some legal hurdles and stuff like that, but just as long as we're making as much of an effort as possible to reach out to those who have the same goals as we do, but may not have the resources as always to access those opportunities. I want to encourage you to have very carefully informed intentions as you are developing this youth involvement chapter. The youth are ready. They look up to you. They want to learn from you. And getting them involved in community action, not just through an advisory board, will help them feel connected in a way that they've already demonstrated that they can be. As long as we're careful about our intentions, this youth impact chapter can be a very, very impactful aspect of your city council priorities and will be a big boost to high schoolers and other community members like the members of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition who have already demonstrated an interest and enthusiasm for working with you all. It's been a pleasure to work with many of the city council and staff members in the past, and I hope to continue working with them. And I hope that others, especially those who have not had access to the same resources that I've had, will have the opportunity to work with you all as well. I hope that you guys will engage with us as you begin to plan this. I hope that staff will also engage with youth as they plan this, and feel free to reach out to me as you are developing this priority. Thank you so much for adding this to priorities list, and thank you all for your time.
Our next speaker is Casey Hederley, followed by our final speaker, Katie Causey.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Casey Hederley, and I'm a volunteer with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. We want to share our support for the new council priority objectives 3, 4, and 6, strategies for birds and other wildlife. Approving these objectives is an important step towards implementing essential protection for our wildlife. We ask you to take it further by using a wider lens to look at protections for creek corridors, dark skies, and bird safety citywide. Naturalizing creeks and implementing creek corridor setbacks as noted in objectives 3 and 4, wherever possible, would protect important riparian habitat and help prevent flooding and erosion. It may be more expensive to implement, but taking preventative action could spare the city additional costs and would make a huge difference for our riparian wildlife. Birds are important residents of our urban forest, a habitat we need to protect. In the US, glass collisions kill millions of birds yearly. Implementing bird-safe glass, as noted in Objective 6, would reduce these fatalities. Migrating birds are also threatened by their attraction to light at night, which can throw them off course and result in further fatalities. Exposure to light at night has also been causally linked to human diseases such as diabetes, childhood leukemia, and other cancers. Protection from light pollution, as noted in Objective 6, is therefore a matter of both wildlife protection and public health that must be addressed. We recommend the City of Cupertino's bird safety and dark sky ordinance as a starting point for evaluating the protections outlined in Objective 6. Please approve Council Priority Objectives 3, 4, and 6 and extend these protections citywide. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Katie Causey.
Good evening. As I said on the earlier item, I am a renter born and raised in Palo Alto. I've worked as a staff member for the Palo Alto Renters Association, PARA, and I currently sit on PARA's board. As a staff member, it was my job to be the first phone call for tenants severely struggling or facing eviction in Palo Alto. I want to take you all back to early 2022 when we had a big developer trigger a mass eviction in Midtown. We didn't want to see that. Council didn't want to see that. So council passed relocation our community together to be on the way under council priorities. However, developers like the one in Midtown, as well as landlord groups, have really well-funded, long-standing organizing resources to help oppose actions such as rent registries, because rent registries help identify when landlords are doing things like mass evictions and raising rents. The nonprofits who support those struggling residents just don't have the resources to organize in the same manner. The short list of local nonprofits who work directly with their most vulnerable Palo Altans have been asking for a rent registry for years because we know it helps identify bad actors. It's always really funny to me when we talk about housing initiatives or renter initiatives and we get a bunch of questions of how will we do this? And Mountain View is doing it right next door. There's so many cities in California who have implemented rent registries safely, effectively, at low cost. They don't raise rents. They help identify if landlords are raising rents and if tenants are being evicted or if marginalized communities are being targeted in evictions. As just one example, just this week, I sat down with a renter who rents from a large property owner in Palo Alto, whose rent is being significantly raised, violating Assembly Bill 1482, which prevents raises from over 10%. And there's no way right now for us to monitor compliance with AB 1482, and a rent registry would give us that. Thank you so much. We're so excited for your continued work on this.
Thank you. Let's bring it back to council. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I want to say that I really appreciate that this matrix now has over on the far right, this what's called council priorities, and where we have boxes where we've had it identified where certain objectives help fulfill multiple priorities at once. Second, I wanted to ask, we have under mental and physical health and belonging, we have RR, which is about completing reopening of libraries to budget level. And as I got thinking about the ways in which that initiative is identified as helping community health, and in particular, the last 2 years, we've had a focus within that priority on youth needs, and particularly youth mental health, both upstream and downstream, as a result of really the terrible burden they went through during the COVID years. And it occurred to me that we've been rightly focusing on libraries, but as I recall, the children's library funding, children's theater funding was cut significantly in 2020, and I believe has only been partially restored. So does staff know what the status is on full restoration of staffing for children's theater to pre-pandemic levels?
Sure. I do believe we have Director O'Kane on the line. Let me see.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. So we are proposing to restore additional children's theater reductions that were as a result of COVID.
So it would, those proposals would take us back to pre-COVID staffing levels?
Well, I think it depends on what council approves as part of the budget process. So there's some that are being proposed and some that might be on a second tier list that council will be able to select from.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did want to note just under community health and safety, we have AAA and BBB, which are related to wildfire prevention programs, whereas up above, we list the under climate adaptation, the flood protections. And I don't know what's the right place to do it, but it seems like we should be consistent that if those initiatives are primarily in response to climate change, then we put them there. If they're primarily about, first of all, about public safety and public health, then in each case, I think we should put them down there. And I think probably the highest priority is public safety and public health, like the flood protection may be getting compounded by climate change, but it existed already. And just a suggestion there. And then on the HISRIP funding, I know that the council, several of the council members spoke about that at the retreat. One of the things that I realized is that the Human Relations Commission has just gone through the process of allocating the current funding level for HISRUP. And we've kind of got a disconnect in our budget cycle between their process and when we would look at increasing the funding. I do recall that there was a year or two ago where they had a second cut at this. And Kylie, I see you have something to add.
I believe Director O'Kane can correct me if I'm wrong, but the committee has anticipated what I think you're talking about, which is that timing difference. And I believe they're exploring alternative scenarios as part of their recommendation to try and ensure they hedge against what you are identifying as what was a second process previously, since we were unable to sync those.
Great. And my final thing is just further on the youth health. We've had this as a priority twice, but we really haven't had deliberate things that we've done to fulfill that. And so in addition to the Children's Theater and the library, the other thing that I think is important is this engaging youth on the implementation of the climate change initiatives, which it doesn't have a dollar sign. It's really about how do we engage them as opposed to necessarily having to add staffing. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone. Oh, Vice Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. On objective number 6, does that include Dark Skies Initiative? I guess does the language wildlife protection from light pollution, does that cover Dark Skies?
I believe Director Late is on the line.
Yes, that's it does.
Great, wonderful. Glad to see that included and moving forward. That's been long overdue. Referring to back to table 1 then, number 1, evaluating implementing a business vacancy tax to incentivize activity. I'm interested in keeping that. I'm glad that's in there. I'd like to see us add a similar vacancy tax, or at least a discussion and possible referral to see a similar vacancy tax to our housing, to include that within the housing for social and economic balance, by essentially exploring the possibility of taxing ghost houses in order to both disincentivizing purchasing as purely an investment tool and to raise revenue for our affordable housing fund. A lot of other cities are doing that. I think Oakland passed one back in 2018. They do like a $6,000 flat tax if a property is not used for more than 50 days in a calendar year. Berkeley and San Francisco have passed similar taxes. I know it's been talked about for a bit, but we haven't moved on it. And it looks like the city manager has a comment.
Yes, Vice Mayor, sounds like I should clarify that in the case of number 6 and also number 1, the fact that they're shown on that table 1 with the estimated completion is 2024 or later, move forward this calendar year.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, well, so things that I think I think both of these issues, I mean, if we're serious about our housing for social and economic balance, finding ways to be able to increase our affordable housing fund, we're not going to get anywhere near our RENA requirements on inclusionary zoning alone. We really need to increase our affordable housing fund as much as possible. These seem like 2 good tools to be able to do it. Understanding staffing constraints, but also I think kind of going back to Councilmember Burt's comment about just if we're serious about some of these goals, we need to move with a little more urgency on those. So like to see, again, a vacancy tax on housing as well being included. Really happy to see increase in his wrap, and I'm hoping staff is kind of doing research to be able to come back to finance, but understand from my bit of research and memory when I served on the HRC's kind of his wrap ad hoc committee for several cycles. I know funding was higher in the early 2000s. I think it was cut around 2005, 2006, was never restored to the level that was before that. So I mean, at a bare minimum, I think we need to be looking at where would we be today had those cuts not been made. And I heard rumors that it may have been tied to CPI increase or maybe like a 0.5% of the general budget. I'd like for us to look into that closer. And again, maybe I think probably the finance committee when this comes back is the most appropriate. And then just finally, on increasing support and funding for youth mental health, just a kind of a couple thoughts there. One thing I'd like to see is a meeting with staff, maybe an ad hoc of council members, youth mental health professionals, and PAUSD to essentially, I don't know if we've ever done this, perform a needs assessment and really just kind of find a path forward for greater partnership with PAUSD. Again, back when I was on HRC, we hosted a summit of nonprofit providers for senior citizen services and essentially kind of brought everybody together in one room. And we were able to share what were all these organizations doing in addition to the city and I think the county and a lot of nonprofits. I think the best thing that kind of came out of that was not only great networking for the people that were there, but also identifying where those service gaps are. I don't know if we've done that for youth mental health, but it seems like something that would be relevant to do, and especially forming a closer partnership with PAUSD. And then, another area in that we talk a lot about, and I think it's important, I think it's a part of the tool, but we talk about libraries for the youth, involving in climate, children's theater. Those are all really critical, but still vast majority of young people are not going to the theater, aren't engaged in climate issues, have no interest in libraries. So I think a big part of that too is a sense of space and community that needs to be created. We have lost so much of that in this city, from the bowling alley to other things that were in downtown kind of before my time, but I have heard fun stories of spaces for teens there. So again, I know there's constraints of what we can do and incentivize private actors, but I do think that space is missing, that community space for them. So those are my comments. Overall, happy with this list, but want to see some things expedited.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I was going to use my first round for some questions and some procedural questions about how we're going to kind of get through this. And depending on time, I might go on to the comment side. But each one of these X's doesn't equate. It's not weighted. Each one of these X's is not weighted in terms of the number. And anyway, so I understand why it's kind of not here right now. But for example, on the placemat, for example, under climate change, there are 9 of the 12 climate change things that say we're going to get that done in the fourth quarter. And under community health, 10 of the 16 say we're going to get it done in the fourth quarter. So my first question is, if that's just a placeholder and it really means 24, then maybe we ought to knock out half of those right now and look at what's on the placemat thing before we start looking at what's on the ad thing for I think it was the 9 or 10 that have been added. Because essentially we have now 100 priorities in these 2 lists that we're trying to get down to some manageable number of, let's say, 60. And the question is, how are we going to get there? So I put that to this group and to staff, but do we go back and try to trim some of the original 23 out first and then add a few more, such as the vice mayor suggested, that are critical? Or do we say that those 23 ones are fixed, we can't do it? The other thing I wanted to note is that Ms. Nozay said that we're on schedule. We actually aren't on schedule because council hasn't approved stuff that you brought to us. So those things are still going to get postponed by a couple quarters. The leaf blower got much more complicated and went back to policy and services, and I don't know when that's coming back. And we pushed the park things back, which I personally think that was the right idea, but it's still there. So we're not even getting them off the list. So I'm very sympathetic to what we're trying to manage here collectively as a team, but just trying to figure out, the best way to do that. And then the other question I'll put out there is that some of these things, for example, just because it's the top of climate change, it says engage youth in implementation of climate change initiatives, objectives, and so on. I mean, we already know from public comments that youth are already really engaged in that. So I'm not even sure what that action item means. And we're using up one of our X's on that. So I'm just saying, I'm saying that if we're going to really prioritize this, there's a lot more discussion that we have to have, or if we're going to just stick with our short list here. So I'll just make one general, no, I'll stop there for now.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And I'll associate myself with the comments of Councilmember Lowing with respect to the task before us. So what I'm going to do is focus on table 1, the new things, and sort of stand on my comments from before about the old things. And I assume that, we're going to probably further prioritize out of necessity when we deal with the finance, deal with the budget. So at this point, so focusing on table 1, first off, with respect to the business vacancy tax, I will associate myself with the comments of Vice Mayor Stone with respect to the importance and priority of that. I would hope that we can find a way to move forward quickly on that. And I guess a question, well, let me just stop with that there. Let me move down on table 1 under climate change to number 4, which is initiate zoning changes consistent with the comprehensive plan regarding creek corridor setbacks. And what I'm wondering, are those the ones that we discussed in conjunction with the property by the creek when we sat in a quasi-judicial mode? Yes, they are.
I believe so, but Director Lade should confirm.
Well, I think it's an opportunity for the council to clarify its interest in that particular objective. The way that reads to me now is that it is associated with that development agreement project and the city's potential acquisition of that site and the opportunity to do some creek restoration. Yes, Sir Andrew.
Yes, Director Lade, I think you're referring to the former Fry site. The question was related to the Los Trancos site.
Oh, thank you. Yes,
and not even, Director Lade, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but not even specifically a site. I'm just losing my time here. I wanted to know if we're talking about the rules about the creek setback. There was the supposedly a directive previously that was never actually formalized. And so I just was ensuring that was this. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I actually think there's two items on this objective that probably should be split. One is dealing with the setbacks. And so the creek setback is something that we've identified. I'm looking for that number again. What number is it on the sheet?
It's item 4 on table 1. And let me ask, my question was going to be, why not this year and what all is entailed, which I think you are answering, but I guess that's, we spent a lot of time because we didn't have that thing nailed down. And so I was just hoping we could nail it down, at least that piece, before 2024, 5 or 6. That's all.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now I see it. And 3 is separated, the one that I was confused on with Matadero Creek, I see that. But there is that clause about and evaluate setbacks. So I guess that's related to that particular item. It could be this year. Again, I think it's about trade-offs and how do we prioritize some of the other assignments that we have. If the council is asking us to move that one forward, we could explore how to do that. It just may mean that something else isn't able to.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's clear for all of this. I just wanted to know if there's any gating item we couldn't do other than just having too much to do. Sounds like we just a lot to do. Okay, that's one I'd suggest we think about just so we don't end up in the same old soup. My other questions are, of a kind. And maybe I'll just ask them together and see. I don't know who the right person is to ask, probably different people. But on some of these, I'm not clear why they're at the $3 signs, the highly expensive one. And I'm sure there are reasons. Let me just pick a couple because I'm losing time here. So why is it so expensive? Oh, item 14, since I'm the library lady, evaluate funding and plan to return library services to pre-pandemic levels. I think we were on a path to that. If it was budgeted to have staff and we're having hiring issues, why is that a high dollar amount in this table?
Sure. So Councilmember Vinker, on the slide or the page, I should say, of the staff report just prior, the dollars are given a metric essentially, and anything that would be costing $100,000 or more has those $3 signs. So in order to move the library up to pre-pandemic levels, we would need to add resources of $100,000 or more to the library department in order to get them to that level of service. Now, to your point, they are moving towards current authorized levels by filling vacancies. And as they're filling those vacancies, they're able to add more staff, but ultimately the authorized level at this point still falls below budgeted levels.
Okay, so if it were to hit pre-pandemic levels, we'd have to do something
You would need to add
additional
more
in
staff.
next year's budget.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So then let me ask also, so the expense, the high expense for the business vacancy tax, back up to that one. What's involved there and why is that?
A significant effort. I can tell you that over the last 2 years, it's taken at least 2 full-time FTEs to work on the tax measures, and that's just on the business side. In addition to that, you have legal counsel that's necessary, plus a lot of consultants for outreach, education, and additional research. And we'd be starting from scratch on this one, whereas the other ones, we actually were even starting from a point of knowledge.
I'm over my time. I have one quick follow-up on that, just on that point. Do you have any sense of when we would break even? Like in terms of the income, the revenue from it?
Depends on the tax setup.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
If you go down this path, you'll see many, many graphs and choices and timelines, and there's a lot of analysis, and that will.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm the liaison to the HRC, and so let me just confirm that the HRC did dole out funds based on its allocation last year, 622,000. But they received 8 more requests than usual this year. They received 25 applications, which was 8 more than usual. So a significant number of requests totaling 1.15 million, and they gave out just less than half of that, 622, but they do have 3 backup scenarios in case they do get additional funding in this next budget cycle. So I'm reading from my notes from our meeting on March 16th, just to confirm that for y'all. In terms of table 1, I am finding myself, like others, very much in favor of evaluating the business vacancy tax, because it seems to hit so many things. It is obviously a potential revenue source, but it is also a way to force people to put up or shut up. You're like, do you want to run a business in this city or do you not? Because we need a vital city. And you can't sit and hold a place vacant for too long. It's just, it harms the city. So I'm very interested in number 1. I'm very interested in numbers 8, 9, and 10 on housing. They seem to address this really urgent need we have. And then his rep, number 11. Of these many priorities, 1, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are my highest priorities at this time. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. So, when I'm listening to staff give their presentation, it really seems that they're crying out for us to take some stuff off. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're looking for more, but at least from what I could gather, they're saying there's too much and there's not enough resources. And so I think for us as a council, what we could do most to help is, and of course, I for one love to add more stuff, but I don't think we're helping. We're not helping staff by doing that. So I think that what we should be doing tonight is helping them to take stuff off. And that way, because it's better to do a few things well than a lot of things kind of poorly. And so I know that they're trying to please us, but I don't think it's helpful by us piling more stuff on. So I'm gonna take a swing at trying to take some stuff off here. So I also saw the article on Life Moves, the Home Key project. Well, of course, we need more housing for our homeless. It looks like a very troubled program, and I think that should probably get pushed out. The business vacancy tax, I think, is, we're going through, especially in technology, a big recession. People are working from home. People are not coming to our city to work anymore. Businesses are leaving. If you guys haven't noticed, we also have a meltdown in our banking system. Silicon Valley Bank failed. So a lot of those places that are empty because the businesses aren't doing well. They laid off a bunch of people. So a vacancy tax seems like you're throwing salt in the wound. So it doesn't make sense to me. So I think we should take that off. It's kind of already off, but maybe even take it off completely. And then let me speak, and the mayor mentioned that I should speak about it, I guess, here. But the rental registry, I know it has a lot of good intentions, but I think it's problematic for several reasons. And so let me bring my notes up here. Okay, so I guess first of all is, and we heard this from several landlords who spoke here earlier, but when you pile on the paperwork and the regulation and the burden, landlords have to staff that. And what they're going to do is they're going to pass this cost on to our tenants. And this means that this is going to increase the cost for our tenants, which is literally the opposite of the thing that we want to do. We want to help with the housing situation, not make it worse. And then there's a lot of privacy concerns. So the rental registry, kind of exposes a lot of sensitive rental data. And I don't think that's what we want to be doing. The third issue is lack of clear objectives. So, right now, as it is, even without the rental registry, landlords have an interest in keeping tenants and collecting rent. They don't want to have something vacant. No landlord wants to do that. And, but, imposing these additional regulations kind of goes against that. And so we have to ask ourselves, what is the objective of the rental registry? And then the other part is potential reduction in rental availability. So, not all landlords here necessarily need the rental money. And if you make it too onerous or too difficult, especially for the small landlords, they just might not do it, right? I know, like, there's a senior on my street, and she doesn't really need the money, but she's thinking about renting stuff out because she wants to help with the housing situation. But you make it too tough for someone like that, they're just not going to do it. So we reduce the availability of rental units in our city. And then we had this discussion before is how we're going to use the information. And we didn't really have a clear plan. So what do we get when we get this? Or what are we going to do with the data? And so this is a potentially very costly, burdensome program for everyone, for the city, for our landlords, for our tenants. And so I wonder, why are we doing this? This is one that I think we should push out. Anyways, these are some of the ones that I think that we could probably push out or drop. But I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues on ones that you guys think can be taken off.
Councilmember Burt. Knee thing again. Okay, well, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say an emphatic no to Councilmember Tanaka's recommendation of items that we remove. I kind of want to point out all of them were related to affordable housing and housing our most vulnerable residents. And in the rental registry, Project Home Key, the business vacancy tax, all of these are relevant to an ongoing priority that this council has had for a long time that we have all agreed are critical needs. The state has identified as critical needs, housing providers have identified as critical needs, and we have discussed these items yeah, and in several meetings. So all of those cannot be touched. I agree. Project Homekey needs to be reevaluated, and we need to do our own investigation. But to say we should now just remove it when we have no other alternatives is not prudent and is way too hasty. On the rental registry, this is an item that's going to go forward to Policy and Services, and it has already been discussed quite a bit. Organizations like PARA, as well as a lot of other housing providers, have talked about rental registry being one of the kind of the primary foundational steps that a city needs to take. I mean, the question was asked, what does it do? Well, two really critical things. First, one, we're always talking about data, and Councilmember Tanaka, I always appreciate that you do oftentimes bring up the need for additional data. Well, without a rental registry, we are flying in the dark here. It's going to provide us data to understand how many renters there are in the city, what are their rents, when are there rental increases, who are the predatory landlords, et cetera. And then it's going to allow us to be able to enforce both state law violations as well as our own local violations, which hopefully, as many of the referrals that the previous council made last year, advances through Policy and Services this year and into next. And as we strengthen those renter protections, the rental registry is going to be able to allow us to identify when these violations are occurring and to be able to step in. And we've talked a lot about as well, oftentimes kind of disconnect with renters and knowing what are the resources that are available. This is going to be able to allow the city to be able to be more proactive and not have to wait on. I'm interested in the conversation of removing some items. I think that suggestion was appropriate, but to target those three that are directly going towards us being able to solve a pressing issue that the city has been dealing with for decades is not the time, and those are not the priorities to go after.
Thank you. So looking at this, I wanted to ask about the rental registry, right? It shows a date of 2024 in one of the boxes. Is that when it's slated to come forward? This has been kind of like in discussion for quite a long time, and it's pushed all the way out to 2024. So I would like to actually see it a little bit sooner.
Let's ask Director Lay to describe the work underway and why it is shown in that timeframe.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. And yes, Mayor, work is underway. We have made a lot of progress on it. And we see that early 2024 as an implementation timeframe.
Oh, thank you for that distinguishing it. It's 2024 for implementation. So it's going to come forward sooner. Very good. And then on exploring the opportunities to regulate short-term rentals with council committee to be decided. That was a colleague's memo. And so I would like to see that have a date determined also. Is there any updates on that one?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it on the list. Could you?
That's HH in the placemat under Housing for Social and Economic Balance, number HH.
Yes, it's shown with the TBD under resources needed. I think staff is still evaluating what it will take to bring that forward, and as such had not put together a specific schedule.
Yeah, thank you. I think I want to say that it does go hand in hand in ensuring that we have good data on what is our housing impact in terms of number of housing there is and how many of it is being used for this type of uses, short-term rentals. Then on the last one, under community health and safety, item number III, which is the engage with SFO roundtable. Obviously, we know already that we are not invited to engage with the SFO roundtable, be it the GBAS or anything else. So I think on this one here, we need to kind of revisit and change it to something like having an ad hoc committee or so I don't think that one there is realistic. Definitely looking at opportunities to decrease the noise impacts here in Palo Alto. But also, I want to just say that I am interested in, for the items in table 1 is 1, 4, 6, 7, 11, 12, 15, and 17. So, yeah, so I would be looking to see if we could include those. Council Member Byrd, Council Member Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I stated the items in table 1 that I find to be of highest priority because we were sharing that. I also want to say, as a matter of procedure, I am deeply appreciative, as I think we all are, that staff is feeling overwhelmed by the number of items on the combined lists. And I'm feeling a curiosity about how we solve the puzzle of this. And to that end, I kind of like what Councilmember Tanaka said about maybe we should be helping by taking things off the list, although I appreciate what Vice Mayor Stone said about the inappropriateness of removing some things. As a matter of the placemat, staff has identified that the vast majority of those things are going to get dealt with this year. So what if we, accept that as a fact, accept that they are stacked to the hilt with workload, and look at table 1 as the first 17 things we want to prioritize in 2024, which is 8 months away. I just wonder if staff is trying to bake a beautiful cake and we're like, use the same ingredients, but we want, instead of the 12 cupcakes you're making, we want 18 cupcakes, and we're giving them the same amount of ingredients. I worry about what's going to happen to the whole if we just pile more stuff on. I'm new, obviously. I'm one of the new people. I don't know what this process is normally like. Maybe this back and forth, this push and pull between staff and council is normal and natural and meant to be this way. But as a relative newcomer to the process, I'm not wanting to be a council member who is disrespectful of what staff who are doing all the work is saying about their workload. And so for that reason, I just want to throw out as a question to see if anybody else is interested in the notion of, is there value in saying the placemat is what we've got prioritized for this year, and we've got a really great start on what next year's priorities will be, because staff says they can complete much of the placemat in 2023. So maybe a strange idea. I offer it for what it's worth. Thank you.
Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, thank you. So let me first follow up with high-level responses, and then I have a few specifics on this notion of how do we reconcile table 1 with the larger list of priorities that are already on the staff work plan. And first, I think it was Councilmember Lowing who pointed out that, it looks like perhaps over half of all the priorities that are in the current work plan are scheduled for Q4. That's calendar Q4 of this year, not fiscal. And in reality, they're not all going to get suddenly accomplished in Q4, where we're going slow, and then suddenly we're productive. And so those look like a lot of items that staff has not officially said, well, we aren't sure which of these we think we can't get done in Q4 versus which we can get done. But it comes down to, I think that certain things that we're hoping that would get done in calendar year 2023, a portion of them are going to roll into calendar year 2024. And I don't know it's hard for us to respond to which ones maybe not only we might choose to push out versus staff really saying, in reality, we're not going to get to it. And that makes our decision easier. But we really don't have that opportunity when everything's so many have a check mark for Q4. We can't tell which ones staff thinks aren't going to be able to get accomplished then. So that I think that's the meat of what needs to be reconciled, but I don't know how we do it without that input. Second, I'd say that on the table one issues, it's not just a question of do we push out all of table one and do all of the original list and get them all done. First, they're probably not all going to get done, in all likelihood, the original list. And second, just because all these things are on the priorities when we look at table one and the original list. And so let's not get over simplistic in how we approach this. These things do require us to do some hard work here and staff to actually really give us some additional feedback on what's doable and when. And then I want to just mention on a couple of these items that Councilmember Tanaka brought up. The Life Moves project is a critical project for this council, at least the vast majority of this council and this community. And we're all aware that there are issues relating to successful operation of that project. And I'm counting on our staff working with Life Moves to get concrete responses on how they'll be able to achieve the operational services that we and they want to provide. But that's no reason to throw out such an important project. I think the rental registry is something that we have been focused on for some time and is extremely important for the reasons the Vice Mayor stated. The vacancy tax, having a lot of just healing wounds from the business tax battle of a year plus, as much as if we had all the bandwidth in the world and if we were not coming right off of a very contentious issue with the business community on the business tax, I think there's some merit in the vacancy tax. But I'm not sure we should leap with both feet into that at this point in time, especially given just the whole context. I also just want to mention one thing I left off when I was talking about the Children's Theater is that I don't know how many of you have had children who have gone through it, but it provides really three great functions for the community. For the wide range of children who participate, it is a really fulfilling and positive experience that is outside of their core academic focus that is such a grind in our community. It's something that the community itself really enjoys and values. But I think the most important part of it is that for a significant portion of kids who participate there, it is a lifeline. It has been something that has been vital to the well-being of just so many children in our community over their upbringings. This is a safety valve for them. And I think we need to appreciate it in those terms. And I'm glad that staff is coming back with alternatives for us in the budget cycle. Thanks.
Councilmember Lowen.
Yes, what Councilmember Burt said is substantially what I was just going to say, but posturing it in the way of, I don't think that we can decide what to cut we do need some assistance from staff. So if, for example, we think there's 10 roughly things that on the new list that we really want in, then we should have a discussion now about what do you think is going to fall out, or what do you think is going to take shorter, and we didn't weight it correctly, and we should pull 10 or 12 or 15 out and go about it that way. And then I want to speak to one other item, which I haven't yet. Of all these things on here, housing is so urgent, and we're kind of behind on that right now. And we've got funding to do, and we've got all kinds of items here with respect to zoning. I'm still for a standing committee now. I'd like a couple of council members to get up every morning worried about what we can get done this week to kind of move the ball forward on all these housing things that we have to do. They're all on the list. And I think having the standing committee would as every other standing committee, pre-process issues, saving council time, or take referrals on some issues. When we look at things like identifying and exploring affordable housing funding sources, I mean, we're just really nowhere on that. And, this housing element is going to be approved in the next few months, and we got to get going. So having a couple committee members that are looking at the state and federal government resources, local corporations like Google and Meta that are doing that right, have funds right now, maybe even extraordinary Palo Alto citizens who have done well and would like to give back. We're looking at the downtown plans, which I think we should look at putting a couple of those in the budget, not just one. So that needs a little bit of look. And then dig into some details on these serious zoning changes we have to do, particularly in Rome and GM. So I think that all could be pre-processed and save this 7-person body, a lot of time. And I just don't see any reason to hold back on that now.
Councilmember Finker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was reluctant to think of yet another committee be formed, but I have to say, Councilmember Lowing, that was a pretty persuasive argument you just made. And so you are affecting my thinking on that in a positive way. Second, Councilmember Burt, I was intrigued by your comments about the business vacancy tax and the coming right on the heels of the business tax. So I guess, for me, to push that to 2024 is now feels better. But I think that because one of the things I'd like to explore early, because this is evaluate implementing, would be whether or not some businesses might actually like it if their neighbors weren't holding places vacant, that it would actually help them. So that is something I'm not sure exactly which way it cuts, but I think it's okay to take a little time to get there. What I wanted to say sort of overall about this table 1 is that on the slide in the presentation next to it talked about the 17 new objectives, 16 of them are not resourced. 9 of the new objectives would not be able to start until 2024 or later. I read that to say, that the 8 here, can, is that, and so my question is, in addition to the placemat X's, can the 8 X's that aren't 2024 or later happen without undoing the placemat X's?
Yes, that is our best estimate at this point.
That's great. So then what I'm wondering is the question, or is a way to handle it, at least for tonight, to say the 9 that wouldn't be able to start until 2024 in staff's estimation, if there is a council member who thinks one of those 9 really ought to start now, let's identify those and then figure out what is it we would give up, what would we push back in exchange for that? And I realize it's not necessarily one-to-one correlation. My council member Lowing keeps pointed out the weighted factor, but that might be a way to get at this. If somebody says, look, the X's in the 2024 or later column on table 1, that it doesn't work for me on items X, Y, and Z, what is it that you might suggest we push off in exchange? And then maybe we can get there. Just a suggestion.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Vinker, not to interrupt that train of thought. but I should have clarified that for the 9 or 8, I believe it is, that are shown with completion within the current calendar year, you'll notice that some of them require resources. So that will be part of your budget discussion.
Excellent point. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
I'm sorry that I forgot to put my hand down from last time. Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. So with that, the council motion recommendation, shall we go through each of those one by one to see if it, what council's thought are in terms of approving it or not, so that we can get a move on it? The placemat is already something that we have adopted. So it's what's on table 1.
Correct. And to Councilmember Vinker's point, what the motion, the draft motion on your screen displays are those items that she identified as items to occur in 2023.
Okay.
So it is a subset of that table 1.
Okay, so if those ones, what Councilmember Vinker had mentioned, are already going to be taking place, you still need approval from the whole council to move forward on those.
That's correct.
So I would say, let's start with those. A motion for council to approve those that are indicated by staff, which is 2, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13.
Where did that list come from? That's just what they have? Is that all you're saying?
It's in the motion.
Yeah. But it wasn't anything that we said here that this is just what they're presenting, correct?
Yeah, so my thought is, let's go through with motion to move the new objective stated in table 1 by staff, since it's going to take place in 2023, that we move those ones first. And
I mean, the only question is if we wanted to do a trade-off with some of the other 9, for example, I don't honestly even know what discuss plans for commercial dewatering requirements means in terms of the time consumption versus getting a fixed housing committee. So
okay,
that's
I
the
was
kind of
just
trade-off.
looking for a way to move forward on this, but I'm open to hearing what, so I'll withdraw my motion. No?
I think that we can still keep this up.
Yeah, I do
and
too.
Perhaps look at what Councilmember Lowing is talking about on
Yeah,
anything.
for
would
example, I agree.
Make these, enable these more.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, so for example, I would suggest adding item 10.
Okay, let me finish this, because I don't want to wordsmith the motion. So let me just put this on and then we can add more, or?
My concern is if we add more, then we're going to overflow our assignment from staff. So I'm thinking it's more of a trade-off. Take stuff off. So we could do that and keep it tentative and then take stuff off, I guess.
Okay, so you are adding number 10?
If you want to do it that way, if you don't, we can go ahead and do it that way.
I'm just trying to move us forward.
Perhaps along the way, we might offer some staff observations and might be helpful to address that. On number 10, and Councilmember Lowing, with your description, a way to address the resource needs, at least to some extent, and I'm going to say this and ask Mr. Director Late to chime in if he disagrees. If instead of a standing committee, it were an ad hoc committee that would allow it to operate with less perhaps administrative burden. That's one note. Another is if that ad hoc committee were to take what is already anticipated to go to another committee, such as a rental registry, that would enable something of a synergy there by not net adding to the work that's currently on the Policy and Services Committee's work plan. It would just simply move it to the ad hoc, and quite frankly, may allow us to move a little faster, given that with an ad hoc committee, we can call a meeting quicker.
I like that word, faster. But that was exactly my idea of we could move faster. We could take items like that over to that committee and just get more done. So I'd be open to both of those in the spirit of compromise, certainly.
And in actuality, I think, some of the housing matters like short-term rentals and all of that can fall under this housing committee. Yeah. All right, so I started this motion. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Burt. I don't think I need to speak to it. I think that, these are all just priorities that we're hoping to get going on. Councilmember Burt.
Caused me to ask for an amendment. On number 16, which is the Safe Streets, Safe System Policy. This describes complete phase 1 of developing that. I don't know what's involved in that, and the reason I'm asking this is that I'm okay with us not putting a whole bunch of resources into this in this calendar year, but I'd want to make sure that if we've adopted it and we start understanding its ramifications, what would be involved in it, and then in 2024 we can put meat on the bone on what that is. But that's why I'm trying to understand what was intended by phase 1. I may be thinking of something less than phase 1.
I'm surprised Mr. Kami has not yet appeared on my screen. Hopefully he is in transition there.
But pardon me, City Manager, I'm not sure I am actually on camera. I'm just maybe not appearing on your screen, but I am here.
Great.
Yeah, thank you very much for your for your question, Councilmember Burt. I'm Philip Kami, Chief Transportation Official. What we envision for phase 1 is actually work that we've already initiated. The first of that is the grant that we have recently been awarded for the Safe Streets for All action plan that we were awarded by the United States Department of Transportation. That will be one of the first phases of the project, which will fund community engagement, collecting collision data and doing collision data analysis and equity analysis to identify potential road safety projects.
And
then
can I
also
ask
to make
when do you anticipate that occurring, Philip? The first the funding and then the implementation of that?
Well, so the action plan that we'll be developing, we anticipate will be done in 2024.
Okay.
So that's actually that's part of what you see under this phase 1 of developing a safe systems policy is the Safe Streets for All action plan. And then the second portion to that, I'm sorry, apologize. I know you're running out of time here. I'm sorry. And just to finish that really quickly, the development of the action plan will make the city eligible to apply for federal Safe Streets for All action implementation grant funding, which will help us to implement projects under that category. And then the second part of that is our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, which also has a task order within it that includes developing a recommendation for not only a Vision Zero policy, which is kind of the initial steps in a safe systems approach, is actually kind of the basis for the safe systems approach, but it also includes outlining the program needs and resources required to develop and manage a safe systems policy. So that really will help us to get to the being able to actually implement the 5 elements of the safe systems approach.
Okay,
so that's all anticipated.
Yeah, it sounds to me like we've actually initiated phase 1 already, and we would be completing phase 1 and perhaps in 2024 and maybe even starting phase 2. So with that clarification, I'm comfortable with not needing to put it on this year's work plan as a completed. I think as you might even, the staff even want to put it on there simply to reflect what Philip just said, which is we've already initiated phase one. We won't complete it. In all likelihood, we won't complete it this year. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes, thank you. And of course, we like all of these. So I'm trying to think of it, the ones that aren't subject to the motion or the ones that I want to add as that we're not saying no to them, we're saying yes to doing them next year. I kind of picking up on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' thought. I'm returning to a couple of things that I mentioned before. So I guess on item 4, which is the creek corridor setback, it's unclear to me how much work or time that would be. And I feel like that was my first meeting, right? First thing I had to vote on. And, you know, if we go a year without even trying to fix what caused that lack of predictability, perhaps to our applicants, and if we're trying to streamline housing applications and protect our natural environment, et cetera, I'm struggling with understanding why that one is something that needs to be pushed out. But I'm looking for a trade-off. It's not clear to me what it would be. So, but I just offer that that's something I'd like for people to consider adding.
If it is helpful, let me ask Director Late to take one more shot now that we're clear which creek setback we're talking about, what he might describe as the scope of that work, such that it would inform the council's discussion of the timing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. So I think the council actually gave us some pretty clear direction on that policy. So the actual work, I don't think takes a ton of time. The idea in this table 1 chart, my understanding was that those columns talk about estimated completion. And we had envisioned that in an early part of 2024, that we would actually begin the work this year and go through the Planning and Transportation Commission. There's some community, outreach, but then we would have it to the council by early next year. That is the target that we were anticipating.
Okay. Right, because it was, having been in the comprehensive plan previously, I would hope it could be fairly streamlined. So let me just ask the maker what she thinks of adding that.
I'm fine with adding it. Councilmember Burt?
Unless you're saying, Director Late, that it really would be too hard to advance that you're starting work now and it would end up in early 2024.
I would envision that we would start the work in the second half of the year. And again, I think the council's direction was a fairly straightforward edit, but it is a change to the zoning code. So there's a process that we have to go through. So it is something that we had anticipated starting this year, but in the later part of the year, which would carry over into 2024, which is why it's checked in that box.
And let me just clarify, we had the open space district issue, but then we also have other setbacks that came forward, for instance, in the Creekside Inn proposal. And so we have setbacks downstream from the open space. John, were you envisioning that what you just described would cover both of those or one?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that. My recollection was that we got direction for the areas that are west of 280, I believe, or there was some boundary. So I don't believe it extended to the more urban areas. But I'd have to double check the council's motion on that.
Okay. Well, they're both parts of the comp plan that have been sitting out there idle, and we could respond to the one that bit us big time or the one that we bit back on. So I'm fine with the timeline that you described there, that you're commencing it later this year and finalization next year. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
I heard early next year, just for the record.
Work on it this year.
Right, no, I understand. Yeah, no, I would appreciate it if it could be done with all deliberate speed, and if so, Madam Mayor, I will withdraw my request to add it, but, and just hope that it comes back to us early next year. But I also wanted to, I'm not sure what to do about item 14, because it does say evaluate funding and plan to return library services to pre-pandemic levels. And so maybe I'll ask my colleagues. It seems to me that's part of the finance. I mean, I would think that would be a goal we would want, but I don't know that we can do that without involving the finance committee in the budget. So I don't know how to add it without that piece.
I was kind of looking at that. If you're concerned about maybe do it as a standing committee referral to finance committee to review the budget.
Sure. I just worry that if we don't get it in the budget cycle we're about to commence, that then it'll be boxed out for another year. And so if we put it as a 2024 goal to talk about the budget the next time around, it's too far out.
Well, let's, if it's okay, can we ask Kylie, was that intended to be a discussion item in the upcoming budget?
Yes, I do expect that the committee will be faced with prioritization of resources, and that's one of the items that staff are aware of that the committee and council will likely want to discuss.
So that was already intended that we'd be grappling with that in this budget cycle.
That's correct.
Okay.
If that's the forum for having this conversation, I'm happy to wait and have the conversation then. Okay. I think that's all I have, and I know I'm over time. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we all heard about the sexual assault that happened, I don't know, was it today or yesterday, recently at the Cal Ave tunnel. And I realize 15 is more revolving around the downtown core, but I think this is something that we should probably think about. So I'd like to propose that this as amendment to the priorities, just because I think that safety should be pretty high on our list for our community. So I don't know whether the maker or seconder would support this.
I am sorry, you're kind of muffled, so I'm not quite sure which one you're talking.
On 15, increase police, foot, and bike patrol. What I was referring to was the article that came out today about the sexual assault. I don't know if you heard about it, but there was, I guess, someone got assaulted.
The city manager reported on it tonight.
Yeah. So for that reason, I'm proposing that we move 15 into this list here.
Councilmember, I was wondering if maybe this might be also a referral to the finance committee in order to see if there is enough in our budget to increase the police and foot traffic. Believe me, I mean, I'm interested in that too. But I think that would need a budget discussion. So we can refer that to the finance committee if that's what you'd like to.
Yeah, do we have to make a motion for that, or how do we do this?
I think it's the next topic. It's our next agenda item.
Okay. And then, in the spirit of trying to see if we could help take things off, we really don't have that much commercial building anymore, especially with a lot of the office vacancy. So I wonder how urgent 7 is in terms of the commercial dewatering requirements. So in terms of, in the spirit of trying to see what we could help with staff, I wonder if the maker or seconder would be willing to take that one off for now and maybe do it another year.
No, I'm not willing to take that off. I believe the staff members are already working on this and discuss, but the commercial was supposed to come to us at a later date.
Okay. I think when it's time for voting, we're going to have to split some of this stuff out.
Sure. Split 7, okay. Okay, and I'd like to see if we might be able to get number 6, which is, as the member of the public said, that there is already ordinances from other cities. In particular, we could look at a model our ordinance to be like Cupertino's for light pollution and dark skies. So I'd like to put number 6 on this. And yeah, number 6. And then on the airplane noise, so on the placemat, instead of saying engage with SFO roundtable on, we'll just say engage with the San Francisco airport, since that's where we're going to be engaging on. So I'd like to add those two to the list. And one last one is, there is the Palo Alto's wireless ordinance. There is a court case that actually allows for subjective aesthetic standards for cell tower siting and design. And I believe it did come back to us sometime in 2021. And staff had said that they were going to do a wrap up on that so that we can have our subjective aesthetic standards. So I think it would be, I'd like to add that to be completed so that we can return back to the subjective standards.
Perhaps I could ask Director Late, are you prepared to speak to the status of that wireless issue? And if helpful, or Mayor, if you're agreeable, also to speak to the work involved with number 6. This is the bird safe design.
Yeah. So I guess with the wireless one, to start with that, we do have that on our list as far as work that we need to do. It doesn't precisely fall into one of the council priorities. And so this is some of the work that Ed was speaking about earlier under, the water line in terms of some of the other work that staff is doing. But I will note, this is actually a good example of when we get more assignments than we're able to process. And this is an item that we did start. We have held a number of internal meetings, and we've met with the Planning and Transportation Commission. But it is one, because it is not a council priority and we need to divert resources, we're not able to spend as much time on it. And so you're seeing the results of that now in this conversation. So it's on our list, but it's not as highly prioritized, and it gets squeezed out in favor of some of these other work efforts. With respect to, and at this point, I don't have a timeline for completion of that effort. For the other item on table 1, item 6, again, this we heard the council's interest in this as well. And this is an area where we would like to support the commission or the council and be able to advance this work. But, we can get it started. I understand that it's, there's already, we have local residents who are, very much engaged in this issue. We are aware of the other jurisdictions that have similar ordinances, and it just takes time. It takes staff time to do that research, and so we can get it started. But we did not envision completing that one until 2024, and we didn't have a deadline on that. Like, we didn't know how far out that would be. It's just sometime later. So if this is something that council's looking for us to prioritize, again, we're going to get squeezed in some other area, and it's hard for me to articulate which item, where that might be, after we deal with all these add-ons that we're talking about here, but then also potentially when we get to the council budget, and then, to consider some additional resource asks for example, the short-term rental housing. These are all things that compound, and it's the same staff really that's working on it. City manager, is that sufficient?
Yes, I would agree with that characterization.
Yeah, so I do want to just get it on the list in order for it to be not forgotten. And I appreciate what Director Late has said. To the seconder, are you accepting these?
Well, I'm wondering whether on 6, so that we're clear that we're not, we're getting it on the list, like we had talked about a couple other things, like the safe system policy, but we're not expecting staff to come back. So if the language was rather than evaluate and recommend, it would be initiate evaluation of strategies. Is that back it off a little bit from an expectation that you're going to have a deliverable in Q4?
It does, again, just for clarification or confirmation that we're not expecting to have a product by the end of the calendar year, but would be able to initiate one. Now, I'll have to then pass that question on to Director Late for his feedback to that suggestion. I do want to note, as Director Late just pointed out in his last response, I think we're reaching the point of discomfort. And
that's what I'm trying to see, if rather than dump whole items on there, we're basically saying we intend to move forward with it, but we're only going to, in all likelihood, go through a pre-screening this fiscal year and not move forward on actions.
Yes. Director Late, is that clear in terms of the expectation? And then can you comment as to ability to deliver?
Yeah, I would like to say that we will initiate it and begin work with the Planning and Transportation Commission, I think is where, as far as we would be able to get this year. And so I don't foresee it necessarily coming back to the council. And
I think that's good enough for me. Mayor, is that okay for you?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Council Member. On objective 3 little I's, engage with, because we're getting nowhere with the San Francisco Roundtable since they rejected our ask to be on their committee. We just engage with San Francisco Airport directly.
Yeah, and we've initiated some of that already. So it's really kind of continue engagement is what we're talking about.
Correct. Under your mayorship, right? We were communicating with them directly, right?
Well, I initiated how we proceed. I know that you and Vice Mayor have been very involved in that historically. So that may be the engagement is what we're talking about.
Right.
On the GBAS.
Yes. Okay.
If I might, Mayor, just for clarification for the city clerk, I believe it was number 6 would be add number 6 to initiate work by the end of the calendar year.
Yes.
Initiate.
And I would be continue engagement.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, that last amendment to say initiate just made me realize that item 4 that I was asking about with the creek setbacks says initiate 2024 or later. So we just talked about how it's going to be initiated this year. And so that sounds like it wouldn't be an add if we put it in there.
Let me ask Director Late to confirm that. I believe that the council member, your observation is correct. So now, as I mentioned, I think we've reached the level of discomfort for our planning director. So I just want to acknowledge that. And then Director Late, let me ask you to confirm.
So I thought I was done. What was this item that we're talking about now?
Maybe I can say something more about it. So what I was trying to do was to confirm what we had discussed about before, because I'm very sensitive to the fact that it's getting uncomfortable. There's a lot of stuff. And I tried very hard not to add. So I didn't add my 10 or 4, but partly I didn't add 4 because I didn't want you to have to complete. Now we're back to the zoning changes on creek setbacks, item 4 on table 1. And I didn't want you to have to complete it by the end of the year because it sounded like that would be hard given the process required for zoning changes. However, I now notice that it says initiate zoning changes. And it sounds like you said you were already doing that. So it sounds like if we had that this year, it wouldn't be adding anything to your plate, but we wanted to check with you because of all the volume of things we've talked about. So is my understanding correct?
Yeah, we would initiate item 4 this year.
Yeah, was that what you said earlier?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. And just, I mean, that 2024 or later checkbox is, there's a bit of a, wide berth in that, but I think we can, I don't have a problem initiating that this year.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Director Late. And with that, maker and seconder, are you okay adding item 4?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Thank you.
So perhaps we can add that to B. So that would be add number 4 and number 6, just numerical order.
City manager and mayor, if I may, as I look at your motion and I see item number 9 on that list on table 1, I just want to make sure that we have a shared understanding on that one. As I read that, this is the housing element work that we're doing. And by advancing the housing element, which is scheduled to come to you in May for your review, we will be effectively addressing that particular objective. If it is something different than that, then I guess I would need some additional clarification.
That sounds good by me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any more. Oh my God. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, did you want to add the wireless thing that you talked about? If so, I'll second it.
We could add it, or we could.
I'm going to vote no on a lot of this because I think in the spirit of trying to help staff out, I think less is more, and there's really no free lunch here. And while I support a lot of these items in principle, I just think that it's hard for us to do everything well, and it's going to be hard for staff to do all these. So if you could split the motion on 4, 6, 7, 11, and 12, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you take out 4, 6, 7, 11, and 12 to be voted separately?
And Mayor, if I might ask while the clerk is doing that, of all the items that are right now under consideration, there's only one remaining on the council's approval list. that's seeking clarification of scope and expectations. So similar along the lines of what Director Late just went over, as well as how Councilmember Lowing identified under the Housing Committee, kind of what that scope looks like. The last one is actually number 12. So if staff can get clarity on facilitating a location for La Comida in North Palo Alto, in terms of the role or the at least the initial scoping of this, even if that is a referral to a committee to determine what that scope is, that information would be helpful for us as we start next steps.
Right. So for this one here, because I would like to see first a review of the contract that we have with the senior center to see whether it can fit under within a city-owned building, and which has been given a contract to provide senior services. So I think that on that would be the first step before we look at other places. Because there's also cost involved if it's other places and retrofitting the areas. But in this city-owned building, it's already provided and it falls under senior services.
Got it. So then with that understanding, staff will limit that initial work to facilitating review of a location within city facilities, existing city facilities.
And then where would that analysis go to? Would it go to P&S, or how would that proceed once you've done that review?
That's a good question.
Now, with a sense of urgency, having to go back in-house for dining, would that just come back straight to council?
Well, they would, I don't know then what would be what council would have to act on at that point in time if, yeah, I mean, there's going to be some negotiation.
There will be, yeah.
Well, I think quite frankly, staff is unclear on what the work will be for us. And understanding effectively if
To me, I think that might involve the city attorney's office in reviewing the contract and seeing whether services can be provided within the senior center under the contract that we have with them at this point. Thank you. So is it reporting back to council or?
I think if council would let staff do that work and determine the best path forward and review with the mayor and vice mayor, that would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm just looking at the motion.
Yes, Mayor Ku or Councilmember Tanaka, if you could clarify if this looks correct.
I don't think it was a second. I think it was the mayor agreed to split.
Yeah, we're splitting the vote. Councilmember Tanaka asked to have some of the items split so so that we can vote differently on them. So
that's at the mayor's discretion.
Okay, so Madam City Attorney, do we vote on the second one first?
It doesn't
This-
matter.
It doesn't matter, okay. Madam Clerk, when you're ready to take the vote.
Okay, we'll vote for the first part, which is for 2, 5, 8, 9, 13, and then also number 10 and number I. Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lifcott Hames.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0. Now we'll vote on the second part, which is for items 7, 11, 12, and then 4 and 6. Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lifcott Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. So it is 10:30. And we have one more item, which is discussion and possible revision to 2023 standing committee topics. I want to ask council members, is it okay to move forward on this? Council members? Okay. So I'm just gonna say, let's finish this tonight so we can get staff working on it. Do we have a staff presentation?
Thank you, Council. Again, Kylie Jose, Assistant City Manager, and Chantal Cotton-Gaines, our Deputy City Manager, is here with me. Ultimately, this item has been continued by this body a few times. So ultimately, there are, I should say, updated attachments on this staff report. Updated with the referrals that the council has made since the last time this was produced. So that's primarily new referrals that the council has made in relationship to your council policies and procedures and items that the council has asked the PNS committee to review in further detail. I believe there might be one that we don't have on the attachment from last week from your Monday council meeting, but we will make sure that gets added, obviously, at that once we update these. So ultimately, these are before you for your review and approval of the work plans. Obviously, the dates are may be fluid as work process continues and things may change in terms of priorities or when staff work is ready. And so these are for your two primary standing committees, Finance Committee and your Policy and Services. And I think with that, Ed has one note.
Yeah, I'll just pick up on your last item discussion that assuming you proceed with a housing ad hoc committee, that we would need to adjust the Policy and Services Committee work plan to remove the housing items.
Okay, and just a clarification, I think we spoke about this earlier today at the CAO committee, that there is standing committees that is more than just PNS and finance. So we have the CAO as well as rail also. So so we can look and see what kind of referrals we want to do, and just to mention that. Okay. Any comments?
Yeah, just one.
Councilmember Lowy?
I mentioned it earlier, but I think PNS has gas blowers, et cetera, which I don't see on here, so.
I wrote that one down as you were discussing that
great.
in the last item. You have made quite a few recommendations and referrals to PNS. And so the ones that we didn't catch, we're catching and adding to the list.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to public comments.
Our first speaker is Jennifer Landisman.
Hi, council and city staff. I haven't used my comment real estate to say thank you for everything you do. So thank you first. And you just voted on a legislative and policy issue, which is to change from engagement with the SFO roundtable to SFO. And you did that without community engagement. Just as a matter of background, when this issue came to council several years ago, when the SFO roundtable rejected Palo Alto, it immediately went to policy and services. And policy and services has been the home where recommendations were made about what kind of policy positions to take vis-a-vis this issue, which is an intergovernmental relationship, right? So I don't think anybody understands what you were doing with the SFO roundtable. And certainly nobody really understands what exactly you'll be doing with SFO. And I say that because a lot of people, I mean, some people understand it, but some people disagree with the people who understand it. So I think it's really time for you to put this item in a way that you can explain to residents what exactly you're doing, why you're doing it, and put in, some work into how to communicate with the community about something that affects them so directly. So, and that can actually impact them even more in the future. So I really don't see why the policy and services doesn't have an item that addresses this issue. It could be a perfect place. It's been a place, I mean, airplane noise has been in that committee, several times. And just do a little bit more work.
Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by Aram James.
Hi, thank you so much for having this item on the agenda. And I'm sorry for my little doggy barking here. I just, I spent a lot of my younger years in San Mateo in the Shoreview development, where there was a ton of airplane noise that came over the berm from the former San Mateo airport. And however, as I grew up in California over the last decades, housing is so critical. And I just wish the city would really kind of spell out the importance of this airplane noise over other priorities that are so critical to our quality of life, which is housing, our youth, mental health, the COVID pandemic, the economy. And I just want to, or reparations, or people of color, the redlining. So, could you guys just try to really explain what airplane noise has in conjunction with climate change and our quality of life? That said, I just am really trying to grapple with the importance of, what we have to deal with right now, which is housing and economics and those people suffering right now. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Aram James.
So I'm heartened by the fact that we're having a lot of discussion about low-income housing. And, again, we're going to have to deal with life moves. They don't pay the caseworkers sufficiently well, according to the articles. You guys are going to have to really dig deep, because you're not going to, you got to provide housing for the caseworkers, because from the article, they've got to come from way out of county. And if you're going to have any chance, because you saw so many of the people that were interviewed that were living at the Life's Moves project in Mountain View said get no counseling. They're being really offered illusory housing. It's not existing there. And then for them to stonewall the leadership that I mentioned earlier that came before the city council and was glowing when they wanted to sell the project, and now they don't want to respond. So we got to really dig deep on that. I would like to see in policies and services as well. I've been giving you all a lot of information about AB 742. We want to try to make sure that police canines in the state are not biting individuals ever again. I did send you, it's only like 30 seconds, the summary of what Sergeant Sean Allen had to say in front of the Public Safety Committee back on March 21st. Really worth looking at. Equally well done by Ms. Wong from the ACLU. If you weren't against police canines potentially killing and maiming individuals before, once you dig deep on that, and I'm hoping that policies and services with all the other things I said about the systemically racist police force. I can't even get Benner to talk to me anymore on canines. Doesn't want to hear the facts, doesn't want to hear the facts on tasers. So, we really have a problem with our police in Palo Alto, and it's a huge budget project. So let's get that on the Policies and Services Committee as well. Thank you so very much.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. So if there's any referrals, get on with this. I think earlier we heard that there was library from Councilmember Vinker. What else was there? Did you have more? So it was to refer that one item.
Downtown police.
Okay, so there was evaluate funding and plan to return library services to pre-pandemic hours. Is that what you had? Yeah, to go through finance. And then there was also from Councilmember Tanaka, increase police foot and bike traffic in the downtown core to finance also.
Yeah, I was just hoping that we could also include Cal Lab on that one as well.
And to Cal Ave.
Mayor, at the appropriate time, I'd like to comment.
Yes, please.
I believe in the case of the first two, those are referrals to the Finance Committee in the context of the proposed budget. So that those specific issues would be discussed as a part of the budget hearings. Simply for the sake of discussion, if noting Councilmember Tanaka's noting California Avenue, we would need to, any other similar referrals might need some sense of scope so that staff could prepare the material that would be needed by the Finance Committee.
Okay. Councilmember Burt.
Well, I wanted to suggest that on these other two standing committees that of the Rail Committee and the CAO Committee, Policy and Services and Finance Committee are referenced in the municipal code. I don't think we need to go through that process to give kind of parameters of what those committees are about. And what I'd suggest is that we refer to each of those committees for them to propose to the council the scope and processes for their committees. And with the expectation that this would be a pretty concise description that would go into procedures and protocols ultimately. Right now, it's just, there's nothing there.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did want to reference in the updated procedures and protocols document, which we'll be bringing back a cleaned up version in a few weeks. We have reference to policy and services, finance, city schools, as well as the CAO committee. So the only one that's currently not accounted for is rail. And then there's one that just says ad hoc committees where we can refer to any
So
others.
we reference their existence, but we don't talk about their scope?
It references a very small blurb
Yeah.
of the scope,
So
enough to establish
I-
understanding of what it is.
Well, it's a good point. I had left off the city school, but since that's a joint committee, it would be difficult for that committee to probably come up with that. For right now, why don't we tackle rail and CAO and just refer to those committees to make recommendations on their scope and procedures to come back to the council.
So I just want to mention, if we can you capture these, Mr. Clerk? And then we can kind of look at it.
I believe you're headed toward a motion. I suspect that's the format
sounds
we may
good.
need.
Right. So if you can capture it, and then somebody can make a motion.
Well, we already had these others that had been referred, so are those captured? So we'd have, it would be, with the addition of, and
That was funding and plan to return library services to pre-pandemic hour levels.
whatever were discussed as the referrals. So we don't have to refer the things to the finance committee that are specifically going to be part of the budget discussion. I don't think we need to delineate them. Is everybody comfortable that way, or would staff prefer we list them?
Let's see, unlike the other priority objectives that were referenced as needing resources, these I don't believe are currently in the mix. So I think it would actually just be cleaner for the sake of consistency to give us direction, whether it's to the committee or to staff to bring that forward.
So then we would add as referral to the finance committee as part of the FY24 budget process to review. It's really, we listed them. No, I can't find it.
It's funding and plan to return library services to pre-pandemic levels, increasing police foot and bike patrol in the downtown and Cal Ave.
And libraries and children's theater, as I recall.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the part with the police?
Oh,
It's item 15 on table 1.
that would be to increase police foot and bike patrol in downtown and Cal Ave. So, Councilmember Burt, are you making this motion?
I'm attempting to,
Okay.
and this collectively, yeah.
And I'm sorry, C should be part of B. Perhaps with an and.
Yeah,
or
there we
a
go.
comma.
All right, and then we would move, well, I'll let clerk catch up there. That looks, I think, good. And then C would be refer to the Policy and Services Committee. And I don't know who's got the list of what those referrals were that we already discussed.
Right.
Chantel, did you have the list of things that we had discussed to refer to PNS?
The referrals that I have related to policy and services were already given to the committee. Were you thinking of something in addition to that?
Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we had something else.
Oh,
So
yes.
I had a few that weren't reflected on here that I caught in the notes from the prior discussion, but if there's something additional, please let me know.
No, we just want to get them in the motion.
Okay, Mayor Ku, then I'll go after you.
I think it was the wrap up of the subjective aesthetic standards for the cell tower siting and design.
Yes.
Mhm.
And the other one that Councilmember Lowing referred to was related to leaf blowers for the broader discussion on a citywide ban related to leaf blowers. And the one that you did last Monday to policy and services was a discussion of the ALPR program, of whether that program should be reviewed by the auditor, the independent police auditor, or another party. So those are the three that are not reflected on your typed up list today.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, so it's wrap up of the Palo Alto wireless ordinance to restore subjective aesthetic standards for cell tower siting and design.
I'm sorry, of cell tower what in design?
For cell tower siting and design. Then, so the citywide leaf blower bans, is that to revisit enforcements
Other machinery.
and other, okay, and other machinery? What
right.
was the other one? There was one more, right?
Yes.
Oh,
it's-
ALPR.
Yes, ALPR, discussion of whether the automated license plate readers program should be reviewed by the city auditor, independent police auditor, or another party.
Or the independent police auditor. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
All right. That's my motion.
I'll second it. And
I don't need to speak.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't need to speak either. Councilmember Lowing, did you have more to say?
No, that was still on from before.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you, Mayor Ku. So generally, I support these, but in looking at the things that are being added to policy and services, it brings me to a procedural question, because the questions I had when I looked at the PNS calendar were that it seemed to be backloaded, and I was going to ask why some things were where they are and if they could be more front loaded. And now I'm thinking they kind of need to be, because this is a pretty heavy lift toward the latter part of the year, and I realize some might lop over. So I guess my question is, when we vote on approving this suggested PNS, whatever it is, schedule, are we wedded to the timing as well, or just the topics? Is it within the discretion of the chair and the committee as to when we hear what? Or should I make some comments on that now? Because I have some, but.
Well, I'll give you a staff perspective on this. As a practical matter, they will need to be subject to change because there is work necessary in order to prepare these items for committee discussion. That said, there is often a bit of a tension tension between the staff and the committee on expectations for when that will happen. Where you may be headed with this is, I believe, item C, simply as stated, maybe more than we can deliver this calendar year, in addition to what's already on the committee work plan. I would note in particular for our planning department, the wireless ordinance and the citywide leaf blower ban would both be their assignment. ALPR would be city manager's office and police department. But just looking at the planning issues and other departments that would need to be involved, including the city attorney's office, I suspect our cup already runneth over here. So
Thank you. That's helpful, but maybe I can ask my specific questions when I look at the PNS topics for calendar 2023. So, April and May are fairly light. June has the rental registry that's moved from March. And why was that?
well, let me respond directly to that. I think we're going to pull that entirely from the PNS work plan to be handled instead by the housing ad hoc. And in fact, that should also be added to the motion, to be clear.
Okay. So then that relates, then my next comment was the typical audit status report and update. Again, procedures and protocols handbook discussion. This is the annual discussion for the next year. And only then do we get to the role of a council liaison, which is a March 20 council referral. Can we move that earlier, especially if we're going to pull the rental registry and just, kind of get on that? Because I don't think that would take a lot of stuff. Maybe it would, but that's a question. I'm trying to make room for some of these other things because the September one looks heavier that month. And I was wondering whether any of that can be moved to August. So those are the kinds of things that I was trying to figure out, because when I look at this, it seems like there's just a lot of listening to audit reports, which is important, but there's all these other things.
It's a great question, Councilmember Vanker. A couple of notes in response.
And I'm new, so I'm listening.
No apologies necessary at all. The nature right now is we're catching up on some of the audit reports. So I think even the tentative amount that we have may not reflect the number that are coming through in the next few months. I'm working with the city auditor, so we have a better idea of scoping. This is kind of a tentative framing of it. But to your point, if there are items that are ready for the committee to discuss and do not require a lot of additional staff time, we can absolutely move those up. We work with the chair to set the actual agendas. We just want to make sure there's time to prepare whatever materials you need to have a useful conversation. I think on most of the referrals you've had from your procedures and protocols document, because you all have done such great work on that this year, you can take a lot of those topics without a ton of additional staff work. And so the one in particular that you pointed out, the role of the council liaison, I know there was interest in involving the committee, a board and commission chair. So we just wanted to make sure you had time to actually coordinate that. But other than that, that one could also be brought to committee sooner.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I will leave it be then and assume we can do that offline and separate from here. Just wanting to help that committee have a balanced agenda. Thank you.
Mayor, I realized that Mr. Shikata had raised this issue of the ad hoc. We pulled one housing item, but really we are referring to the housing ad hoc, the set of housing related programs. Should that be in this motion?
It should be, yeah.
Okay. So rather than remove, we'll just instead, can we simply say refer to the to be formed city council ad hoc on housing, all housing items in the work plan? Is that captured? Okay. So instead of D, it's just refer all housing related items in the work plan to the upcoming city council ad hoc housing committee.
And just for council awareness, there's about 4 or 5 that are on the policy and services work plan. Thank you.
So that kind of pulls that off their agenda, less items. before I go to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, I also want to say there is some backed up work from Policy and Services at this point, right? With some of the audits that are backed up. And I see that there's also recent race and equity work since late 2022. So that would be a report that is ready to be reported. I do have to say I have some concerns of the many meetings that has been canceled, but also would it be necessary for additional meeting dates for PNS in order to process all of these agenda items that are backed up?
It may be, and with the items, having some additional meetings could be helpful. And in particular, it may be a good way to break through the list of procedure and protocols items that have been referred to PNS.
And also, please remind me about the municipal code with regards to PNS. And is it also finance? There's set dates that we have in place.
Yes, I believe it's the first and third and then the second or something like that.
First and third, I believe, for the Finance Committee, and second Tuesday for the PNS Committee. So any meeting held outside of those dates are special meetings.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wonder if item D really is supposed to belong to C because it's related to PNS. So I think it either needs to say refer all housing related items in the Policy and Services work plan to the upcoming City Council ad hoc, or it needs to be folded into C somehow, since that entire paragraph is about PNS. My other question is just regarding finance. I wonder if we want to augment B to add the two other items in table 1 that referenced a need for funding. As a member of the Finance Committee, I think I might find it useful to have in one place the items from table 1 that require consideration by finance for the upcoming budget. So those two additional items would be his wrap, which is very specific. The dollars already documented, a much easier consideration than the second one, which is increased support and funding for youth mental health, which is very amorphous. And we know that, you know, it's a high priority and yet not easy to identify exactly where we would want to spend those funds. But nevertheless, those are the two remaining items on table 1 that really specifically addressed the need for funding. And I'm asking as a matter of consistency if they should be added here to item B as two additional items the Finance Committee should consider.
So I would certainly be comfortable with the first one. And then I'm interested in the youth mental health being a referral too, but all the others are already identified as items that staff has intended to have as part of the budget proposal. The last one is a little more open-ended. Are there any other prospective budget expenditures that staff has identified that would be related to additional programs for youth mental health that we're already planning to be alternatives coming to the Finance Committee?
Let's see, recognizing that there may be some interpretation involved. We believe there are, but
well, then if we just have that as an open-ended item as related to the budget, but somewhat open-ended.
It may be, Councilmember Burt, it may be simply that it helps inform us around, you know, anything that gets augmented on his wrap, for example, because there are definitely.
Well, we've already got his rep, but there may be other areas. So let's go ahead. I think if staff's okay on adding that as well under, so under B, we want to add sorry, it's getting late. What was the his rep funding increase and funding for youth mental health.
Yeah. My point was just that it might even though youth mental health is this big bucket we haven't yet identified, it may assist us as we look specifically at his rep and figuring out what to do, to remember that youth mental health is an element of his opportunities there.
Well, that could be a part of it, but I don't want to limit it to that.
No,
Okay.
I don't either. I'm just saying why I'm trying to make the case for.
I got it. No, the case is made. We already got it in there. It's in the motion.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that number 2, so there's increase in HISRAP funding as well as funding for youth mental health, right? It's 2 different.
So it's either, those are items 3 and 4, police and foot and bike patrol is item 2.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd put them numerically unless we're going to break them all up. They can just be commas. I'd take out the 1, 2, and 3. Because there are other kind of sub topics that are in there too. Yep. All right.
And Mayor, when you're ready at the appropriate time, I think Director Late would like to comment on the ability or staff's ability to support C1 and 2.
You wanted to comment on that?
Yes. Okay, Director Late, would you like to comment on staff's ability to support the PNS committee's work on C1 and 2?
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Shikata. So happy to work with the Policy and Services Committee to advance these initiatives. We have them on our work plan. We know that these are things that we need to do. These are not, these 2 items in particular, I have not anticipated advancing, particularly the leaf blower one this year. This is something that I envisioned would be something we could take up in 2024. Our focus right now is trying to return to the council with an updated ordinance to address your other motions items on that evening back in, I think it was February. And we're hoping to conclude that before your summer break. But the wireless one, as I've mentioned, it's as before, it takes a fair amount of time, and it doesn't fall under one of your 4 buckets of priority. So it is one that we flex when we do not have resources. So I'm fine with these absolutely being on the list. I just would want to have an expectation on timing. I don't believe it's something that I can return to Policy and Services this year with. If we can, great. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to note on the wireless piece, that actually doesn't help us move the project forward, because we've gone to the Planning Commission, we received some feedback, and we're progressing based on that direction that we received from the Planning Commission. We have one more stop there, and then we're going to come back to the City Council. So I don't know that going to the Policy and Services Committee and sort of going over the work that we've done already is necessarily going to move us forward on that effort. But again, I'll defer to the council on that perspective. So
let me just ask clarification on that wireless one. So if it doesn't go to Policy and Services, what would it just go through PTC and then to the council?
Yeah, we have another, we've been to the PTC many times. We've got at least another 1 or 2 hearings with them, and then we would come to the City Council with an ordinance. So if I'm hearing that correctly, it has its own momentum, and we're not adding value by referring it to PNS, maybe slowing it down. So if folks are fine based upon what Director Late just said of it's moving forward and will come to the council, then maybe the best thing is to remove it from C under the understanding that it's going to be coming to the council through PTC.
And the topic is about restoring the subjective aesthetic standards.
Yes, and among a multitude of other refinements to the ordinance.
Yeah, I'll be fine with it if it's going through the PTC route to come to council. Thank you so much.
Oh, and then the other
item was the leaf blowers, and that was a your motion from services discussion considering ban on gas-powered leaf blowers citywide and evaluate replacement of internal combustion engines for residences and commercial properties maintenance based on available replacement technologies, evaluation of decibel levels for equipment. There's that's a small but mighty paragraph of work.
So you're basically saying that you don't think you could get that to P&S this year. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
So then if we then put that one under C, but to have it referred to P&S as soon as feasible in 2024?
That would be perfectly appropriate for me. Thank you. We don't want to disappoint the council, but I do want to be, reasonable as far as what I think we're going to be able to get done on that.
Okay, another machinery would just add as soon as feasible in 2024.
Councilmember Lowy?
Yeah, I just want to comment, not only as a member of that committee, but Director Late said he doesn't want to disappoint the council. I don't want to disappoint the citizens. We intentionally sent that to P&S so it would be all together, all the stuff. But if it's going to take another year, then I think P&S should look at it and about splitting it out and just sending it back and just doing the leaf blowers now.
Oh,
otherwise we're going to lose a year.
Comment on that. We're doing that, Councilmember Lowing. We plan to come back to you in June with the leaf blower ordinance changes that the council had directed us to advance. So we have split that as to two distinct. It was our understanding those were two distinct tasks.
That works for me.
And just to be clear, I mean, we came to you in February with some discrete changes that we wanted to make so that we can improve our enforcement of leaf blowers. We received that direction. And then you also asked us to consider a citywide ban and explore other technologies and other improvements. That to us is the add-on work that's going to take a lot of time and effort.
Okay, good.
Sold.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Right.
Well, I want to make sure we're clear on what we're selling here. And it is simply it's the first part of what you described, Director Late, on the leaf blower. It does not include a citywide ban. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to make sure that that's clear to the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Tanaka, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thank you. So let me just speak broadly first. I think one advantage of the committees is that they're a lot smaller. It's only 3 people or something smaller. And so it's more lightweight and the meetings can happen a lot quicker, which is nice. We don't know who I get behind the committees. But also, I think at least my expectation is the staff reports that we see in the committees don't necessarily need to be as fleshed out as we see as a council. In fact, a lot of times during the committee meetings, we'll tell staff about things that are missing or things that need to be enhanced. And so it's a more beefed up report by the time it hits to council. And so that might help staff out in terms of, and allow us to move a lot faster versus trying to, have a fully fleshed out report. And it was just something for us to think about in terms of just trying to do more with the time that we have. And then the other part is, with the smaller committee meetings, we could schedule more meetings. So I think, meeting twice a month, 3 times a month is not as big of a deal. We're trying to schedule 3 people. Anyways, I just want to share some high level thoughts. I did capture a couple things that we talked about during the retreat, but I didn't see it on here, or maybe it's on here, I just missed it. One of them is the hydro rate. I think we were talking about reducing it. Is that already done, or is that, okay, it's already done. Okay, let's skip that then. And then the other thing we talked about was permitting streamlining. And I was looking through the thing several times. I didn't see it on there. So if it is on there, where is it?
Yep. Could you report on where that will proceed and that's accurate?
Yeah, I know it was a topic that came up. I don't know that it ultimately got folded into the motion. So that's something maybe the city clerk can help us track down. But there are a number of streamlining initiatives that are currently underway. And, in large part based on an audit that the city council had reviewed and endorsed, I think it was October-ish last year. So we're working on that and some process improvements at the development center so that we can address some of the, the sticky points of our permitting process coming out of that, the pandemic piece.
Okay, so should that be number 3 then on 3C then?
Well, so again, I think that the audit sort of speaks to itself, and up until this point, I don't believe the city council has made any motion relative to.
Okay, I'd like to make the motion then that we have PNS review permit streamlining because there's people trying to fill in empty retail vacancies and they're having trouble, and I think we should try to help them if we can. I don't know if the maker or second would be open to that.
If it's helpful, Councilmember Tanaka, do want to clarify that we do expect we will get regular updates on audit findings or audit recommendations back to PNS. So in fact, I think what you're referring to will already be coming to you as a part of that report out.
Oh, what month was that in? Because I looked at the page, I didn't see it here.
Chantal, wasn't that in August or something?
The quarterly.
Isn't it item C in the economic recovery?
Yeah. The quarterly audit status updates, we have to verify this timing specifically from the city auditor, but we pretty much have them. The first one is around June, unless she had one ready before that. And then the one after that was October.
Okay, because
Estimated.
I think there's the audit, but there's just implementation of trying to, either get more staffing or get better processes or a combination of both.
That is the essence of the audit recommendations. Will cite specific actions to be taken, and this quarterly update will report out on the actions we have subsequently taken.
Okay, it's not listed here, so.
It's
in the
a subset.
council priorities and objectives. Is that where it is?
Yeah, it's actually on packet page number 207. If you look, this is the policy and services tentative topics for calendar year 23. In June, the first item there is the quarterly audit status report.
Oh man, it's really vague. Yeah, I would feel more comfortable just because I've heard a lot of complaints about this. I know the staff is trying to work on it, but I think it's important that we get this addressed.
Well, I think, so as the maker of the motion, I think we all concur that this is a high priority, and this is why it's a priority item in the audit. We aren't listing as tasks all the various audit tasks. We're not listing them in this motion, and they're not on the objectives list. They are the audit tasks that are on their own track. I think it's correct that we have, is it correct that in the audit plan, do we have tentative dates at all on when these tasks will be coming forward?
Yeah, we do.
Yes, that's right. Both for, I'm sorry, I was going to refer to active audits, but even with respect to the recommendations that are then adopted by council, and as Director Lay pointed out, staff is following up accordingly.
Okay, so I'm okay with that's a third track that is occurring, which is the audit tasks, of which this is one of the top priorities.
Are you looking to add that in there?
No, I think.
Okay.
And I wouldn't want to go down the path of starting to take every one of the audit tasks and building them in to the motion tonight.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka, do you have more?
Yeah, I have 2 quick ones. And these are ones that we haven't necessarily discussed. So I don't know if there'll be support for it or not. So one of them is, and we already have the item of J, which is the which is the concept plan for University Avenue streetscape, but it's a really long time frame, and I think it's important for us to try to accelerate this. And I know staff has said repeatedly that it's very difficult to do, but I was wondering if we could try to have the P&S committee try to see if there's a way for us to accelerate this, because I know from a lot of people on University Avenue, they're really wanting something more concrete before they're making investments in the area. So I don't know if the maker or seconder would be open to that suggestion.
I take it this is not on the list of things you want to remove from the test. I think many of us share that interest in trying to move that ball forward more quickly, but we've just gone through this whole process this evening on struggling on what can be accomplished in this fiscal year, and I think we settled on these outcomes. So the answer would be I wouldn't want to carve it out and at this hour attempt to.
Okay, the last one here is, and you know, I've had several office hours on this, but some portion of our community is concerned about the tasers and attack dogs, and I think this would be another good topic for PNS to look at.
I'm very much in agreement on that. I'm not sure whether it belongs in this document, but I'm very much in agreement on that.
Certainly invite the police chief to comment on this if he'd like to. But that said, let me suggest that the K-9 unit is a budgetary program. And at this point, we are not recommending any change to that program. With respect to the policies and operational policies related to K-9s, it's not directly, I believe, a part of our race and equity work plan, but we do have a race and equity report that will be coming to the P&S committee, I believe next in April.
So would that report be agendized in a way that would allow this discussion?
Fair question. Right, yeah. So currently it is not a part of the race and equity work plan. So I think to be consistent, I would say it should be a referral from the council.
In that case, then we'd add a number 3 to C, which would be, I don't want to be prescriptive here, but it would be K-9 practices by the police department, and that would enable various alternatives to be discussed.
Can we do that K9/taser?
K9/ what?
Taser.
Tasers.
Oh, and taser.
Let's see again. Let's see. Is our police chief on?
I would just say that we've had, unless the council as a whole would want to revisit would have been really extensive and very specific taser use policies. I haven't been aware of a need to revisit that, so I'd accept the K-9.
I would make that I don't accept that number 3. So
Not even, this is simply a review of the practices. And that leaves it open for the committee to discuss it.
So then it would say review K-9 practices by the police department?
Yeah.
would,
Ask how much staff prep that would take. This is 2023. Oh, your microphone.
Hit the wrong, it's too late, I hit the wrong.
online.
I was just going to ask, I think that is a topic that should be handled thoroughly, carefully, appropriately. And we just talked about, this is adding on to the workload. I'm sorry, it's late. I'm not articulate anymore. Just want to make sure it's well
I think you made your
done
point, yes.
if we're doing it in 2023.
Yes, and I appreciate that sensitivity. Our police chief is available to join in the conversation, so I'll ask him to comment in a moment. I would note for the council that as noted, as items are brought forward to committees, they are often used for the purpose of developing a recommendation to the full council. I'm not sure that this approach would accomplish that goal unless it is similarly anticipated that there would be some type of evaluation that would be conducted in conjunction with this review. Another option to consider would be to consult with the independent police auditor, where you will have hopefully a discussion with the IPA coming up shortly. So with that, Chief Bender, would you like to add any additional comments?
Yeah, well, actually, good evening, council. It's nice to see you again. I agree with the city manager in that in the summer of 2020, we began the conversations on police reform. I believe it was within that year that we revised extensively our K-9 program. We know that as part of that work with the our ad hoc committees over that summer of 2020 and the increased scope of services with our independent police auditor, that they are reviewing. They're aware of our K-9 policy. They've commented on it. I believe they are reviewing all our K-9 incidents as well as our taser incidents, which they have been doing since 2006. And they should be coming to us shortly with their next report, and that might be the best opportunity to ask them about either one of these topics.
So then we would have that report, and would that meeting with the IPA be agendized in a way that if the council majority wanted to refer a review of one or both of these, they could do so based upon that report?
Councilmember Burt, you said one or both?
One or both, meaning K-9 or taser.
Understood. Yes, the council scope with the IPA, I believe now does include an annual special study, as may be desirable by the council. And I don't know that there's an obstacle to that coming up in this next.
Okay, well, as long as it would be agendized in a way that would enable the council to refer it, if they chose to do so, then then I would remove 3.
Thank you.
We can remove.
All right, Councilmember Vinker. Or did you not turn on your light? Which is okay. All right, I don't see any more lights. Shall we go ahead and vote, please? Please.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Lifcott-Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka, yes, Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0.
Awesome, thank you. So now we move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. No lights.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haines says.
Oh, Councilmember Lifcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know it's late. I'm here in Minnesota. It's late here too. But there's something I'd like to inform the Palo Alto community about. It's an issue that I've been working on. As many of you know, I'm a published author of nonfiction books. This is my job. It is my work. It is how I support my family. As part of my work, I give book talks and conduct workshops around the country and in other countries with parents and youth and educators and broader communities to promote my books and discuss issues related to parenting, youth development, race, and identity. This is a third career for me after practicing law and serving as a senior administrator in higher education. And I've been delighted by the success of this career, which has included one of my books being included for some weeks on the New York Times bestseller list and being invited to be a speaker for the TED organization. I'm saying all of this because when I was elected to the City Council, I requested confirmation from the Fair Political Practice Commission that the state's rule restricting honoraria for local public officials, which is intended to prevent elected officials from profiting off of their public service, did not prevent me from continuing with my longstanding work with parents, educators, youth, and other audiences. I have just received the initial response from the FPPC staff. The staff asserts that the honorarium rule does apply to my business. The staff concludes that going forward, I will need to adjust my professional activities so that my book talks and workshops are no more than 50% of my business. I am working with my legal advisor to consider options and next steps. This could include a request to the Fair Political Practices Commission to look at the issue, which likely impacts other California elected officials who have legitimate businesses unrelated to their public service that involve public speaking. I want to assure everyone that this issue does not call into question any of council's decisions or the votes that I have taken. I will keep the public and my colleagues and the staff informed as this matter moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. All right, I don't see any other lights, so we're adjourned. Thank you.